Fire up the. Let's see what my mic is. Audio. All right. Microphone is solid. I think we're live. All right. Okay, great. Yeah, we're live. Hey, what's going on, family? What is going on, awesome individuals, all you unique and extraordinary financial aliens out there doing what we do best, taking advantage of opportunity when it's presented to us in any form or fashion. What it really entails to be a serial entrepreneur, we embody that 1000%. So on this TGIF, I want to give a big shout out to everybody out there getting it in, doing what we do again, making things happen. They say making a way out of no way, right? Old school Southern thing, right? So peace, power, and profit to everybody again. Uncle Justin there. Thank y'all for tuning in with your brother African Emporium again on this Friday. Happy to actually look outside and see some sunshine shining. Earlier, of course, it was still gray a little bit, overcast, the cloud, so to speak. And we got that kind of the residuals, the bands off the hurricane, so to speak. So again, shout out to everybody. Not necessarily in a happy perspective, but if anybody was affected by the hurricane, again, we wish you well, of course, in that regard. And that you stay safe. Especially on top of that, you're dealing with a pandemic and coronavirus scenario. I mean, it's like whammy on top of whammy, right? Brothers can't catch a break, as they say. All right. So again, welcome to the live. Again, just want to come on a little bit. Add a little backdrop to the day because the day was just a very interesting day, market-wise, I should say. Had a lot of interesting aspects of the market that was tested today, and it's just more of what we've been discussing, obviously, on this channel. Of course, we pretty much lay everything out there on the table every single time we get the chance to kind of break down some kind of formula or technical analysis or fundamental metric, whatever the case. We're always trying to stay ahead of the game, right? That's what this game is all about, right? Investing and trading is not a lazy man's game. I repeat, investing and trading, day trading, that it is not a lazy man's game, right? You can luck up and hit it sometime, but you never can be consistent all the time. And so in doing so, it's best, that you learn how to become more of a strategic, thinker. In this case, again, really good at being able to multitask, right? Because that's how you make money in this industry. Being really swift on your toes, kind of like, Deion Sanders back in his prime, where you need to pivot on you, right? Break your ankles and run about 20 yards down the field, right? That's what you have to be in the stock market, right? Because, any given moment, when they open up that door, so to speak, when they ring that bell, you best believe there's millions of people around the entire world, not just here in America, but the entire world, who's running, and trying to bombard and get inside that door, kind of like a Black Friday sale, right? Or in this case, I say a White Friday sale, right? Stop all this Black Friday stuff, all this black ball, black this. I'm gonna cut all that out, right? I'm not going to even play that game. But nonetheless, you guys get what I'm saying, right? So, today was no different, where it was somewhat of a, of course, the end of the trading week, trading month, I should say, for the month of October. As you guys see down in my description box, even the title of today's live stream, right? Last trading day of October, the October effect, right? So some of you guys may be familiar with the October effect. Others may not. So, of course, we never shy away from being able to kind of share some information, some education, some knowledge, right? Get people excited about, understanding the craft that they're in. So they don't have to feel like they're guessing their way through all this opportunity. Again, we call it, stats for nerds, if you want to call it that. But nonetheless, we see it as a moment to always build up our prowess, right? Our investing or trading prowess with. So, of course, the month of October is, of course, known as, some people say the Red October and the October effect, Black October. There's many different names, right? But typically, the month of October has never been the most favorable month for the overall stock market, right? We have, of course, some real major issues that has happened inside of the month of October. And so, of course, y'all know this is my birth month. Of course, the month of October just had a Earth Day, of course, on the 25th of October. Some of you guys may not know, or if you did, thank you again for all those who definitely greeted your brother in love. I'm 100% humbled and appreciated for it. But okay, for the month of October, when the stock market goes, it hasn't, again, always been the most favorable. And this month it has been no different. Not only the fact that we are in an election cycle, which makes it more of a scary environment, but it's compounded by, again, a bad economy, right? Some say it's recovering. Of course, they're to a degree, if you want to play the game of, one-off events. And on top of that, you have a pandemic that's still looming. Again, matter of fact, it's back. It never left, but it's back even harder, to kind of, threaten us and, make our lives miserable throughout these colder months that we're getting ready to kind of walk into. Hence, we're going to be stuck inside the house, letting this virus fester for those who may go out and catch it, unfortunately, and bring it back. So it's a lot of stuff going on right now. Of course, a lot of things going on right now. And, if there ever was a time to say, well, man, how can we put a little perspective on this thing? Well, one thing concerning the market is that there is a value out there where they say the month of October is, again, it's like Halloween, right, for stocks. It has not been the best for the stock market. So as you can see, it says October, the month of market crashes. And as you can see here, these are some of the most notable crashes or panics and things that we've had in the stock market. Obviously, dating back way back into the, maybe late 1800s and early 1900s. That has been documented, of course, because y'all know the market is just a bookkeeping or a ledger or record keeping aspect of monetary funds or exchange of money, throughout every given day. And so once it's recorded in the history book, when that day is over, the cash market is over, then of course that stuff is there, right? They can't change it unless they try to cook the books, right? But it's there. And so you can see here we had the bank panic of 1907, right? Obviously Black Monday, of course, that's another big one, right? You always talk about these black swan events, right? We had an angel in disguise moment in terms of in a month of October, the month, the market seemed to be kind of very bullish scenario, and then it turned on the dime, of course, right? That's why they call it angel in disguise. Right, stock market crash of 1929, very important. Some of you guys familiar with that, right? We discussed some of these things before, of course, on the historical level, right? Taking the blame for September, right? The month of September might have had a shabby, moment, so to speak, and then, or it did not necessarily perform the way it should have. And so, the month of October obviously had, being the kind of the after effect, caught all the blame, right? That kind of scenario, like, he did it, right? Right. And so, again, just understand there's so many different things that has happened. So, again, it's a very unique. Let me copy this and paste it in the back chat. Not that you guys can't pull it up, but, I like sharing stuff. Right? I love sharing stuff. What's going on, everybody? Peace, power, property, family. I see you guys, some family coming through here, checking in on the YouTube. We got Oba Brandon in the building first coming through. We have Oba Brother Mathis in the house. Eva Monica Land. Go subscribe to her YouTube channel right now. Don't think twice. Go subscribe to her channel. Hit that like, share, subscribe button over there on all her videos. Of course, you definitely want to build up your village. Everybody who's out there putting out content, you deserve to have 1 million subscribers, because what we do is something that's very, very unique, right? We bring people to opportunity. We bring people to a tangible bag. That in itself should guarantee you nothing less than 10,000 to 100,000 viewers, right? And we understand the game, but we'll get there. Slowly but surely, we're going to build this village up. We're going to get people, excited about getting after their money, understanding how to use these markets, crypto, forex, whatever, options, whatever. We're going to utilize these things to kind of build up our financial warehouses, and then from there, pay it forward. So make sure you subscribe to each other's channels. Make sure you pay attention when people are doing, putting out information or content. Again, support them, right? So that way YouTube can obviously turn around and support them too, cutting them a check by, Google ad revenues and this, that, and the third, right? Shout out to Oba Chris in the building, right? Definitely building his channel up as well. Don't think twice again. Go subscribe to his channel. You will not be obviously disappointed. Obviously, your brother, also a member of the MBK family as well. Our little investment village, the whole nine. Again, very busy brother in his own right too, getting it in, doing it, what he needs to do day to day. So definitely appreciate him, any and every time he's available, right? Happy to have him here, right? Oh, we got Raul in the building. Raul then came through, right? Been a little minute. What's going on, family? Raul in the house, right? Peace, power, profit to you as well. Happy to have you here. Hope everything's been well with you as well. Hope you've been safe. Obviously, we're all trying to get through this pandemic. And of course, we on the back end of a 6-7 month stint where we kind of talked about this stuff already, right? And here we are having to kind of talk about it again, right? So shout out to everybody again, that's in the house. And we have the awesome, right? The wonderful, right? The best drummer alive, our sister Camille Gaynor in the building, affectionately known as Sister Drum Met in the house, our resident Forex trader too. Peace, power, profit to you, ill, but happy to have you here as always. Some of you guys didn't know that Sister Camille actually got a YouTube channel too. She got some of her content on there. Y'all sleeping on the sister. I don't know what y'all doing. I definitely subscribe to her channel and got a playlist strictly for her and her only, all her stuff. Right. Again, of course, I take no days off when it comes to trying to always put and support my family and keep you guys close to me as much as possible. So definitely go check her out. Check her channel out too. Go subscribe. Again, for what it's worth, we're here trying to build, again, out a village where we always can feel comfortable being in and around these different channels. So shout out to everybody again on this Friday. See, like I said, a whole lot, right? A mouthful, right? So much to talk about and not enough time, it seems, to get it all out in one setting, so to speak. But of course, I love to talk, right? Because why? I rarely get to talk, right? Because most times I'm stuck, right? In a good way, in front of charts all day, in front of data all day, in front of newsreels and publications and training and being in part of training environments. And again, I live my life the way I want it to be reflective and be seen anywhere where it could be also copied, modeled, or even expanded on. And that's what we all should endeavor for, because I tell you what, if someone would have told you, back in your early days when you was around about 9, 10, 12, 13 years old, that, hey, one day, you could actually become, wealthy and write your own paychecks in life. And had you took it serious at that time, where would you be today? Where would you be today? That's the question you need to ask yourself. Of course, we already know in a lot of ways, it's like, man, it's not even up for debate. I'd be definitely, rolling over in the bags, right? Rolling over in dough, so to speak, right? But nonetheless, we're here now. We're doing what we need to do. So the best thing you got going for you, if you do have kids, if you do have family members like nieces and nephews who are of those tender ages where they are a sponge mentality or sponge mind, well, you need to be in their ear and their face every time you get and try to share this knowledge with them. The ability, the gift to write their own paychecks, right? Is, again, best business model out there. Best business model out there. Investor, trader. Simple as that. Find me another one, then we'll take a test. We'll put it up for what? For the test, so to speak. All right. But I have yet to see a better business model. And that's coming from a person who's owned businesses, right? Brick and mortars, the whole nine, right? So I understand it. Mobile business, I've done it. I've done it all. Corporate partnerships, I've done it, right? I've never seen something so liberal in that and being able to access equity markets. Again, Forex, crypto, any of that, and utilize your time, your strategic thinking aspect, and some capital basically, and find a way to turn that into profit. Turn that into profit. Again, that is revolutionary. So again, we're up against a lot of different odds, a lot of different skepticism at times. We get it, we understand. Of course, there's no love lost at any aspect because some people are just not familiar. They don't understand, right? And so where it may not be just our duty to try to force them to learn, it's just that we're just gonna keep we're gonna keep demonstrating, right? And do less conversating, right? Because again, when the receipts pop up or the invoices come forward, then ain't nothing to talk about, right? Ain't nothing to talk about then, because here we go. We got a ledger, we got a track record, we have a timeline of putting in work. As they say, you building out a body of work. Well, this is what we do when we go live. We're strategizing, we're think tanking, we're figuring out ways to always improve our situation, right? Financially, right? The number one thing that always seems to be, that was somewhat immune to the COVID scenarios. It seems like was the ability that we still had the opportunity to make money, while many were unfortunately furloughed, lost their jobs, whatever, the whole nine. Here we are still in a position to make some money, to take care of our situation, to take care of, families and whatever, our bills, whatever you had that was basically your normal value of doing business or living your life. You didn't necessarily miss a beat. Matter of fact, it became an enhancement for many because now you added more revenue, more income to your what? Your already, cash hoard, so to speak. So again, that's why I say, man, being able to invest in the markets is revolutionary. It's evolutionary in its aspect because you evolve into this in a way where, rarely do people walk away from this. Rarely, right? You had to be a person who just really didn't take it serious, who didn't take the ownership of it, who didn't have the level of the hungriness, right? As I'm always saying, being humbled and hungry at the same time. And that's okay because sometimes you might need to go through that gestation period. You might need to walk away a little bit to kind of figure out later on, what's really going on. And then when you come back with a more, level head, clean head, full of free from distractions, then you can come back at this market, right? Then you can come back full throttle, so to speak, as they say, right? So again, so shout out to all the risk takers out there. Shout out to all the people out there to understand how to, mitigate risk, right? All my risk management people out there that do this day to day, getting it in, right? Shout out to you all, right? Because I understand exactly what you do, right? I know exactly what you do every day. And so by that feed alone, again, that makes you extraordinary. So again, just going over some data again. So the October effect is very alive here. And we're closing out the month here again. We got about 25 minutes for the cash close here. We got the S&P down, obviously, on the day around about 2% at this point, around about 6.5%, 57 points. At this juncture, of course, we still got some time left for this thing to kind of drip and what they call Tokyo drift down to the downside some more. Of course, today has been nothing, again, shot of a phenomenal fight between the bear and the bulls. We saw that same kind of action and price action actually yesterday too. I mean, the same thing. Couldn't make this stuff up, right? And we understand why, right? Because, of course, we're close to the election. We got all this particular implied volatility kind of creeping in and around our markets. People trying to make the best of, this scenario in a way where, how do we kind of position ourselves going forward? With the election looming, of course, we're going to talk about that too, right? We're going to get at that as well, right? But again, we are, let me go over here and share my screen over here. We are now, so to speak, getting ready to kind of, plan in a lot of ways, how we're going to tackle this market, post the election. Now, there's implication on both sides, of course, Trump and also Joe Biden. There's also the Senate race. That's a big scenario as well, right? So there's a lot of things going on, right? So a lot of things getting ready to go down. And nonetheless, the market, is trying to price all of it in, right? Y'all know the market is pretty much a discounted mechanism. This whole purpose is to be able to price in information and news and put a fair or a forward valuation on all that data, right? All those metrics. And say, we think the market should be here at this timeline. Hence, your moving average, your 14-day, the 200-day, the 50, the 20, all these different things that we have to kind of give us that kind of optics to say, well, this is what the market should look like at these points. And so if you're just looking at my chart here that I have up here, of course, I got a lot of lines when I do a lot of training. So I leave all these lines still on here when I'm going through the different scenarios. But, I mean, it's clear as day what we have here. Clear as day. Right. And this, of course, is, we're going back to the month of September. Right. So we got this October effect, clandestine kind of energy surrounding the markets. Hence, everybody want to talk about the month of October. Right. And what we have here is that the month of September was just as brutal. Right. If not more brutal. Right. Because clear as day, you see here, right, literally on the second, we was kind of riding through what they call a gravy valley on biscuit wheels a little bit. And then, the bottom fell out the market, right? Reality became to be very, they said reality used to be a friend of mine, right? Some people lost that, and then the market obviously kind of followed suit. We had a massive pullback off the all-time highs. Went up and hit like 358, near 359, pulled all the way back to around about 322 at the lows. This was just obviously in a matter of about 19 days, from 359 to 322, right? And what's inviting or I should say a stark contrast, so to speak. Look what happened in October. The same kind of reality. Of course, the month of October had at least 12 days. About 12 days. Let's say about 12 days of good pumping to the upside to kind of pull back off the lows of September here, right? Got up and hit a peak around about 353. So it seemed as if the market was going to make a new high. right? Everybody got excited. We're going to break this, this old high, and again, make a new high going into the election, right? The whole idea of stimulus talks on the table. People start getting excited. The market start getting excited. And everybody like, woohoo, right? Everybody popping champagne bottles, a little premature, the whole nine. It's like the market could do no wrong at this point when we were just kind of surging off those September lows. And, again, it was just day for day. It seemed like we just grinding, mashing up until we had this kind of blip, right? This blip, what they call a blip on the screen, right? This was when the day that Trump pretty much came out on the 6th of October and said, what? Screw the stimulus deal. Forget it. We might not do a stimulus deal until after the election at this point, so whatever. And the market obviously plummeted, right? Worst thing he could ever done on Twitter, right? Of all his Twitter rants and Twitter bangs, right? Twitter banging. That was one that will definitely go down in the record book because it was so funny, right? Because literally 3-4 hours after the market closed, he was right back on Twitter, cleaning up that mess he just made. What I was really trying to say is, if y'all could just get a piecemeal together, something, I signed it right away. He was trying to clean that thing up because smart people got in the ear like, look, dude, do you know what you just did? You just disrupted the rally in a way that's going to hurt you in your election. And that joker came out crying like, no, what had happened was what I was trying to say, right? What I was trying to say, and so again, market was able to kind of brush it off. They gave him a second chance, and market began its uptrend, right? It began another uptrend, coming again shy about 5 points from hitting all-time highs. But then this happened. Then this happened, right? You see what's going on here, right? The downtrend became very relevant. What had happened, and clear as day, I remember having some conversation with some people, some training scenarios, and just general people, some of my peers, and I was like, you know what? I don't know. Don't seem like we're gonna make a new high at this point, right? I think we on the downtrend at this point. Everything that they tried to do that they did in terms of kicking the can down the road, dangling the carrot, it became apparent at that point that it had run its course. It had run its course. And so they kind of dug their own grave, so to speak, by not following through. Again, Congress dug in like some Carolina ticks, right? Old school Southern saying. They dug in like Carolina ticks and didn't want to Didn't want to make nothing happen. And so, of course, you could say, well, I blame Trump. Well, I blame all of them. It's Congress. It's all these so-called politicians that sent to Washington to kind of, ponder and, like I said, pander and pontificate and do all this foolishness and don't get nothing done. Of course, they're using this as a moment of leverage to kind of leverage votes. Again, how dirty of them, right? How dirty of them, right? Knowing all along, of course, they weren't really going to make nothing happen because, again, they figured, you had waited this long. They strung you along this long, kind of like a bad relationship, right? Somebody just string you along, 7, 8, 9, 10 months, a year plus, and you still kind of in talking status, but you've been having all the accoutrements of being in a monogamous relationship, and then literally, someone wake up next day like, I think I'm just done, right? And that's basically what happened with the markets. Clear as day here. So 12 day, the 12 days of October, the stock market gave to me, right? Right? A lot of green candles, right? A lot of calls, and handles, right? Whatever, right? And then after that, it was a game over. It was game over. And so you talk about looking at this from a place where you got 353, 354 top here on the 12th. And here we are today. Flirting with the bottom of the linear regression band here. Clear as day, we're still in the downtrend. I mean, come on, look at that. Bear flag. Even if you're going back to the all-time highs back in here, beginning of September, and you had somewhat of a kind of I don't know, a kind of retracement, if you will, right? Filling some of these gaps that was all over here that was just partying and like it was just 1999. You filled a lot of those gaps, tried to establish some new ones, and then guess what? The hourglass ran out of time. The market ran out of hype juice or Kool-Aid, so to speak, right? The sugar high wore off, and reality set in, and the algos began to reflect it, and the VIX began to pop. All the different ingredients that makes up a recipe of disaster for the stock market going into the particular scenario and an election with an incumbent president, obviously, who lived to speak highly of the stock market as it being a badge of honor for his, his tenure of so-called success. And so he's going out literally with the bang. Literally with the bang. A downhill, a downhill slalom, Jamaican bobsled, bang. And so as you can see again, the title of the video is what? Last trading of October, Trump last market pump attempt. They tried, right? They definitely tried. Right? You got, they say, can't fault a man for trying, right? Well, I tell you what, they had got, serious and stopped acting like immature children. I mean, the entire Congress and the White House, and got a stimulus package pushed through, then of course, we would be definitely at this point would have been sitting at all-time highs, or actually higher. Would have made new all-time highs, I should say. They lost their opportunity to do that in this window right here. And to be exact, it was very adamant, up until at least this point right here. Right? When we lost the 200-day moving average, I knew then and there that it was game over. As it, like Dave Chappelle, right? When keeping it real goes wrong, I keeps it real, right? They're trying to keep it real, and the market say, okay, I keep it even realer. If you lose me, meaning you lose this 200-day moving average, right? You lose, the ability to get my attention, it's going to be lights out. And sure enough, they allowed it to happen. And after that, the rest is history here. As you can see here clearly, here, the market turned for the worse. Obviously now implying that the October effect stands to be what? Respected once again. It might not necessarily be the month. It might just end up being the people. If I had anything to say or do with it, I think it's probably the people, not necessarily the month, right? They caused this. They invited this onto themselves because they want to play politics, right? In this case, politics, right? Which is, in essence, is a pile of tricks that they tried that did not come into fruition. And the markets, obviously, in this case, I'm not going to say necessarily suffered, because those who participated since the March lows, of course, we ate, really good, right? We ate really good. Let's go into the daily here. Let's go to the daily chart here, right? I mean, this is beautiful, right? It's beautiful, right? One of them rappers got a song out there called "Beautiful," something like that. It's beautiful. This is beautiful. And I'm saying that because, of course, we know it's funny money. It was Fed. It was helicopter money, right? It was unlimited QE money, right? It was reverse repo operations money, right? It was, again, Gutenberg 2.0 printing money, right? It was, taxpayers heist, money. Again, all this was, again, insert your understanding of what you witnessed as well in that slot, because that's basically what this was. You went from, again, a staggering 30% plus drop, and gaining all that back and going higher, going up towards around about 40+% in a matter of how many months? March, April, May, June, July. Look at this, guys. He's about 6-7 months at most. A market that was up over, seriously, 40-something% in about 6 months? Unfathomable. Like, where they do that at? Well, only in America. Know why? Because we have unlimited what? Printing power. Unlimited power. Right? Y'all, man, I got to give me a sound effect board. It's real soon. I'm going to work on that. Right? I got to be able to have these sound effects popping. Because this is very, again, clear as day here. You see this here. Right? You see the trend. And they say the trend is your friend. Well, basically, it was just the feds. Right? Just go and call it for what it is. The Fed is your friend. Because they said what? They're not even thinking about raising rates. They have unlimited, tools in their arsenal, right? They unloaded all kind of big guns. Y'all remember this day here? I remember this like yesterday, right? Where the market literally it was like March 24th. On March 24th, they pumped an entire $1 trillion into the market in one intraday session. True story. I remember it like yesterday. $1 trillion to stop the bleeding, to get the market off the lows. It came through the order desk. The Feds obviously, sent it down. I mean, it was just like, are they serious? They got $1 trillion of funny money to throw into the stock market, but they couldn't do nothing to kind of really get ahead and put some brakes on this virus, or better prepare and get people, educated properly and thoroughly, prepared to deal with what was going to come. Of course, again, we understand it because we invest in markets, equity markets, right? We invest in currencies and different things. Like, we understand the lay of the land. But for those who Main Street had no clue, they did not see this coming, and many of them suffered badly. And so again, that's why, I'm always saying, man, you gotta pay this stuff forward. You gotta, stay knocking on the doors of those, who you value and you love and respect. If they're not obviously, engaged in the financial markets or capital markets, you need to definitely let them feel, see exactly the importance of having such a skill set at their at leisure. So they're never dependent upon a sham, man, insert your most demonstrative adjective when it comes to this Congress or this White House, right? This whole government. But they left Main Street out, out the pasture, so to speak, high and dry, and they kept loading up Wall Street. Loading up Wall Street. Of course, we love it because, we get a chance to feed off their greed, right? That don't necessarily mean we agree with it. It's just that we're opportunistic people. We're looking for opportunity the same way, right, that they do when they go looking at the American taxpayer like, It's like they be rubbing their hands together and licking their lips. They're like, how much can we fleece out of them today? Right? How much debt can we add to the national debt clock today? Because in their mind, they think, we doing the will of the people. And here it is, we actually doing the will of corporate interests. Those who own assets, equitable assets. Oldest hustle since time immemorial in this country. And a lot of people ain't even figured it out yet today. And they still voting against their own interests. And they're still voting against their own interests. And we're going to find out come November the 3rd, whether you for any of those particular parties. Doesn't matter in there, because when you think about what Main Street did not get during this whole pandemic, and which is still ongoing, mind you, was the relief and the care and the concern from the government that they obviously pay into to be able to backstop scenarios like this, and they end up getting literally nothing. One little poor, dusty little $1,200 stimulus check, and a whole lot of issue even dealing with the small business loans and all this stuff like this. I mean, it just it's like enough to make you just get a headache just thinking about it. Like, how could people be so blind to the ideal of what, and who these people really are? They are who they say they are, right? They are who they say they are. That old school soundbite, right? But nonetheless, we're here to, make, sense of it all in a way where we can say, hey, you don't have to suffer, right? You don't have to go through all this and, get headaches and, miss meals and, all this, that, and the third. You got family to feed, right? You got all these things going on in around you. Hey, we got something that we're doing over here where we're trying to share with people, build a coalition, so you don't have to feel like you subjected to the government or the lack thereof of it, right? Right. So again, it's just one of those scenarios where, we walk through this, right? This so-called, valley or shadow of death, whatever they want to call it. Basically what it was, because, a lot of people passed away from this coronavirus. Right? People don't, the numbers may not be accurate. They may, who knows, right? Because that's the games they play. You got people who don't want to honor and value science in the way that it's supposed to, but trying to tell you how to live your life, under all these pseudo, mandates and this, that, and the third. And a lot of people sit around and went along with that foolishness as if you don't have a brain of your own. As if you don't have, wit and logic and reason of your own. And you let these people just kind of, pump your head up with all this foolishness. And next thing you know, it didn't make your situation no better. Got worse, actually, in a lot of cases for a lot of people. Some people didn't even make it. Some people didn't even make it to the month of October. They did not make it to the month of October. And so again, just more, of the reasons why, we need to always, stay sharpening our swords, building up our foundations financially, in case anything ever pops off, we're not subjected to have to deal with anything, at least government related to our ability where they ain't really coming after. We can still function is my point. We need to always be in a position where we can still function. These assets, that's what they're here for. These financial vehicles, that's what they're here for. And when they get beat up, of course, Apple had earnings, clear as day. Look at the charts. What do you see? Down at the bottom of the linear regression band, clear as day. We was going there when we lost the mean line here. And it was evident that we wouldn't get no stimulus deal. The talks about Apple obviously being earnings at this point became very apparent that it wasn't going to happen because they were just trying to base their next movement potential to the upside on the funny money. Basically, the stimulus check. It had nothing to do with the raw metrics or organic growth. They had none, literally, to the degree where it, was warrant for the valuation that Apple has. And they still got iPhone sales that are declining. Year over year, their iPhone sales are declining, even in the super cycle. We just had the super cycle event with the iPhone 12 release. Again, y'all know Dan Ives, a Bush, he been cheerleading for that since forever. Since for 2 years, he was just going through this. I can't wait for Apple super cycle. I can't wait for Apple super cycle. The super cycle, every newsreel. Super cycle scenario came and what the market did. Yeah, about that. Okay, yeah, we got some more serious going on right now. We need for stimulus checks. People ain't got money to buy no dang on iPhone right now. Man, forget your iPhone 12. Basically, the market was that what the real world was saying. Man, you like, yeah, about that. Okay. Once y'all cut one of them Trump checks, then if you want me to buy an iPhone, I use it with this Trump check. That's about it. But other than that, I need to put some groceries in my house. I need to pay some of these bills, right? Bad timing. I guess one could say that. Bad timing, right? Who knows? All I do know is that, of course, these markets, have rode through Gravy Valley with biscuit wheels for a long time. Right? We're talking about, again, of course, I'm a long-term portfolio holder of long-term stocks. Of course, I feel the pain like everybody else do when we have these little downturns. It's not necessarily a pain for me because I understand now in my, my strategic thinking and my thesis and outlining a plan for my money, how I put it to work. Of course, I don't see it as anything less than just more opportunity. But for a lot of people who knew, of course, they can't make sense of all this. It's like, man, but it's Apple, right? They're using those kind of scenarios, but it's Apple. As if, that matters. Just because you can say, name call, right? You dropping names, okay, and the market be like, and? and? Because not so much of what the retail does is about what banks and institutions do. They're the ones controlling the tape. They're the ones making out of what these so-called big boy decisions. The same way we somewhat look at the government, and as if we can't make those same different executive orders and things of that nature that best suit our life. So I'm saying, so the number one thing that plays people the most is having a lack of resources. That's just part of human, and our existence, especially, in a capitalist society, but just in this day and age in the 21st century, right? The one thing you need above all things is ample resources at your disposal to survive it, because there's a lot of people out there trying to to take what you got, what little you do already have. Right? People not, of that, that humble disposition on a global level that as you would think they should be, because the insidious nature of greed and all these other different things that kind of keep people from being able to bond properly. And hence, that's why you have wars and whatever. All right, let me get off that soapbox. Moving on, brother. Moving on, brother. After right. But nonetheless, again, when we look at these different assets, that's what we're seeing. Right? We're seeing funny money come to somewhat of a momentarily halt or end, and markets have to go through their moment of taking a breath. all from the March lows up into up here where Apple was up near $500. Of course, pre the split, the forward split. The market was just going up and it was just holding its breath. It held its breath for the month of April, for the month of May, for the month of June, July, August, all the way up in September. It was just holding its breath. Did not take one breath of fresh air. It's just like, hold your breath. We finna go on a real big, a big ride up in the clouds, right? Where the oxygen levels is very thin. It choke you out, right? And that's exactly what the market did. Made an all-time high during the pandemic. I mean, you had stocks like Netflix, of course. Netflix and chilling, okay, yeah, whatever. Now more like, okay, we're just going to use this opportunity to run these stocks up, right? We're going to use this opportunity to run this market up. Again, Netflix went up there, made some phenomenal highs off the March lows. And believe it or not, at that time, Netflix was kind of getting ready to do some real serious pulling back. And I'm saying that because the competition, Apple TV, Disney TV, all these small, subsidiary private scenario, Hulu, HBO TV, everybody started coming out with all these new TV packages. Cell phone companies just even dropped one recently. T-Mobile got a T-Mobile television now. Couldn't make this stuff up. And all that means is that they're trying to keep most of all that money in-house now. So obviously Netflix fared well because they use everybody else's content to build up their business, their revenue stream. The other business like, no, that's them days over with, bro. We want all our content back. This your last month. We're gonna license it to you this last month, and we're gonna pull all that. Right, we're gonna come get all that there. I'm gonna get all that. That's basically what they did. That's exactly what they did. Right. So again, we just hit 4 o'clock, guys. 4 o'clock, the cash market is open. And I'm not gonna say you won't believe what just happened, but again, I understand that y'all know the market is funny. Then what? It's that funny money, right? Look what just happened the last 10 minutes of the market. Let's go to the 5-minute chart. Look at that candle right there. Look at that candle right there. The last 5 minutes of the market. 324.50 all the way to what? 327 dang near. Couldn't make this stuff up, right? You tell me Wall Street ain't about that life. You tell me these people ain't greedy. And you think, there's no consciousness when it comes to money in terms of their minds, so per se. So that might have been, again, I did say in the title of this video that Trump's last market pump attempt. Now, we might have didn't know where and when it was going to come, but apparently they were saving it, right? They were saving that bacon, right? Y'all know, like one of my favorite movies is I Am Legend, Will Smith, right? When he got hung out there, caught out there too late, and them little people that were trying to get out there and then jammed him up. And he got saved. Lady saved him and took him back to the house. And he was sleep knocked out. Next morning he woke up and smelled bacon frying. Like, what? I smell bacon. Came downstairs. And the only thing he was concerned about, not that he had his life saved, but he was saving that bacon for a momentous occasion. I smell bacon. I was saving that bacon. That's what the market did right today. The last 5 minutes, the market was saving that bacon. Couldn't make this stuff up. Look at that candle, guys. And we're still up higher after hours. Keep in mind, let's throw on the extended tab. Look where we're at after hours now. We went all the way up to like 327, 60, 66, 67, somewhere around there. So you're talking about roughly about, a 4, or close to about, 3 to 4, 3.5 point move in a matter of like 5 or 6, 7 minutes, 7, 8 minutes. All that liquidity rushing back into the market to try to front run what they perceive to be a retracement going into Monday, since we had such a downhill slalom of a move coming off the back end of after like 1 or 2 o'clock as of yesterday, when the market obviously was still trying to surge back up, and then of course it lost its footing and began to kind of pull back, pare back those gains, pretty much gave back all its gains that it made throughout the entire intraday session yesterday, it gave majority of it back during the after-hour session. Going into pre-market, today, of course, we found some support around about 326.68. If you watched the futures market last night, it was getting pummeled. Literally around about 1:50, 2 o'clock in the morning, 2 a.m., the market was down at its most lowest point. We talked the Dow was down like about 2%. Same way with the NASDAQ, it was SPY, everything was just getting pummeled. And then all of a sudden, magically, all this new money came out of nowhere and pumped the market up, brought it all the way back, until the point the S&P obviously was up, only down, I should say, around about maybe 0.45%, around about 7, 8 a.m. in the morning. So it goes to show you, again, these people have no chill. They will ring that register anytime they want, and they will cut on that printing press anytime they want. And they also have a mandate, of course, with the banks, of course, the BlackRocks out there, the JP Morgans, the Goldman Sachs, right? The henchmen, right? The henchmen of the stock market, calling for who they are and what they really are. Again, this kind of secret society, what they call the pump protection team. If you don't know about it, go Google it, right? Go look it up. Right? Who is the pump protection team? Right? They exist. People say it's a market myth, but I know different. I know better, right? Right? Of course, when there's a concerted effort to turn markets, who does it? Is it retail? Is it you and me? This right here is indicative right here. I don't have to talk anymore. This is the last 5 minutes of the market. Of course, you got some shorts covering too. We get all that. We ain't, we're not clueless. We understand our craft. But again, the majority of the shorts were covering down here. Hence, I covered off my my SPY puts and my Snapchat puts down into this point right here. Got the receipts to prove it, right? I'm out of there, right? I'm not finna fight with the market any longer. And on top of that, I had to get out of it because, Robinhood, they'll cut your options off at 3 o'clock. If you don't close them out, they're going to close them out for you. True story. I said, I'm out of here. That's all I need to see. I waited. I was saving that bacon, right? I was saving that bacon. I sat through all this here, just grinding, mashing back up. We pulled back. I got excited. And then I saw this happen. I said, oh, here we go. We're going to be one of them type days. So I had to sit through all this here to make sure I maximize my total profit margin of value or take off my options, right? My SPY puts and my Snapchat puts. Right. Today was definitely no shy of an awesome day. Of course, didn't had these days before, but I'm always grateful every day I get a chance to pull money from the market. Right. Any day I get a chance to pull money from the markets, I'm always, excited and humbled by that. Because I say to myself, you know what, Willis, all you have to do is stay diligent, stay disciplined. You're only going to get better, right? All of you all who pay attention and tune in and hang out with your brother, which I'm always grateful for, just being around this, even if you're not even in the market quite yet, and you're just kind of listening and learning, at some point, you're only going to get better. The information is going to begin to make sense at some point. As I like to say, dollars and cents. And then, again, from there, it's going to be lights out. Because, see, once you learn this in a way where you know how to control the majority of what you do in a strategic fashion, which brings about profit, that's revolutionary. Because you'll never be in a situation where you'll be what? Needing funds, needing money, needing opportunity, so to speak, right? Of being dependent upon someone else to float your boat. You yourself will now be your own what? Banker. Let that marinate. That's a t-shirt moment, right? I know somebody probably already said it once before, but I got to repeat that again, right? You're your own banker, right? A t-shirt would read something like, I'm my own banker. And people are like, what do you mean by that? They might look at you crazy. That's t-shirt moment. That's t-shirt moment all day. To be able to write your own paycheck, right? To cut your own check, so to speak. When they say cut the check, okay, guess what? All right, if they slow and they dragging their wheels, guess what? I'm gonna cut my own check today. Hey, what's going on, family? What's going on, Sister Play Hard Adventures in the building? All right, just looking in the YouTube chat, back chat. Sorry, What's going on, sis? Peace, power, and profit to you. Go subscribe to our YouTube channel, right? Y'all know when I say that, y'all know what I mean, right? Y'all know exactly what I mean, right? Awesome content creator, our resident model in the building. Peace, power, and profit to you. Happy to have you in the house. Right, we have our family Lakara, the entrepreneur in the building. See that with a name like that? Come on, are y'all kidding me? See, that's what I'm talking about. A name like that is revolutionary. Letting you know off the whip. When you come to me, don't even come halfway, don't come half stepping, right? Elkara, the entrepreneur, right? That's powerful. Love that name. Peace, power, and profit. Thank you for coming through. What's going on, family? Christy McKenzie in the house as well, right? We have the sisters coming through today. Peace, power, and profit to all the awesome individuals out there, all the awesome sisters, all these women out here just taking advantage now of these markets and understanding how to, pretty much go make their own purse money, right? Go make their own purse money, right? Sitting around waiting on the fellas, to go buy them a coach bag. Like, no, I'm gonna go get the markets to handle that today. I'm straight, right? Because I ain't got time to wait on you, right? So shout out to all the ladies, right? Peace, power, profit to you. Happy to have you in the house as well. Everybody else that came through. If I missed you so forth, don't charge it to my heart. Again, I'm just over here grinding, right? Talking, doing what I do, sharing the market, sharing my experiences, sharing our experiences, and how it can definitely benefit us. So shout out to everybody tuning in today on this Friday. Again, nothing short of a crazy day in the equity markets. Again, you guys sat through this like I did, and boy, was it something crazy. And literally, again, we're talking about the last hour, guys. The last hour, they pumped the market all the way back up above the what? 200-day moving average. Couldn't make this stuff up. Of course, this is on the 5-minute chart, but it was strategically placed that way for a reason, because the algos moving what? They move on a time clock. They're programmed to move in synchronicity to certain time aspects of the market. If you study this stuff closely like I do, you'll see exactly when they come in and make these little moves. Right? You'll see it clear as day. Okay, what they say, I wrote a song about, like to hear it go. Let me show you exactly what I'm talking about then. Right? Let me show you. Right? At 11 o'clock, what happens here? Clear as day, you see it. 12 o'clock, what happens here? As it establishes support, so they set the thing up to make sure they get ready to what? To pop it and make that move. 1 o'clock, what happens here? In come a doji, which they thought would reverse and turn the market, but at that point, the energy to the downside was just too strong, so they couldn't fight it. No problem. Okay, 2 o'clock comes, here come what? Exorbitant volume. Now, what I'm saying is, let me stretch out this volume here on the bottom here. All right, let me see if I can stretch it up a little bit here, right? They ain't gonna let me do it that way, I forgot. All right, but nonetheless, look right here, volume. Look right here, volume, right? Red, volume. Red, a little bit more red than green here, volume, right? Right here, sea of red all across there. You got what? Red at 1 o'clock, what you see right there? Volume. 2 o'clock, what do you see? Red, stop, then come all the green, set it up, green, volume. Let's move it to 3 o'clock. Then I'm gonna make you believe it today, right? You're gonna learn today. Look, red, green, all of a sudden, big green volume here, volume. Over 224,000 shares came into the market, literally right at 3 o'clock. This is a $300, a $320-some-odd ticket, meaning the SPY, the price of the stock. 224,000 shares came in at 3 o'clock, right on the dot. Is that retail money? Is that you and my money? It's probably baked in there in some kind of way, but is it more our money or is it somebody else's money? I'm just asking. I'm just asking. I pay attention to everything. The only way I'm going to be stellar at this for years to come is that I have to learn how to read every aspect of this market to the best of my ability. Because you know what? It costs me nothing. It costs me no more than a little bit of my time. I'm taking notes. I write on paper. I take mental notes. I'm always going to archive what I'm seeing in the market. So whenever I see these things happen again, I know how to react to them. I know how to strategically put myself in position to what? To benefit off of it. 5 minutes before the bell rings, come on, y'all see that volume there? Couldn't even. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I mean, look at these green candles into the close. You think that's retail money right there? Them big bullish engulfing candles. This one here starting. Man, look, these people so man, they so predictable. Right? They so predictable. Couldn't make this stuff up. Right? Couldn't make this stuff up. Showed you clear as day. Every hour on the hour, you got funding money coming into the market. 10 o'clock, you had outflows. Same thing. No different. Outflows here at 10 o'clock. Y'all know I got my little strategy, 9:50, 10 o'clock, pull back or reversal. It happened. This one here, it was more demonstrative because guess what? We know what's going into a very sketchy day. A lot of outflows were starting to take place. Again, we talking about the last trading day of the month, right? That's important, right? For a lot of these hedge funds, rebalancing their portfolio, this, that, and the third. Clear as day. Now, not necessarily, 13D filings in terms of quarterly positions, but they still rebalancing stuff like that, going out of certain months into others. Move some chess pieces around, make sure they free up the margin, especially with all the volatility that creeped into the market. Don't nobody want to be overly exposed out there with all that margin and get caught. That stuff can blow your account up. So you have to be able to understand that until markets realize that algos are programmed for this, and clear as day. That downhill slalom here, this little, trend band here with this kind of pullback here, that was clear as day what was going on here. Clear as day. They just wrote this thing down methodically, almost like in a straight line. True story. Markets don't move in a straight line unless they, controlled. Right? Market's supposed to move in sine waves, natural sine waves. Of course, that's been non-existent the entire, president election. President Trump, entire, 10 years as a president, right? They've been tearing up these markets. Boy, they found a way to get in there and pull them switches. Not talking about hitting switches. Oh, Trump hit some serious switches the entire 2017 to now. They've been tearing these markets up. So look here after hours. Look here. Look at this. Couldn't make this stuff up, guys. Look here. Hold the line. Hold the line. Gap it. Let's try to see if we can run it. Front running. Understanding when there's a time to take advantage of opportunity when it presents itself, they're going to do it. They fought all day to try to get this market back above the 200-day moving average. As soon as they hit a point where it began to be very apparent that it was just right enough, when everybody kind of, seemed to have either rung the register or gave up or took their losses if they had lost or got their back if they had back, they won the market, and then what? Ratcheted higher. Front load, try to get ready for what next week? Oh, this is overdone. Them type, man, this is overdone. This is just overblown, right? How many times they tried to save the market today and got what? Ran over. I'm going to save the market. I'm going to save the market. Ran over. I'm going to save the market. Ran over. Right? This is the market we trade. This is the market we trade. So I love it. Again, I love volatility. When volatility comes into the market, man, I get so excited. I'm so excited, right? That song and it just came out. Because I know that's how you make money. You make money with volatility. You need uncertainty. Because in that moment, people are they're making a lot of sometimes, unfortunately, some people make a lot of what? Irrational decisions. These emotional decisions that cost them what? Dearly. And the algos are printing money. And, when I say print money, they just getting a flux of cash coming out of the banks and whatever the Fed's mandate. So again, all this stuff is already taxpayers' money anyway. Let's be honest. These kind of volume bars don't come out of nowhere without a certain mandate. These big bullish engulfing candles like this, man, are you kidding me? Right? You know what this is. You know what this is, right? You know these moments when you see them exactly what's going on. That's what they call, that's the free cash flow haul moments in the market where you say, you know what? That's a moment to take the market. That's a moment to kind of, take some of this free money off the table. Because they ain't got no shame in their game. They have no chill. Right? They have no chill. Right? So again, we prepare for a lot, in a lot of ways for these things. But, for us, it's just all a part of what? Doing business, right? It's the cost of doing business. It's the cost of doing business. All right. So again, I love it. I love it. Right. I love it. Right. Rather be no other place than hanging out with you all, strategically looking at the market, trying to find a way to what? Better our situation financially. All right. So that's again, to me, it's revolutionary. So here's the link, guys. If you guys do want to come on the panel, I kind of went on my little, dissertation for quite a while there. All right. But again, y'all know me. It's like, there's a method to my madness, as I'm always saying. There's always a method to my madness. For everything that I, explain or talk about or, go in depth about, it has a lot to do with, what I've been able to kind of see, thus far in my trading career, so to speak, and how it makes sense in certain aspects of looking at the market from different angles, different optics, so to speak. And if it's beneficial, of course, take away from it. If it's not, of course, just keep it, keep it on and keep hanging out to the next scenario come around that makes sense to you in a way where you can benefit from it. Right. It's all about, it's a learning experience. Right. It's a sharing experience. Right? So again, we're just excited to see these markets, act up in the way they do, because again, being able to trade it properly can be something very awesome. Again, Amazon. Look at Amazon. Some of you guys beloved Amazon, right? Your beloved Amazon, they say. Amazon got that work today. Amazon got worked today. Even with the earnings beat. They beat earnings. They beat pretty decently too. But it comes a time when you done made so-called all your money pre-earnings report. You made all your money before the earnings report come out, and it's like, man, look, what else? I mean, come on. We already gave you a freebie already. We already gave you a freebie, Amazon. Chill out, right? Of course, you can't tell shareholders that who don't understand the game, because they get lost in the sauce. They just think everything's supposed to go up and continue to go up and go up, go up, go up, go up. This last earnings here in Amazon, it's trading at around about $3,000. Literally from July, basically end of July, basically I would just say August. From August all the way to September the 1st, 1 month. I know that sounds like a lot, doesn't it? 1 month, Amazon went from 3,000 up to about 3,600. It picked up $600 in 1 month. Meaning you, the trader, the shareholder, the investor, whatever, you could have bought one share of Amazon at the end of July, and by the first, second day in September, you would have cashed out $600 in profit. That kind of return. That kind of return. Your bank could never give you that, right? Your bank can never give you that. I mean, I know I'm preaching to the choir when I say stuff like that, but of course I got to say it anyway. That's $600 in 1 month. So again, look at Amazon runneth over the entire pandemic. Of course, because use case. Everybody was online. Of course, we get it. We understand what's going on here. And March lows was just like a gift, right, for Amazon. Right? It pulled back slightly like everybody else did. It came down and hit around about 1,600, and it didn't look back from that point forward. 1,680, forget about it. Banks, U-Haul trucks, Brinks, everybody backed their truck up and dumped money into app because it was heir and apparent. We talked about this stuff back then, if y'all remember. Like, what are some of the companies that are going to benefit during the pandemic? Unanimous decision was what? Amazon. It was unanimous. People knew that Amazon would be definitely a beneficiary of a pandemic. Not rocket science. You didn't have to be an investor for 30 years, have gone and sat at the feet of the greats and gurus and went to MIT and business. No, use case. You're a consumer. You knew, obviously, if you stuck in the house, how else were you going to get your products and goods and services? Clear as day. All you had to do is recognize that, especially when they crossed over the 200 moving average, which became a buy signal. We were roughly around by 1858. Clear as day. And then from there, it was, again, Gravy Valley biscuit wheels. From there, all the way to $3,600 from $1,800. The lows were 16. But the 200 moving average crossing 1,800 all the way to $3,600. You're talking about a double This stock doubled. It doubled. It's up over 100%. And what 1 month, 2 month, 3 month, 4 month, 5 month, 5 months. Amazon stock doubled in 5 months. Let that marinate. I'm just saying, right? As they say, numbers don't lie. Numbers don't lie. Even when they manipulate it, they still don't lie. Because when they find them, and they find it is what it is. Either change it, complain about it, do something, change, whatever. But when they settle, they are what they are. That's a 100% move in the stock. And you didn't even have to buy the entire, shares of a stock. If you couldn't do it, you could have bought it through Stash. You could have put $100 on it, right? You could have put, $200 on it, $1,000 on it, whatever you had to put on it. You would have made 100% off that if you'd have bought on the March lows. Basically, if you put in $200 on the March lows, right? It'll be worth about 400 plus right now. Well, at the peak, I should say, at the high point of Amazon at its all-time high. Not so much even that. It actually makes about near almost to the same value now. Give or take, because obviously you're off about $500 off the highs, but still, you still been up over $150 off a $200 investment. You put in $1,000, you would have walked away with $1,000, another $1,000 basically. I mean, on and on and on. Y'all get it, right? That's why we love this stuff. Again, there's no other game, on the planet, right, that gives you such an opportunity. Land, real estate, of course, yeah, you can deal, but you know what that comes with, a whole lot of headache. Some people love it, of course. I'm not saying it from that perspective, but it comes with dealing with people, right? Y'all know how that goes. Sometimes that could be and it was a pandemic. Here, all we did is sat in our basements, our offices, our living rooms, our bedrooms, our back porch, our front porch, at the parks, isolated from everybody else, at Fish Creek, on the boat. Again, i.e. me, right? Trading out there on the boat in the middle of the lake, getting it in, catching fish and catching money bags. True story. Again, the athleisure of the opportunity is my point. Didn't matter as long as we had the essentials, Wi-Fi, signal, cell phone, laptop, computer, broadband connection, whatever, some capital and some knowledge. We ready to rock. We ready to rock. That's all we need. That's it. We travel light. Let that marinate. We travel very light. We can walk out the house without even having a wallet, unless we just have to worry about, having an ID on us, right? Depending where you stay. All we need is a cell phone, laptop, or what? Tablet. Mobile, reality. And we ready to rock. I made a practice of this entire week. I made this entire week a practice of working on, of course, my little Robinhood account. I took all my money out that mess. I was about to call it trash, because that's how I felt about it when I got that news that, they had those security issues and all that. I was like, man, mess with no Robinhood. Because every now and then I would trade on. I had a little money sitting in it, just for being able to trade, to take advantage of some day trades. And I pulled all the money out of it, literally. About a couple weeks ago. And then Tuesday, I said, you know what? A couple of earning plays. I trade a lot of my options through my Tastyworks, right? Y'all know, I'm always posting my little Tastywork, printouts and so to speak. So I said, let me give them a little try. Let me see if they got their act together over there, at Robinhood, right? So I only funded it with like $80. So it was like $80. I ain't put no more, no less. It was like 70 to be exact. I think it was like $70. That's what I funded it with. I got the receipts to prove. I posted, right? Y'all know me. I'm always like, hey, ain't no big deal. Because I think I had like, to be exact, like $10. I mean, I had an old stock I had left in there that I did not cash out to stop. And it was like $10 sitting in it. Right? It was one of them little penny stocks that I had took some profit off of it and left like a little bit in it. Right. So it was like 10 or $12 in it. So I funded it like with $70, right? Now, strategically, I funded it that amount for a certain reason, because I was trying to buy this particular option. So it had a purpose, of course. But I funded it with like a little $70. I bought my little position. Of course, it was First Solar. You guys, been following me on Facebook or wherever in the groups. Y'all know I talked about it. But it was First Solar. I bought the options called the $90 strike calls expiring this week for their earnings report to come out, which was Tuesday, right? Tuesday after hours, right? But I bought it, obviously to be able to, take advantage of that going into Wednesday, because I figured they was pretty solid on beating their earnings because of all the political news, all the stuff with renewable energy, solar panels. I had a thesis. Y'all know it. Y'all know I go to work when I break that stuff down when I can. But nonetheless, of course, that stock ended up being a banger. Not only did it exceed, it did phenomenal. Basically, went up from like $85 all the way up to dang near $98, right? As soon as the market opened up, it spiked. I cashed out. I'm out. I was like, I only paid $70. I'm cashing this out quickly. Clear as day, as you can see right here. When it bounced. This is on the daily, so this is daily chart. So let's go to the 1 hour real quick here. Right. This is the earnings gap up. Right, as you see the E for earnings, right? They blew their earnings out of the water, as you can see there. Estimated 87 cents on EPS. They turned $1.45, almost double, right? Real big beat there, right? Really big beat there, right? And they beat on their revenue, right? They had big cash haul, during that time stand as well, because again, renewable energies, people were moving to a lot of stuff like that. A lot of people couldn't pay their electric bill naturally because of COVID, so people putting in solar panels to take. Man, look, people always got to find a use case to live and make their life better. But nonetheless, the stock benefited from it. It jumped up from like $81 a share and went up as high as like 97, 98. I had a $90 strike call, right, that I bought. Again, that position cost me $80. $80 for that stock, for that option, so to speak. Again, I cashed out $525? $525. I cashed out. So less than 24 hours, I was in, I was out, bada bing, bada bung, no problem. Again, keep in mind, I only funded with $70. I took that $525. Keep in mind, this was just strictly Robinhood. I had other trades going on and Tasty Works and all this stuff too, still banging them out, right? Webull. But I was only focused on Robinhood this week and this week only for a reason. I just want to kind of, again, as I say, make my Robinhood great again, right? Yeah, doing MAGA, right? Make Mara, in this case, make Robinhood great again, right? I took that $525 and I strategically, worked it, right? I bought SPY puts, daggered them. I bought Snapchat puts, daggered them. Took some profit table and what was the one I took? No, it was a Snapchat. I took Snapchat for a quick move that it made. Wednesday, I sold that, I think. Actually, I broke even on it. I know what I did. I repositioned my position. I bought one and I sold it, and I actually broke even on it. I made like about $3, somewhere around there, because I wanted to reposition the short. And good thing I did, because when I got out of it, it spiked up, right? Snapchat spiked up, which is really good. So I got out unscathed, and I repositioned the opportunity to kind of getting on the pullback, right? So as you can see, it spiked up here, right? As you can see, I went sideways, and I kind of barely made a little, off the little pullback there, and it came back up. I said, "Oh, I'm gonna get out," and it went up, and again, banged out way up here. I said, "Okay, I'm finna get short on this," right? Next day came up, I got short on Snapchat for the pullback, clear as day. And as you see here, the rest was history. So basically, that $525, between that and my SPY puts, again, I bought SPY puts, 331 puts. Y'all know I showed that stuff. That $70 turned into $2,300 in 3 days. In 3 days, I turned that 70 into $2,300. That kind of power. That's what I'm talking about. That's that revolutionary stuff, right? That's that. I don't care who in office, what president, what Congress, right? I don't care about none of that. I know it has implications borrowing on my life. Of course, you know what I'm saying when I say that. But they don't stop my opportunity. Unless they're going to shut down the stock market, right? Unless they shut down the stock market. When you have that kind of power, right? Then it's like, okay, well, see, yeah, about that, right? About that. We're not concerned, right? We're not concerned. Again, we'll let people fight over that stuff that want to fight about that. We're gonna say, you know what? How can I leverage this? Right? Oh, sorry, Sister Mo. I'm sitting there talking to you. Y'all know I am. Y'all know I'm old. You gotta type that up in the back chat. I'm trying to get in the panel.
It's fine.
I just had an Earth Day, so my brain got got a year older.
You got older.
Yeah, this is 1 year. Our prophecy, how you doing today?
Peace, Father, and Prophet, Brother African Emporium. Phenomenal move. I was trying to be right behind you, but I got a hand on that darn think or swim now though.
Oh yeah, I know you opened up your account today. So yeah, go. I'm sorry. Dang it. Yeah, go in on that. So
yeah,
how was your experience?
I had already had think or swim. I didn't know I could do options, and then you guys gave me some, some awareness on Wednesday, and so when I went in to it, I didn't know I had when I placed the order this morning. I did I was trying to be slick because I was late because I didn't get it the day before. So I was trying to be slick and I placed order this morning, but it moved so quick. I did a limit order and it didn't take, and I was like trying to get the timing down. And I was like, but when I did the limit order, I had a good price on Qualcomm because I know Qualcomm moves with SPY. And when I seen you posted that, I was like, oh, snap. Okay, let me go back and look at this chart again. Maybe I'm tripping. So I did, and I placed it at, I did a put at, it was at, I had did the strike price, I think it was like 123. And
this is Qualcomm, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
I had
awesome.
did 123, and the strike price was 123, and I have paid 38. But I had did a limit, but it was moving so quick. So I was like, why this thing not taking? That's why I had posted that picture. And I'm looking at it accumulate dollars. So I'm like, what is going on? Why I don't see it on the main screen? So I had to call TD American Trade. I said, hey, I placed this option, but why didn't it go through? So the guy was like, you did a limit call.
Right, and it didn't get filled. Yep. You learning, it's learning. But you know what?
Filled, right?
That's the greatest thing that could have ever happened to you. Know why?
Why?
Because not only did you have to what?
Yeah, I had to
slow down and
I had to slow down.
Right. Leave no stone unturned. Do all your check down, all your PMCS checks, like we always talk about. What your preventive checks and maintenance and services. Even though you're still learning, you always go through your troubleshooting. Yes. And so in doing so, it might have slowed you up just a little bit to kind of get more right. And so by the time you got filled on your trade, what happened then afterwards?
No, I didn't get filled because it had the bid. I guess when it sits there, my limit price was so low, it had moved up.
So you didn't get a chance to get filled on that one altogether.
Yeah,
okay.
Didn't get filled.
Well, I know you had traded. Oh, so okay, yeah. Well, I know you traded the day before, right?
No, what happened the day. Remember the day before? Okay, so here's what happened. The day before, when you all showed me how to do it, when I went in a TD Ameritrade to do it, it wouldn't let me click on. I had to open the options account on my. Because what was happening on my phone was that I wasn't able to see, like I was seeing the options on some equities, but not all the ones that I wanted. And I was like, something ain't right. So I went into the desktop. And of course, by the time I figured out it's after hours, I went into the desktop and I noticed when I tried to do it, it wouldn't let me. It said I had to apply. So let me back it up. I sent a message to TD Ameritrade on my app. And I was like, I'm trying to figure out why options aren't showing on all the different equities. And so he's like, they sent me a message back and told me log on to the desktop and, walk me through the scenario. So I did. And I had to do the whole little count thing for the options piece. And then by the time it became active, I didn't put it in because trust me, I listened to you very well on Wednesday. I was like, yeah. I'm got to make this play, but I needed another count because remember my Weeble, I done traded all out.
Your PDT rule kicked in. Yeah, and again, that's why I tell people, because they don't caution then, to get more brokerage coins.
Yes.
When I say, get these brokerage accounts, I'm saying, hey, this is how you leverage, you get around the what?
Yes.
The rules in the system, right? Because we've been tried and tested and true to this stuff for a long time. So, we already know how to hustle. Right?
You did. And you know what? And I was telling myself, I said, they kept saying, get as many as you can. And I wasn't really paying attention to that at the time. But now once you get involved, you understand. Snap, I can make this play right here, but you can't make it if you can't trade.
You got 4 or 5 brokerage accounts. That means you have what?
Yeah
15 to 18 different day trades you can take in an entire week. If you don't want to fund it with 25,000, meaning if it's American-based broker that has the PDT rule always established in it under the law scenario that they have on the SEC law, obviously that was enacted by Bush. That's why I keep throwing him under the bus. All right? But you get trade the market, with a minimum of what? 18 days. So all those counts are kind of, got a little money sitting in there ready to rock, because I'm always saying stay ready so that way you don't have to worry about getting ready.
Mm-hmm. And you know what?
Yeah, go ahead.
When you said you had liquidated liquidated almost all your Robinhood, I think I had did it around the same time. We never discussed that. It's just that they had I had did an options in Robinhood, and I actually sold it on time before the 3 o'clock deal, and they canceled the whole. It sold it. Well, it said as if it had sold, right? And then I look again, it came back and said canceled, and they just kept the money. I was so mad at them, but it was around the same time you had did yours. I took all the money out of all the stocks, and I was like, oh man, it takes like 3 days. Okay, I was gonna put it in my stash, and then I was like, you know what? I seen some moves. I was like, oh, let me put this back, and so. So I went back and I put the moves back, but I watched. You know what? Hey, listen to the chat out there. If you all stuck around long enough, I mean, I don't use all the terminology, but African Emporium does. But I listen very well, and I can watch this strategy. And if once you show me something, I write it down, I put it into play, and I'm like, okay, I can make these moves, and you can make your own decisions. And so some people I'll just be trying to figure out. I'm like, man, I know if I can figure this. I mean, if I can learn it, because I didn't have to figure it out. Because once you guys show the strategies over and over and over, you start to pick up a little something. So I just knew I was gonna make me a couple $100 today. I said, oh yeah, I'm gonna buy. You made 23. I can at least
all that money that was being made today. It was just a massive liquidity move. Again, that's why I tell you we live for volatility. So of course you had the right energy, and that was it. So sometimes we just, again, you still building out your, your business, as I like to say, because once we come, this far where we get initiated into the markets. I liken to that of an online business. That's why I'm always saying that.
Yes.
And so you're just establishing what? Your back office now. So guess what? That was just another part of your back office that you had to build out, right? It came at again, a crunch time, but nonetheless, now you ready to rock. So you don't have to worry about having that, kind of, in the way anymore. You have that access to other brokerage accounts and, access to ample amount of, trades that you can take now when you kind of ran one of them down, like, well, I go to the next one.
Yep.
Right. Yep. And just keep popping. So, that's it. So, of course, today was definitely a money bag day too. Money grab day, I should call.
And you had pointed out, I think it was on Tuesday. I don't think it was on our Wednesday show, but I think it was on Tuesday when I was doing my training and you done with yours and you came in our Zoom. And you had talked about filling the gap, and I think that's how I was gonna make that Qualcomm play, because I went back. I was like, okay, so when you all said, Sister Camille had already talked to when she did her little training with me, she was doing some back tracing, and she talks about filling gaps a lot when she does her, when she gives you a little block of instruction, and so when you said it then, I was like, okay. I started looking back at the chart. And so I was telling one of my friends, I was like, listen, you don't have to, we're not telling you you're not going to be as eager as us yet. But if you stick around long enough and you start picking up the lingo, you start paying attention to the chart, you start doing your own little study with it, you really can catch on and you could benefit. And so like today, I just knew that today, and anybody knows when you start posting, especially when you start posting SPY, if you can't catch the $2,300, you could at least catch the $100.
Catch something when you can. Again, I always try to, add a little carrot.
Yeah.
course, I could be wrong like anybody else, but that's what we study for, because that's why I say that's the power of your village, right? It's a think tank. Everybody's working in tandem to try to provide opportunity. When we see it presents itself, of course, that's still your decision whether you want to, barbecue or mildew. But the fact that, you got everybody working, right, to try to, find that needle in the haystack scenario, so to speak, and the rest is just like history.
I did do Tiffany this morning.
Okay, I did. Saw you posted something about Tiffany too. Yeah,
it was quick. It was quick, and even though I knew it would go up.
Yeah, go ahead, Sister Mo. You cut out. Sister Mo, you there? They cut out. Testing. Is it my mic or is it her? Can you guys hear me? By any chance in the back chat? Can you guys hear me?
I feel like the show.
Okay, there you go. There you back. Right. So I might have thought it was mine. I'm always testing mine regardless. But yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Sister Mo, you there? Okay, it's going in and out, I think. Sister Mo, you there? Yeah, I think she's probably having a little problem with her mic. We'll give her a minute. She'll come back in. But yeah, again, I was just showing you a little trade. Since we spoke about it or speaking about it. So again, it's just what we do. And of course I gave my little thesis on it. As you see here, added $80 back. I closed it down. Well, I didn't close it down. I just took money out of it because of the issue. And I added a little $70 back to it. Tuesday. And again, I had it planned for doing it. Of course, like I said, I was trying to trade First Solar, right? The energy stock, that, solar panel stock, to get to buy the calls for earnings, that call on it cost me $80. And, I put it to work again. That was like every bit, like I said, 3 days. So 3 days worth of what they call, trading, because again, that Tuesday buy before the bell was just to acclimate the trade. Come Wednesday, of course, that was going to be showtime. So the stock obviously ended up performing. It gapped up early, ran up to like 95 and change, near 96. I sold it quickly, got out, turned that 8 into, like I say, the 525. Well, to that regard, went back into the market, start prepping for my SPY puts, right, and start trying to send up for my Snapchat scenario, and strategically kind of moving things around to kind of bang it out. And so, I bought those SPY 331 puts. Expiration for obviously, for Friday today, of course, in this case, and I let them go to work. I watched all the volatility Thursday, so I was not, shaken and moved. I stayed, diligent into my thesis of what I feel like the market was going to do based on all the different, tea leaves, so to speak. And it was up and down all over the place, of course. I was like, okay, I get it, right? I'm used to this. I understand what's happening in the market when market makers are trying to shake people out of trades and this, that, and the third. I stayed the course, right? I stuck to my thesis. And again, the rest was, like I say, history. So even before the market opened up, well, when it opened up and I began to, even share it with our family in the back chat, of course, our investment group, I was like, I'm looking for a minimum about $500-$600 today, right? I initially made that very plain. I'm looking to get about $500-$600 out of the market today in terms of my Robinhood account, that is, of course, right? In the trades that I had set forth, obviously in that case being Robinhood, Snapchat short put position, and also my SPY puts, my S&P 500 puts. And so I hit my, quota pretty quick. When the market turned, I wish I don't have a timestamp on this, but I wish I had a timestamp on it. But as you can see, it was still early, right? Because know Robinhood is. This is pretty much how the market is moving throughout the entire day. So this was still pretty early in the day, right? And the market's still kind of waking up, and the market was already kind of making the move. I was looking for. I said, okay, we're finna bang out today. And so instantly, I turned that 500, whatever, as you can see, cleared, the math don't lie, that $500 that I started that day with, or, today with, and instantly turned that into, $600, in profit, that is. So my total at that point was now what? 1218, right? So instantly I said, okay, it's going to be one of them type days. So then I went to work like I always do. Let me go look at the charts. Let me go look at all the different things to make sure that I can chart this thing properly in terms of my price target. So I began at that point to establish some price targets that I was looking to see that, I needed to see happen in the market, meaning that stock in order for me to feel confident to stay in it, right, and not take profit, and just kind of head for the door, right? So again, this is me kind of talking my way through all of it. I was sharing it with our group, our Facebook group. So again, you guys, in there, y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. Right? I'm updating as things going. I'm updating my position. I'm updating, how much I'm up based upon this, this or that or this metric. And so, of course, as you see here, as the day went on a little bit more, of course, it began to kind of stretch out. So this was just showing you what I was for the entire week. So that way I said I got to put the invoice out there. I don't want nobody to think I was just talking, right, or that I'm cheating, right? Because y'all know I'm transparent in that regard. You can see that straight line there coming out of last week into this week. It was what? Straight line. That means I did no trading in my Robinhood. That's my receipt right there, clear as day, right? I was doing no trading. I let you know, I all I had left was in there was that little bit I told you I had, right? That little $10, right? And so I added the 7 in that, and I started with $80, right? And so of course it gapped up just because my first solar trade that I bought, or that call buy I bought, and that that put me up like about 500 and change, of course, right? And then from there, I took my other positions, of course, in this case, Snapchat and SPY, and I began to bang out. So of course by near midday, close to midday, 11-ish, I was up now 1,500 from 12. So I picked up additional 300. Right. So of course I'm still in the trade. I was like, I'm finna, I see what's going on here. I see what they're gonna try. Today is gonna be a real fight in the market, right? And so if I'm gonna, maximize this trade and get the best bang for my buck in this trade, I'm gonna have to sit through all this because I know they want this stock to kind of this market to fall lower, and they're gonna try to shake everybody out the market, right? Shake all the weekends out, get the stop loss hit and all that, and then they're gonna drop the market almost like they did the previous day at the end of the day. So as you can see here, up here I was up around about $2,000. I went up to like $2,000 and change in about, I don't know, maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours at most. I was up like 2,000. So basically $80 now was worth what, $2,000. After that, in came all the market pumping, right? From 11:30, 11:20, all the way, through 12 o'clock, which is egregious, of course, right? 12 o'clock, and then near 1 o'clock, and then the market turned around and kind of start bouncing. But all this right here, I pretty much gave back from 2,000 up here all the way back down to around about, I want to say 1,000. I gave back $1,000 in profit. Now some people like, man, that's crazy. That's brutal. Bro, you could have cashed that up there and been good, right? Of course, yeah. But again, my style of trading is more, again, reflective of how I trade based upon how I value and view the market in terms of my being able to kind of make sense of the market. Sorry about this, Sister Monica. I'm sorry. I had to go back and look at it real quick. Make sure you're back. Because actually, y'all know I know where seeing it when you sharing the chart. But again, like I said, gave back $1,000, right? After being up $2,000, I stayed true because I said, you know what? It's going to bounce, right? This is just algos taking over, because y'all know lunchtime happens in Wall Street around about 12. A lot of the algos take over. And so, of course, at that point, you don't have any kind of antagonistic trades on either side of the bull market down there, down in the pit. It's just more algos just buying, right? Rather do people have sell orders in a higher liquidity they like today if they ain't there to kind of monitor themselves? Because you're talking about millions and billions of dollars that these people dealing with that's coming through their little broker hubs, right? So it was clear that the algos had took over and just began to melt the market up on no volume, right? Very low volume. Ultimately, it was just more of the basic of what we know it is. It was just a dead cat bounce, right? Some of you guys may be familiar with that. We've been talking about that before. It's what a dead cat bounce is when market actually kind of bounces off low to no volume at all. Market kind of reflux off, maybe shorts covering. The market just did that, in hindsight, kind of, on the inverse perspective, because you see how it's turned over this way. This is my profit scenario, but if you flip it on the other, flip it upside down, it'll show you what a dead cat bounce look like. And so dead cat bounce pattern is it bounces off a certain point, pivot or support. It pulls back, right, or jumps up, or retraces a certain part of where it came from. It hits a point of resistance, and then it falls back down to that close to that near point of support.
But that's Emporium. The screen that you're sharing is the Robinhood. Are you sharing the chart? Are you talking the chart?
Yeah, I'm talking about the Robinhood one itself.
Oh, okay.
Can you see my mouse? Is it showing my mouse?
Yeah.
Let me click no. Yeah, I'm just showing you what it looked like you know, from the mouse perspective, not necessarily the chart.
Oh, okay.
But I'm using this to show you what, just from the optics, how to look at this and still see the pattern, right?
Okay.
Because you see right there, you see that what? The bounce here, right?
Yep.
In this case, this was just bounce to the downside. This is me losing profit because the market started to what? Go up. I'm shorting the market, right? So if I'm shorting the market, when it pulls back like that, that meaning what? The market going long on me, right? It reversed on me. It did. Of course, I sat through it because I already had formulated what I thought to be what I knew was going to happen in my own right through my, you know, my so-called studies, was that we just were bouncing here. We're just going through a cat bounce. And clear as day, that's what it did. So resistance here, of course, right? Came back down, you know, hit some support and bounced again. And then it what? It followed through and began to what? Take another leg lower. In this case, I was going into profit at that point because the market was downtrending. That's when it began to kind of what? Avalanche itself down to the downside. And we broke that 324, and 323 came really quick, right? Even down to 322 and change. So as you can see here, literally, the timestamp is right there. All right, I'm out of there, right? I sold literally right into that 245 window when it kind of hit that, you know, that peak, right into that peak, that 5 minute scenario. I'm out. All right, so I sat through all this and saying all this to pick up an additional what? $300. Right, that $300. That's I was saving that bacon. I was saving that bacon. I was saving that bacon. I know this market. I know them. I know these jokers. I know when they're trying to shake people out the market and hit raise stop losses and, you know, these liquidity crunches, and when they're doing that and trying to shake the market. They already had a mandate. They was going what? Floor this thing. It was just too much outflow. The outfleeting volume pretty much showed you that. If you really pay attention to a lot of the candles throughout the day, the volume candles that is, if of course they was going to dump this market. So I said, you know what? I'm going to take it to its maximum potential. Again, like I did that first solar trade and many other trades I've taken. And I explained why I was doing it. Right? So again, you know, sat through again, you know, from being up 2,000 and walked away with additional $300. So that $300, you know, that was a call that plus tax. I got plus tax on that trade. Right? That's gonna be my fishing money. So I'm gonna buy me some fishing lures with that, right? Give me some baits or something. But no, but that's just it. You know, that's literally how we, you know, strategize and plan to do these things. So again, of course, again, $80, like I said, turned into $2,300. Again, this is not even counting what I did in my Tastework account, right? Because I had puts over there. I had 334 puts, and SPY over there on what, Tuesday into Wednesday that was expiring. Man, I just leave it alone, right? But I just simply was just showing use case, a case study with my Robinhood based upon, you know, the whole issue that happened with Robinhood. So $80 turned into $2,300 in 3 days. Clear as day right there. There's my receipts. Right, there's definitely my receipt. No trading up until then, as you can see there, clear as day. I did no trading in this account. I had gutted it. I took all the money out and put it back in, literally $70. Again, you know, Tuesday before the bell, bought that first solar. It banged out. It beat on earnings. It gapped up. Closed that out. Bought those, you know, SPY Snapchat puts, and the rest was, you know, history. So again, you know, but hey, you know, y'all know what we do. All right, this is exactly why we go hard, right? It's exactly why we go hard. Exactly why we go hard. No, but no, go ahead. Keep explaining your trade, Sister Marna. You back? I'm sorry.
Oh no, that was it. I was, you know, I'm pretty confident. I was just like testing my strategies, and as you see, I've actually gone from, I mean, I still have my $20 a day, but then I was like, I'm able to make $100+ dollars. I'm like, oh snap, I'm getting good at this thing.
Facts.
So
now let me ask you this. So you know, we never have a moment to miss in terms of being able to give some good training information. Mm-hmm. What about, you know, what was it about this week? Of course, you know, every week, of course, you've been progressing, obviously, naturally, right? And it's a good thing. Of course, you feel you've seen a lot of different things that you didn't see before. Your experience is now becoming your what? Your teacher, right? Mm-hmm. Beyond any little tips, you know, tips and tidbits you get from us, because that's what the market does. The market is a proving ground. You have to perform, right? You have to perform, mm-hmm. right? Because nobody can sit there and really hold your hand through unless y'all just doing, you know, like a group trade, right? But for the most part, you're learning how to what? Work it, right?
Yeah.
You learn how to what? Ride that bicycle. Nope, no handlebars, right?
Right.
So what was about this week that gave you more confidence in your trading to allow you to now, take certain targets of $20 a day into much higher values of profit value? What was it that gave you that clue this week?
I started paying attention to the candles more. I had told myself I needed to understand that. So I understand the long term. So I'm pretty good with being able to analyze the function by using my FinViz, by going to the FinViz and then looking at the year to date, the 3 month, the 6 month, the year to date, and coming up with if there's a good target price to come in that long play for investing. So for the day trade, what I had to focus on was the candles. I didn't at first. I wasn't really paying attention to. I knew the news, but I couldn't determine if the stock was in a bullish manner or a bearish manner. And so I wanted to be able to make the decision before that same day because I was getting the $20 plays on the same day action, right? I would go in that morning. I would look at the equities. I would look at the charts, and I was like, oh, "Okay, I can make this play today." And I would get the $20, and I would just get out. But this week, well, last week into this week, I decided, okay, I want to be able to, because I realized I was getting out too early because the decisions I was making were good ones, but when once I reached my dollar threshold, I was done. I was like, oh, I got my $20, I'm done. But then I would look and I was like, wait a minute, it kept running. And I was like, why didn't I know that? I should have known that. So I started I had did a Zoom with Brandon and and when everybody got off of it, I asked him how, to help me start identifying some of the candles, the candlestick patterns for bullish and bearish. And so, of course, just like you and Chris, he actually made me bring up the chart and then go to pull up my some patterns, and I would say what they were, and then I would have to identify them on the chart. And I started noticing a trend with the patterns. And you guys say it all the time, but it had to sink in. And so it was three patterns that kind of stuck out to me. And of course, you notice I always trade Qualcomm because I'm comfortable with it because I know it goes up and down in the ATR. It goes up and down to the little $3 range, right? And I was like, at a minimum, I know I can make some money off of this, just a small range. And I
Sister Mo, you went out. Your volume went out.
My volume
you back
went
now.
out.
You back now. You back.
Okay. I was looking at the candles, and that's what changed my dollar value because I know when I see a certain pattern that it's gonna continue or on the uptrend or it's gonna pull back. And so of course, and then what happened was because I started looking at the history, I knew that if the pullback I'm gonna tell you, I look at
Sister Mo, you went out again. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. They trying to get them grants in before the first. They so late.
People calling in.
Yeah, they late, and I can't do everybody at one time. Everybody got to kind of wait in order. But anyways, what happened was I said, okay, wait a minute. I need to learn the reverse pattern as well. So I don't have the put pattern down just yet, but I do have the the bull pattern down, uptrend. And so I was like, okay, I need to learn that reverse candle pattern. If I get that reverse candle pattern, whether it's going uptrend or downtrend, then I'm gonna start learning the put trend. And so when I listened to you on Wednesday and I was watching the candles, I was like, okay, I think I'll be ready. So what I had to do was, because remember I'd already messed up the trades. My number trades.
Your day trades, I got you. Yep.
Yeah. So I was like, okay, I get the count right. And even though I got that count right, like you said earlier, I had to slow down because I got too excited. I got overexcited, and I knew I got to play.
And that's a natural experience. Keep in mind, this is a natural human experience. Again, you make money at this, I say what, at leisure, right?
Yeah.
When you make it at that level, of course it's invigorating. It really is.
Yeah. And you know, I was I had to train myself to do that on Webull because I had it stuck on the limit, and I know why had it on the limit. But however, I have to determine now. So okay, you have a you don't have a different strategy. You just have another element you're working on in the market. So you will focus on investing, and bam, that worked for investing. But now you doing something quicker. So on the options trade, you got to make sure when you see that price that you want, that strike price and that bid price you want, you got to make sure it's on the limit. I mean, on the market if it's after 9:30, and I wasn't paying attention, and I just hit the button. But what's fascinating is the fact that, um, some people would say, well, you're training under people and you're just doing it, because they're doing it. And I can actually honestly sit and say, I may not have the wording down, but I can tell you on why I did what I did on the charts and show you why I was making the move, which was important to me because I have, some other friends who are a little bit shy and they won't talk on the live. And so I can go back and I can share like mini sessions and then say, okay, now you need to go to the brothers for this one, right? But I could get you on the basics in the beginning. And so that was important. So that's what made my decision from last week to this week. Well, actually 2 weeks ago, because remember I made it last week too. Last week I did the 180 something. And this week I did twice 100 this morning and then 152, I think 2 days ago. So I was so now what I had to do, well, what I was gonna do was I was going to set up my charts for to place my options for Friday, and then so that I wouldn't fall into the day trade pattern deal. And
Right.
then so the day before, so I try to tell myself, okay, now my strategy is 2 days, a day before or 2 days before, so I don't get caught up in the day trade deal. And that means I had to learn the candles pattern for me. And I also use, of course, the linear regression band. I tested with the linear regression band and the Bolger band and the RSI and the EMA, but I know what I'm looking for. So I'll flash them on the screen because I remember Marquise is like, I don't even use indicators no more. And I was like, I need to get to that point, but I need to know the candle patterns. So I'll flash them on the screen to see, where my decision is as far as my price, my target price I want to come in at, and then I'll take them off, and then I'll do them for the different timestamps, and then so that the day of, when I go in the day of, though, if I'm gonna make a decision in the day of, I'll put it on. I have it saved to my 1 day, 1 minute chart, but I'll go back and look at the 15-minute and the 5-day 15-minute. And I do that in 3 different apps. I look at it in TraderView, I look at it in Webull, and then I'll go and I look at the support and resistance on the level 2 to see what the analysts are saying. And then I'll look at the news, and then I'll come back to the chart and I say, okay, you'll make it smooth. Because at that point, I got confirmation. It's just a matter of it's a matter of I want to spend the money. So I was like, okay, man, let me tell you, when I get ready to spend $100, it's a wrap. And 200, it's a wrap. I will be on it. But yeah, it was a matter of the pattern, the candlestick patterns, and knowing when it was going to make the reverse, when I can, when to come out the trade, when to stay in. And I know Thunder, he'll say, well, when I see the first red candle, and I was like, that's not gonna work on my side, because it might do something different, because I was noticing the patterns. I was like, okay, I gotta go to Investopedia now. I can't be tricking the trade. I have to actually look at it and then analyze it. And so that's where I am with it now, with determining the uptrend and the reverse pattern, so that I can actually make this decision to either get out the trade or stay in.
And that's what that's what it takes to build up the confidence. Because, again, in the very beginning, I was telling you guys, hey, this is a game where, your confidence really dictates your dollars, right? Because the more stable you feel, or more comfortable you feel in being able to have what we consider to be called confirmation to take certain trades, well, that's because you've seen like you've exhausted the majority of all the data, the natural due diligence, the technical, scape, or looking at the charts and all that to make that decision before you send that money down range. Of course, any trade up or down, it requires you to have gone through those things. And when you go into that trade with that level of indifference doesn't necessarily mean what, that you don't understand what you're doing. It's just that you're confident in where you are at that point. You've been able to you got through your what, where, your what, why, where, and then. At least your what, why, and where, if nothing else, right? That conviction comes once you feel confident about, again, everything that you've been able to kind of somewhat put into a perspective. And so the money that you're submitting at that time is no more than understanding what? Risk management, right? You did the risk mitigation by doing what? Checking out the schematics, the charts, and the volume and the indicators and all that, right? You did the risk management, in essence, based upon the actual stock in itself and any fundamentals or anything that's surrounding the stock that can, make sure there ain't no kind of underlying issues that may cause stock, to have issues throughout the actual trading session, so to speak, excuse me. And then from there, now you're just trying to figure out, what's going to be your what? Risk versus reward ratio. Am I willing to put up, 100, right, to make 20 or 30, right? Am I willing to put up, 300 to make 100? Am I willing to put up, again, 100 to try to make 300, right? Again, 1-for-3 ratio. Of course, that's anything above that on that side of the integer chart, right, is phenomenal, right? Again, who wouldn't want to put up 100 to make 200, right? Again, on and on and on. So, of course, options give you that because you're getting what? More for less. That's why it's such a potent reality. Of course, it comes with a lot of risk management, like any other trade. But above all things, what does options trading give you? It gives you a defined what? It gives you a defined risk. Meaning whatever you put up,
right? You know what you're going to lose.
You know what you're willing to lose. Right? They say you never invest more than you have willing to what? Lose. And in options, you have a very what? Strategic and mitigated aspect of risk already defined. If it's $100, then so be it. It's $100, right? Now, of course, you ain't saying you're gonna lose it, but it's implied that you feel confident enough that this is what I'm submitting. This is the business that I'm putting up today in order to go out there and attract what? More business, right? Because you're running the business. Your money becomes your what? Your employee, right? Y'all remember the movie How What About Your Employee? Well, what about your employees? Yeah, what about your employees, right? Everybody, your employees need love too. And if you don't value your resources that way, then you'll never understand what it's like to be responsible for money like that, in that perspective.
Say it again. Say that again.
And see, that's what separates us, because we're willing to put now, the onus on what? Our craftsmanship, our study habits, our due diligence, our training to formulate a thesis. Keep in mind, this is not no more of a theory. We ain't guessing like that now. We speculate to a degree, but a lot of this stuff is still formulated based upon a thesis. You do that when you go to the charts. You go that when you dig up the financials. You do that when you're digging up press releases, news catalysts, and all these different things. You're formulating a picture.
I like what you just said a second ago, because like some folk, and I think that's why they get caught up in, man, let me just give you 1,000 or let me give you 500 to do it, because they think that in their mind we just making it's like we going to the lottery and play the scratch off. Let me get 5 on that double diamond, and you just hoping that something happens. But this one, you pretty much studied the methodology, and you got a real good indication that you got a higher probability that you can make that, you could take that action. And most people just think that, just let me give you this money and let me do it for you. No, if you learn it, it would be much more beneficial to you.
Again, teach a man how to fish. That's our thesis. That's our whole modus operandi. No, we're going to teach you how to fish.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Of course, I would love to sit there and day trade for all my peers, all my family, all my friends. I would love to. Because number one, it's challenging to me. It's only going to make me better because then, of course, I'm like, I got to make sure I'm on my game.
Mm-hmm.
Now, things do happen in the market. Yeah, anomalies happen. But do you want that kind of level of responsibility on you when you're trying to obviously function and just make sure you can take care of yourself?
Say it again.
Some people can handle it, of course, but again, it's more useful if we learn it together. Because now we got what? 2 brains instead of 1. Another set of eyes instead of 2, right? Two other sets of ears, right? This is why it matters, because you're building out again a village. I keep saying that, of course, a workshop or environment where you have other people who are moving on the same paradigm as you are, same wavelength, same energy as you are, and so it becomes more what it becomes somewhat of a of course, it's inspiring, Of course, who don't want to see their peers or their family members making money too, right? But ultimately, it becomes like, now we running the business. Now we networking like we're supposed to. We running the business, right? Everybody, a part of this movement, so to speak, they bring something to the table, right? It's a performance-based business. Let me repeat that. This is a performance-based business model. That means you have to perform. You're not waiting on somebody to tell you how much you're worth or how much you should get paid.
It's not participative. It's not direct.
Exactly. You should live to be in a scenario where you performance-based. Think about that. Even on a corporate sector job, imagine if you was performance-based. Imagine if a lot of your co-workers on the job was performance-based. A lot of them probably won't have a job.
You're right.
A lot of them probably won't have a job.
For some of us, we get excited when you want to. Hey, you put me to a challenge. Oh, that's a wrap.
Because now the idea that you can make more money and you get a chance to show what you really worth, that excites a lot of people.
Yep.
I can make more money now for a change. By time.
Ooh,
y'all should have been seeing this in me. That you kind of go through that kind of mentality or that energy, right? Once the light bulb goes off again, or the bullhorn sounds, you're gonna go hard, right?
I'ma go hard.
Speak to that a little bit, Sister Mo.
So one of the reason is because it's kind of like if you ever wonder why people get big bonuses, it's on merit or performance. Some people are only driven on the duration that they're in the job. So the number of years. Well, I know if I get to 2 years, I get promoted to G7 or I may make management, and then 5 years I can do this or that. Where they're for some reason their mindset only got on a number of years and being able to get compensated differently. However, when you understand or you become a part of a corporation or government jobs, you know, or even in the private sector, you know that you can, when performance is in play, you either one or two things are going to happen. You're going to get, you can get bonuses for bringing revenue into the company or creating a system or a program for the organization, and they may give you a temporary raise for the time period of training those people to learn it. Or if you bring a certain dollar revenue into the company, they'll give you a bonus based off your sales that you brought in. Or maybe you've taken a promotion, they offered a promotion or created a position based on your performance, because now you've made yourself inexpendable at that point until someone else learns the actual way. So merit is so cool, but guess what? Like you said, it does take time, it does take due diligence, and it does take you sharpening your skills as an expert. And that means that you don't get complacent, because things change with time, and depending on who's in charge and who's in leadership, it depends on how it's going to change. And so you got to be ready. So if you sharpen your skills along the way via study, and that study could be whether you
embedded yourself into the academic world, or you're self-taught and you went on the internet and did it, or you sat under some other tutelage. The point is that you sharpen the skills so that you can stay relevant. And if you're relevant, then that means you could be definitely a power player and being merit based. I don't know. Did that make any sense? Yeah. So
I mean, you this is your lane, and that's why I had you speak to, because again, you dealing with people. You in the contract, the government contract world. You know what it's like. You got a team of people around you. You know what it's like to have everybody on 10 by 10, as they say, because it matters. You need to make sure that people are moving under that same wavelength, that same understanding that a dime does not need to hold up a dollar. And if everybody see the value in that dime that can turn into a particular dollar at some point, then you're gonna look to protect it, right? You're gonna make sure that you're gonna carry, supposing quote unquote, your load enough the way it doesn't affect everybody else's, right? Because if everybody eating together, of course, it's only imperative that everybody follow the rules. Or you go above and beyond to make sure you have the best meal afforded to each and every one of you, because you want people to have that same kind of value or outlook or commitment, and so to speak, in a lot of ways that you do.
Right. And so that you bring that portion in from the team perspective, when you create, when you can create based off of performance, you can add to that. You can build on that. So once you've already released that into the atmosphere of maybe your section, your department, your agency, or your company, and you could, like you said, the 10 by 10, you could duplicate yourself, then you could create more. So for some people, it's just a temporary compensation. No, because if you continue to do it, it become you can continue that steady flow coming in. So case in point, most people know we just picked up a contract in Chicago, and I was ranting about it at first till we finally got them license, them tags today. But we have a young guy that was working for another agency, actually one of our competitors, and I'm not sure why this guy hasn't gotten into contracting, but he knows the game just as well as we do. And one of the statements he made today was that he was analyzing the competition, and he was telling us some do's and don'ts that they do that he recognized. And so he was pitching to one of my owners. He was pitching to one of them that, hey, I know, I've been working these contracts for the past 25 years. I know how different contractors bid on the contracts. I know the prices, I pretty much got it down pat. And he was making like 6 figures, right, with the competition. And one of my owners was like, well, I'm not paying you 6 figures because, for one, I don't know your performance base. You could talk a good game, but I got to see it. Now we can negotiate based on you bringing in the work, and then our compensation, we negotiate a bonus, or a temporary raise. It was real funny because he's skilled, but when you coming into a new organization, they don't really know you, right? You might be trying to hustle us. So when you talk about the whole team and bringing in different contracts and understanding, when you know your stuff, like I'm very well versed in it and becoming more sharper every day. And so that's why, I'm getting ready to do the whole contracting thing as a sub under them to build my past performance to be able to, so we can leverage and work together. And that's the other thing about performance, is that when I commend you all for taking these hours to share with us, because we are able to leverage your performance and how you actually maneuver in the trading world to help us to duplicate very much, to become one of the next power players in the game. And that's kind of cool. Matter of fact, I'm not sure if you know this sister, but a sister hit me up. She's probably listening. Hit me up in Messenger and was like, she's spent 20 hours watching our shows, Brother African Emporium. I was like,
wow, nice.
Serious? Yeah, she was like,
nice.
We spent 20 hours just watching African Emporium, and then I saw you on African Emporium, so I started watching you all's shows last week. And she said I started making I was interested in the $5 a day deal, and so I started making moves. I went and I watched 20 hours worth of shows. She was in the chat today.
Okay.
Cynthia or Cindy.
Okay, so that is that the
you know her?
No, this because I seen a new face in the chat.
Yep.
Miss El Cara Entrepreneur, is that her?
No, it's the other one. Let me go up a little bit. I could tell you who she is.
The other Miss Cynthia
Do you know her?
Mackenzie, as I said,
yes,
I it right.
That's the name. That's the name. She
Miss
Christy
McKenzie, excuse me. Forgive me, Christy, if you still watching.
Yeah, Christy, high five to you. So she joined Stash. Yeah, she joined Stash and she got in there and do some trades, and she came in your chat today. And I was appreciative. I'm like, wow, you know how some people say, you guys do those long shows, nobody's gonna watch those shows. And she watched, somebody's out there watching. So
right, you never know. And that's why exactly why I'm not saying we strive to just be on here for 20, 30 hours, but these conversations are so they're constantly evolving, right? Information and data and knowledge that's transformed through any merit of teaching, sharing, providing data, whatever. It requires that. Imagine if you sit in the university, is it not the same thing? It's the same thing.
And some.
And some. The only difference is your interest now is more incentivized because you're seeing a potential payoff, a tangible payoff. Not I might get get hired. I may after I get all the student loan debt, I may get hired out there. You're not sitting through that. You're paying your tuition now. Mm-hmm. Your tuition is your time. That's the resource you're having to put up to earn your way through this. I say learn to earn. I'm always saying that, learn to earn.
Yes. There she go, Emporium. She's in the chat now. Yeah.
Peace, power, and profit to you, Christy. Thank you. Again, this is, to me, it's so humbling because I understand what it's like. And I know, it was, when it kind of light bulb went off for me in terms of being able to say, I don't want to day trade the market or trade the market in more real time, right? Understanding the long game and long-term investments, but being able to actually say, well, okay, today is the day I want to pull money from the markets. How do I do that? Literally, the question I posed to myself at that time when it really began to be air and apparent to me that I want to have other irons in the fire, more different streams of income, being able to be generated and coming in, right? Well, I have this specific, I always tell myself, I have a specific set of skills that I feel like, was given to me for a purpose, right? All this insight, intuitive value and wit and the ability to multitask. I took all this stuff that I took out of my corporate life, my military, my house upbringing, and I say, how can I use all of that and turn that into something special where I can make my own money with it? And then I always say this, through the least path of finish it out.
Resistance.
Say it with me, right?
Through the least path of resistance.
Because if you really understand what that means, then you ask yourself, why am I wasting a lot of my value and precious time trying to force a square peg into a circle hole?
Say it again.
And a lot of us do that because we're so convinced that at some point it's going to fit, right? We're in the habit of trying to prove, people wrong, markets wrong, life wrong, whatever. I'm not finna fight with that anymore. I've done those things at a time where it didn't matter. It didn't, it didn't matter. As we always say when we did the video about money, right? Or my mentor Anton Creel, when he asked that question about, what do you think money thinks about you? If you stop and ask yourself that question, what do you think money thinks about you? I guarantee you'll get your mind right when you really understand the idea of that. This stuff can care less. It don't care about your emotional breakdowns. It don't care about you having a bad day. It don't care about what your spouse said or didn't say, your children said or didn't say, your boss said or didn't say. It don't care about what your pastor do or didn't do. It don't care about what your president said or didn't say or didn't do or didn't do. Money don't care about none of that because the money is what? It has a function. And its only mandate is to what? Go be a medium of exchange. Move from people that don't understand it, don't know how to control it, into the hands of people that what? Can control it and that understand it. It is said, Warren Buffett put out the quote, he said, the market is a means of taking money from people, from impatient people and giving it to what?
The patient people.
A lot of us are too impatient to trust ourselves. And so hence we got to always, be on the rat race trying to figure out when are we going to take it serious at a point where we stop, hemorrhaging cash, hemorrhaging time, hemorrhaging emotions, hemorrhaging all these different things that, of course, keep you obviously what? On your heels as opposed to on the what? The ball of your feet. When that happens, then you catch traction. You can't catch traction on the ball of your feet all the time. Playing from a game of being on falling backwards.
Yeah, because if I catch you on your toes, that's a wrap. I'm going around you. You're gonna break your ankles with a crossover.
Right. Again, so you have to realize again, and I know I'm saying some of the stuff that are just, these are basic things that we always know. We know innately inside of us. The hardest part is being able to convince yourself to materialize it. Getting through the fear, right? Hence, that's why one of the main ingredients or my secret sauce in investing is what? Psychology. Y'all know I hammer psychology.
Yep.
I'm a big stickler of mental, fortitude and understanding how the market perceives it, because a lot of this stuff is mental.
Yep. You say, what are you already doing? Think about it.
Right. That's the greatest gift you have. It's your ability to computate. Your brain is a supercomputer. I know a lot of time we spend not necessarily utilizing. Again, y'all saw the movie Lucy. They said when we only use 10% of our capacity of our brain. Well, what's the other 90% doing? Chilling. Bro, man, feel flow. Gonna make a couple sandwiches and watch the Jack Benny show with moms, right? Martin, right? Bro, man, feel flow. Just chilling. So again, I always try to present my conversation in a way where I get people to think. I understand, given the idea, because you don't want to come off like you this and you that. That's not my energy anyway. But if you really formulate questions, theories, thesis, opportunities in a way where people could actually get a chance to answer their own questions, that's all you need to do, and then walk away. Because they're gonna ponder that thing. They're gonna see your results. They're gonna see you demonstrating and not conversating. And when you do conversate, it's gonna be through the fact that you was able to demonstrate, what you just did, and then they're gonna be like, okay, I could duplicate that, or I should be able to at least duplicate that, because they're following a basic methodology, right? That, within the rubrics of how this stuff really works. Of course, it ain't like nobody got really an advantage over other people besides what? Time and money, meaning a little extra knowledge and money. But this is playing field.
Yeah. And that's some people be like, oh, you got to have money to do that. And I say, well, that's why I try to get to show you all my econ, because the philosophy is income shifting, being able to pay off your debt and free up money so that you can invest in cash producing assets such as the stock market. If you don't know how to free up your money, so that wouldn't be an anxiety. Oh man, I don't have it today. You got to know how to free that money up so it is not caught up in some debt transaction that you have, but you have that extra 50, 100, 200, whatever it is a month or a week or a day that you could take, and you could go and you could say, okay, let me make this strategic move so I can duplicate this, or I can compound the interest on this so that I can make more. And that's the whole concept. That was the drive behind why I was integrating all of this together. And oh, by the way, if I could make money in the market and I still want to have business on the ground, then the money, when I make my money on the ground, I allocate some of that money to go in the market so I can sustain business, and I don't have to wait on the stimulus packet. I don't have to wait on a grant, because now I understand how to sustain. I can flip, the funds. Right. when I make it, I can put a little aside to make just as much as I made on the ground. And man, if our people can get that bread out of the Emporium, we are in there.
It'd be lights out. It would essentially be lights out. And so, that's why I've been beating this drum, and I will continue to beat this drum, because see, whether one person get it, right, or nobody get it, you still going to be okay. See, this is not dependent upon whether or not, you have to have, different domino pieces on the deck, on the table, so to speak, to be able to make your situation come into fruition. This is a self-operated environment, right? And if we really understood what that like, again, that's why I say if the world was more performance based, okay, even deeper. If the government was a performance based environment, truly where their pay was dictated about what they actually did, as opposed to just getting voted in and getting the free check, where would a lot of them politicians be?
At home with us.
Chilling.
Hanging out with, but they still this
Still
shit.
flow. Right? Harvard, Lower House on the couch, second floor, all that. Right? You know it. And so I'm like, why are we so afraid of all this genius that was given to us? Right? Whether we take ownership of it or not. Why are we so afraid of it? And I'm like, okay, of course. What we think about what it takes to be an entrepreneur again. You know, we got a family in the chat. Their name is El Cara, what? The entrepreneur. Right? What does it take to really embody the energy and the aura of an entrepreneur? It basically means that you have to be a go-getter. We used to say in the South, what? If you don't move your feet, you don't what?
You don't eat.
That's performance based. That's putting every faculty of your body into the game and seeing what can come of it. And in this case, we're saying, you know what? Time out for burning our backs out, burn our knees out, burn our elbows out, you know, stressing and getting headaches because we got to deal with people on the job and all these different personalities and emotions. We separate ourselves from that and we go straight to what? Direct to market. In this case, Apple, Amazon, Facebook, Google, Pinterest, Snapchat, Spy, you name it, Kodak, we add it. We eliminate all the other and go straight to market. It's me, my money, these charts, these stocks. Let's go. Who wouldn't want to have that kind of level of control? And that's to experience opportunity in life. Again, we understand businesses go through up and downs as well, don't they? Don't companies lose money sometimes too?
Yes.
All the time. It's a sine wave.
Yeah, because you talking about contractual services, are you talking about consumer? Are you waiting on the consumer to make the buying, whether or not your product is hot at that time or your business is booming, so you can lose. That's why you got to know your historical trend. When are you making one of your high points? And the market is the same way.
They call it cyclicality. That's basically what it's called cyclicality.
Yeah.
Or in the market term, it's called cyclical, right? These cyclical stocks, they mean they what? They have cycles. They have seasons when they perform the best. And in those times, that's when you can see that they're going to generate the most what? The most revenue, right? They do their M&A, mergers and acquisitions, R&D, CapEx spending during what? Down months, right? The cold period, so to speak, right? Hence, you know at that point, the stock going to suffer a little bit. That means they're just what? Preparing for what? The spring to come back around for a rainy day. That's exactly why Amazon came down today. They relinquished in their report that they're finna do some more what? Some more spending, beefing up all this what? The infrastructure. They just made a ton of money during the COVID scenario.
They going to different places. They
upgrading. So we're gonna take some of the newfound cash and upgrade the business. Of course, it's gonna pull the stock back some. That's fine. Again, we still already sitting at 3,000. We ain't sitting there crying. They say let's strain for a little piece of change.
And look, and no conversation about reversals either. So don't even worry about it.
Right.
No reverse splits.
Right. Or in this case, a forward split in that case, right?
Forward
but no, but that's it. So, again, that's why we go hard. That's why we're religious, for lack of a better word, about this scenario. Because we do understand when you put the power of the purse in the people's hand, then what you gonna do with it, given opportunity to have it?
Yeah.
That's when you rather start, because if you can't manage a small amount, how can you manage a large amount? I can give a person trades all day long and they can follow it, they can mirror it, they make money. But if they can't maintain that, what's gonna happen?
Yeah, they're gonna lose it. They're gonna be back in the same scenario they was before you gave it to them.
Got any tickers? Y'all got any tickers? Right? Now we got some knowledge. Come on over here and get some of that knowledge so you can always learn how to find them tickers.
Fish.
Teach a man how to fish. All right? We giving out sea bass, all that expensive fish. I'm gonna start throwing some mullet dinners out there in a minute. All right? Make a jugger really get right. Right? You don't get them old bottom feeding fish almost. But y'all get it. So again, I'm just happy to be in the environment of you guys, my peers, my intellectual peers in this market. Again, I always say Ubuntu for a reason. I am because we are. In this game, you stand beside your peers. This person the best, because it's not about us against each other. It's us against who? The market. That's what I love this stuff. It separates the anxiety of people like they got to compete. A job, you got to feel like you got to compete every day. Somebody biting for your position to a degree. As soon as you get comfortable and let your hands down, that's when somebody come take your spot.
Yep.
So that's why I say if it was performance based, you show up every day with track shoes on like Usain Bolt. Like y'all ain't gonna catch me today. Not today.
Ain't that crazy?
Like not today. And so I lived my life in that same perspective in my corporate world, the same way I do in the trading world. I was always going to be the number one breadwinner in the company. But if not, I was going to be second best. I guarantee you that. I got the track records to prove it. Everywhere I went, I was always aspiring to be the best thing in the house. Because if I can advance and make more money, then let's go, right? I know what I bring to the table. Y'all get to get all my intellectual capacity every day. You'll get to get all my genius, all my talents every single day for 8, 9, 10 hours. Oh, yeah, I'm finna maximize this because I need to be able to kind of move up or grow.
Say that again.
But of course, they can never pay me what I'm worth, or they can never pay y'all what y'all worth, unless you just feel like you just worth that. Then, of course, that's a personal thing. But aside of that, I don't see it. I think we just have too much to offer.
Hey, that's what when I decided I was gonna walk. When I decided, I was gonna retire out, I was like, you could tell too. You could tell when you done gave them enough and there's no more on the table for them to give you. And I never forget, how we do those little retirement dinners, luncheons or whatever. Yeah. And this guy, young guy, we were around the same age. I think I was 30, 37 by then, 36, 37. And the guy was like, Monica, you retired? You going to retire for real? And I was like, yeah. And he was like, well, everybody your age that retired normally comes back. I said, well, obviously you don't know me very well. There's nothing else you can give me. I'm
right. I've done everything I can.
It's time to go. I didn't secured a couple of checks. So what else you gonna be able to tell me now? You ain't gonna be able to tell me too much. And he was like, oh yeah, I hear you, but you're gonna be back. So now here we go. 4, 5, 6, 7 years later? And like, hey, what are you doing? I see you on Facebook. What are you doing? I just started laughing. I said, remember I told you something you're gonna be back. It's all about your desire and what your hunger. How hungry are you?
How hungry are you? I asked that question way back in 2017. I can't say these are the criteria you got to ask yourself that every single day. Right? Yep. You look in that mirror and you wake up, you go in that mirror and ask yourself, how hungry are you? And how bad do I want it, so to speak? And that's what it takes.
And you know what? I remember when you used to give your spill and everything, and for like the newer people who probably never been exposed to the market and just kind of watching and really want to be out there and performing. I can remember where, at the time before you really understood what a brokerage is, we talk about the brokerages a lot. We open them a lot. Some people are like, okay, some people's hang up is connecting their social to their investment account, and I don't think it really hit home for them to understand that your stock account is an asset, just like your home is, just like that loan you went and got from somebody. You gave them your social. They have a hard time connecting their bank to a brokerage account, to a stock account.
Which is more just what they call simple ignorance, not willful ignorance, just simple ignorance. A lot of them don't know, so it's easier to feel fearful, about the ideal, or thinking people, government getting your business, they know everything about you.
But you just swipe your card at the gas station.
They know everything about you. So again, I get it, but that's why you come on to bills like this, and so we can alleviate all the the questions,
the anxieties,
all the anxiety.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to have that we get it, and so we're building it. Yeah, it's awesome. I see we got Sister Kristen came on. Over Kristen came in the building. Peace, power, profit to you both. You awesome individuals. Sister Kristen, I don't know if you want to open up your mic. Again, you graced us with your presence here on the back panel, but again, I could definitely tell you out the gate, we're proud to have you. Just knowing that you took the time to kind of then listen in and see what we're talking about, and if there's a benefit for you. Apparently, you came to that conclusion that you see something there. So we're happy to have you. So I don't know if you want to open up your mic, maybe introduce yourself and tell us what kind of, what got you excited about the opportunity, if you can. I don't know if you're familiar how to do it. Sister Chris, are you there?
And meet your mic. That's you.
That's you. Yeah, I was trying to. Yeah, she had to do it herself. Okay, I'm not finding this up. Yeah, Sister
I'm
Christy.
here now. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, we can hear you. Yeah, go ahead. The floor is yours.
I found you because I have been investing for about 6 months now. On just, some of the more popular stocks. And I was doing that as investing, but I wanted to do day trading, but I didn't know how. And so I've been kind of just searching around the webs. And I don't know if you've ever heard of the Budgetnista. I'm trying to think of her name now.
Yes.
But she's huge on Facebook, and I just joined her group a couple of months ago. And she has a lady on there who will do full stock training. And I was trying to basically compare her program to what else is out there, because her program was, I believe it was like $1,700, and it seemed pretty reasonable compared to what other people were charging. And I don't know how I found you guys, to be honest, but I go on these rabbit holes where I start looking for opportunities, and I just click one thing to the next thing. And that's where I found Monica. And she was talking about, there's no excuse for anybody to not be investing. Everybody can take $5 out of a paycheck. And that's what I tell people all the time. You're not going to miss that Starbucks coffee. You're not going to miss that candy bar or bag of chips or whatever. Just put $5 in. It's gone as soon as you think about it. And I've been doing e-commerce for 10 years, and I'm really burnt out. This year has been a great year for a lot of people in e-commerce. But a lot of my sales are on Amazon, and Amazon is extremely controlling and difficult. People have no idea what goes on the other side of it. And I'm ready to get out and do something else. And I've got the business built where I have my people that can keep that income flowing while I work on some other ventures. And day trading is something I've wanted to do all my life. I even thought about going into the trading markets when I was 20 years old, trying to decide what direction to go for my career. It's something I've wanted to do. So I have committed myself this year that I'm going to learn it, and I'm going to do it. Even if I have some failures, I'm going to learn from them. So that's just a little tiny bit about my story.
That's awesome, sis. Budgetnista. I like her. I go in and like some of her messages on the page, and so I probably got caught up in that algorithm. And I ended up showing up because I was at first I honestly thought, I was like, is this a troll? Is somebody trolling me or something? And then I was like, okay, if she'll reveal herself if she's real. So I was like, okay, honestly, I was like, I'll play along with it until you ask for my stash link. And when you asked for my stash link, you said you can win and I can win too. I said, okay, this is a real person. Okay. Right. Yeah. So well, we definitely glad to have you. Brother African Emporium offers some additional training as well, and we go live on Wednesdays, and we cover some stock stuff on Tuesdays as well. So I definitely share that information with you. So if you want to stick around, and Brother African Emporium goes live whenever he's not fishing. He pops up and gives us some good info and step-by-step and foundational information. So I definitely think this is going to be real impactful for you, and I think you're going to be glad to be around.
Thank you. I have learned so much just this past week watching the videos than I have just trying to ask basic questions of how to get started from other people. So I can't say enough of thank you for what you guys have been offering here to show people there's a way to make income. And I don't know. I mean, surely you guys must have a group where people can donate or whatever, because you're giving out a wealth of information. This is crazy awesome, but you also should, have the ability to get compensated as well if that's something you're open to.
Right. Brother African Emporium has his donation in his YouTube. I think he has his Cash App and PayPal and all that great stuff in the YouTube description. In the description of the video, so you should be able to find it there.
Okay.
We're definitely humble and grateful. And again, peace, power, and profit to you. And I'll let the brothers speak. Hey, what's up, Chris? What's up, Brother Mathis?
Hey, what's going on, family? Peace, power, and profit to y'all.
Brother African Emporium walked away.
Yeah, I'm here. So again, I was just, this is the part about where I say, that's why it's a community university, right? it's so-called the little people against the what? The people got all the wheelbarrows, right? Who taking it out the back door, right? So again, they have no shame in printing exorbitant amounts of money, causing all these inflationary scenarios in and around the economy, and keeping people kind of on the hamster wheel, dangling the carrot of opportunity through the aspect of what? Getting back to work. Notice that it's always getting people back to what?
Labelers.
It's never, hey, let's teach you how to build your own bank account, right? Build your own wealth, build your own business, right? Start your own, financial institution, so to speak. Because again, like we posted the shirt, the quote of having that, that I'm my own bank, right? And what does that really mean to a person? What does that really mean to a person?
Yeah.
Truly, that don't mean, okay, yeah, of course you can go through the checks and balances, get a good education, get a good job, and of course you got income, good salary, this, that, and the third, but that stuff is still dependent upon you having to go work for somebody and perform to a degree, right? Because if you become somewhat of an asset to the company, you still get paid. They got sick leave, all these different things. There's benefits and perks, but it still requires your what?
Attention.
Your attention, your presence, right? Your pretty much you got to sign a contract that you're gonna be here whenever we need you. This, that, and the third. You're on somebody else's time, right? And they're dying. Now, of course, smart people that know how to leverage that, they say, okay, yeah, the money, the pay is good. This, that, and the third, and I'm putting all this education in to get this point. But I'm also going what? I'm finna leverage this income. I'm finna turn around and take a good portion of that and what? And invest it. I'm gonna live at my means or below my means and then turn around and what? Invest the rest. There's a lot of people who don't do that do pretty well for themselves, but they haven't figured that part of the game out. So when economic downturns hit, or it hit them, hit their families, what are they doing? They're doing a whole lot of liquidating and not a whole lot of what? Aggregating.
Yeah.
That becomes problematic. And see, they could have easily said, hey, I know a lot of you guys don't have, the means to take care of yourself. You furloughed, you quarantined, you dug in. We all finna go through this together and stuff like that. But guess what they can say? Well, the stock market's still open though. If you can take the time to learn,
yes,
they could have been throwing them dog whistling. Of course, Trump was dog whistling the people who understood it, but those who did not. So they sat there and said, okay, well, okay. So just same way we just showed you, Amazon went from 1,600 to 3,500 in what? Seriously? 5 months?
90 days, yeah. 6 days. Yeah,
right?
They say that the market is doing fine. You're like, well, babies aren't being fed, but the market is doing fine. I'm like,
the market's doing fine. This was all over the news. Not my words. It was the news that was even coming out saying, yeah, Main Street and Wall Street, two different things.
Get in where you feel.
The stock market does not, reflect Main Street. But of course, if the dominant, propaganda that's being purported obviously is always going to tell you that, we're okay, we're getting better and this, that, third, but real people are really suffering. They're still suffering. And they still try to say, okay, well, our barometer as a country is still measured by what? The success of the stock market. Now, again, smart people know that's not the case. People who look for symbolism or symbolic gestures, that's to say that, we're all doing fine, so I can dig in a little bit, a little harder and sacrifice for the greater good of the economy or the country. Did that mean you look, when I hear that, I just start crying inside of my head. I said, boy, who done brainwashed you? Them days is over with. Right? And if you still moving under that same energy, you got it all wrong. This is about self-preservation. if you're really serious about building a strong society or a strong country, then guess what? Every inhabitant, every citizen, everybody in it needs to have equal or ample opportunities in a way where they can maximize their reality. And it starts through one portal and one portal only. What is that portal? Education.
Yeah.
Proper education, not just education. Don't teach me about no Christopher Columbus and no Junebug and all that. I don't want to know about that. I can't monetize that. Let's open to teach that in the course. Outside that, no, take me straight to market. Reverse engineer this, Apple's business model to me, please. Right?
I know.
And if I can't build a product equal to or greater than that, can I invest in the company? Show me how I can put money into the company and let that money go work for me while I go over here and focus on something else. Y'all know that stuff ain't being taught to our children. It wasn't taught to us to that level, to the point where we really understood it. Of course, you took an economics course like I did if you took it as an elective, and that's why it's an elective. How you got economics as an elective? Are you kidding me?
Right. That's what we did to get the contract that we just landed for the job readiness and essential skills for virtual customer service. Took the skill that we learned from doing it and then created the program and then pitched it to the agency of a demographic that that could be useful. As a matter of fact, I think we probably perfectly on time for the simple fact that if a lockdown or some type of restriction comes into play and everybody has to go virtual, then it's a perfect place for us to pitch it to, agent out of foster care or social services or housing authority or any of those different programs where they pour money into to teach people new skill sets. And the virtual community, virtual technology is the boom right now. And so at some point I'm wanting to, if not get the big grant like Goodwill does, or create that training center scenario, or at least be a partner to them, or a subcontractor to them, because we got the virtual piece. I think we got a good product. I think we created a very good product with that.
Peace, power, and profit.
What's up, Chris?
Peace, power, and profit, Oba.
How y'all doing today?
All is well. All is well. I gotta premise your entry to the building. Biscuit Wheels, Gravy Valley. I saw you even banging today a little bit in the early in the morning, getting it in. Pick up your quick little $100. Man, look, go ahead and explain your day a little bit, over Chris, if you could.
Where my dollar get, Chris? You made some money?
Yeah, I think I call for my little change. I know you come to collect, but it's just like we talk about, just taking the information that we get and using our common sense and applying it to what we know when we're dealing with the market. So I think you and Mo posted about the what is it, BLXR or BLRX?
Yes.
Yeah, BLRX. Yeah, that was a movie this morning, pre-market.
Yeah, so I was able to catch that. Well, I got up earlier, like around 5, and I was looking at it, and then I ended up falling asleep. So when I got back up, I seen it was still moving a little bit. So I was like, well, let me get in. I think I got in around $2.20, and I ended up closing like $2.72.
Man, I like mine think alike, because I was in at $2.20. Wait, I caught it, on the back end of the, not yesterday, today, of course, again, early pre-market. Same way.
Oh, yep. I got in. Yep, I got in there.
All right, I keep my receipt right at $2.20. So yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, over.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I traded it on Webull. Then I went back and got back in it on Robinhood, and cost more, a little bit money, a little bit more change. So it's just stuff like that, man. When you understand and know how stuff works, you can get up and capitalize on that just by doing your due diligence. We talk about it all the time. Like it don't take you number what 5-10 minutes, to gather all the data you need to, execute a trade and, rolling with the punches, going with your, what your plan is and sticking to it and, get your bag and then be done for the day. Oba do it all the time. He get his money and he go fishing.
Yes.
Yeah, I get goes quick. I try. My motto is very simple. I do a little some strand with a little piece of chain, and after that, I go enjoy the fruits of my labor, and it's very low maintenance. I just go go commune with nature.
Absolutely.
Man, again, we aspire for those moments, though, no matter what a person likes and what they want to do. But that's seriously it. You should have the type of things or this type of mindset that if you are going to again submit, execute, do the things it takes to kind of put you in that position. What we all say, when we was working for somebody, or still do for a lot of us, is that, man, I can't, man, at one point, man, I can't wait to be able to, do stuff and live life on my terms. If I just had more days off, most people that got jobs spend more time saying what? They can't wait to have more days off.
Hey,
but with more days off, that means that's what? Less what? Money coming in. That's your salary. So it's kind of like, well, I know what you're saying, but you really don't know what you're saying when you say it. You're really saying you need to get away. And do something different that gives you a better opportunity.
Right.
Chris, if I knew this when I was on active duty, they probably wouldn't have gotten no work. I'd have been one of those people. You know how, right after, how people, they'll come in real early, like right after PT, bring their clothes with them, shower at the place, and beat everybody else to the job. That's how I've been trying to knock out my work, hurry up and knock out my work so I can get out there and trade the whole time. But Chris, I wanted to ask you, this wasn't an options play for you. This is where you actually purchased the equity shares. You purchased a whole bunch of shares and then you sold it off at a certain point.
Yeah. I went ahead and threw my change in. I was like, man, it's an easy bag right here. Because you look at the technicals. Once you look at the technicals, and you for sure own it. You're like, oh yeah, this going up some more. It ain't done yet. Things I talk with African Emporium about, like, listen, if that's, if the chart is saying what it's saying and, it's telling you to stay in the trade, when you get in the trade, let it ride. So I let that baby ride and then I got out and took my bag. So, it's that mental discipline, that, that psychology of just sticking to your guns when you know what you know. And if, it happened to go up the other way, that's what you got your stop loss for and things of that sort. So, it's about sticking to the plan. If you don't have no plan and you just kind of winging it, then you may be in some trouble. You can get lucky sometimes, like he says, but it's just the focus and the discipline to have your trade planned out, what you want to do, and stick to that. If you happen to start mastering it some more, then you can take a little bit more risk on a trade, but you still have to have your technical analysis down. That's like one of the main things outside of mental discipline and psychology. Outside of that, if you got the technicals down, you can finesse how you want to finesse on a trade and just let it do what it do and stick to your guns and, get your bag. Simple as that. So
you're trading volatility, you're trading price action, you're trading against everybody else's who's out there thinking just like you. They're looking at the same thing you are. That's why I say that what makes it a great playing field, because it's kind of, it's even, right? The only thing separates us is what people are willing to put up for as a risk versus reward ratio aspect to a particular trade. The trade itself don't care, right? Like they say, money don't care about you, right? It ain't thinking about you. Right?
It'd be like me. I be talking to the charts. I'm like, hey, don't do that.
That's when it get really fun.
Mo been killing it on the options, and when I get up in the morning, and I'm doing my analysis, I don't know what anybody else be thinking, but all the documentaries that Oba African Emporium done put out. If those documentaries don't motivate you to get up and get your money because they taking your money and giving it to their families and giving it to their friends and they living off that money, and all you get is a $1,200 check 5-6 months ago, and now you ain't got no money to look to. That's the proper motivation for you to get in this business, lock it down,
facts,
and master it. These people are stealing money from you. They don't care about what you got to eat next day. They get on TV and they talk about the American people. Man, listen, they don't care about you, man. You know, they care about you going to work. That's it. But if you ain't at work, they ain't trying to give you no money. They putting all of these hurdles up for you to get a little bit of money. So, you know, if y'all haven't watched those documentaries, please go watch those documentaries. There's no other motivation that you need to get up and try to master this skill, to get paid and stop depending on them to give you a $1,200 check or some extra unemployment to keep you afloat when you don't know what's going to happen day to day.
Well, they constantly moving the goalposts when I say that, because again, what happened today with the Fed? What did the Feds do today? Did y'all catch that news piece? I'm sure y'all did.
Yeah,
y'all know we be on it when it comes to news, especially in the group.
Yeah.
What did the Feds do today?
They what they cut? They cut something down. Or
You
something
on it?
like that.
They lowered the amount of small business loans.
That's what it was. I knew it's something.
Why would you do that
Yes.
in the midst of a pandemic? We getting ready to go back into another hard winter with the pandemic. Y'all botched the move on cutting stimulus checks and agreeing to another bigger stimulus package that would always afford more money for always, PPP and all the other stuff, the ideal loans and all these stuff. And y'all, the Feds is pretty much saying, you know what? If these people going to act like children up here in Congress, then guess what? We're going to put pressure on. Them jokers are going to cut back now on
the loans are already small.
Business. Exactly. You talking about small businesses.
Doing good, but 150 on a good day.
You couldn't make this stuff up.
If that coming out of that, if it's coming out of that CARE Act, that's on a good day, because most people have already exalted their PPP, and that's why the states are offering like a grant PPP, so to speak.
Additional wherever they can, if they got the surplus to do it, the budget to do it.
Right, which is a smaller portion, but then even that PPP, like here in the Carolinas, that amount was only the max was $50,000 for the nonprofit and $25,000 for the small business. So, so even that, but so what I've been telling people based on that information that just came out, and now, I don't know if you guys are paying attention. I posted a whole bunch of grants from the different banks. The banks have a lot of CARE Act banks for the same scenario, but less money. But you gotta be able to. You're gonna have to leverage all of those. Hopefully, at least a few banks or corporations, and in order to kind of keep your payroll up or your expenses up to sustain. And they're just gonna have to wait where you do it, and that's why it's important when we talk about the cash flow manager in my econ or the QuickBooks Self-Employed or whatever, an accounting system, because you're gonna have to keep up with your income and expenses. Because I'm telling you, I've been sitting here for 3 days in the same spot. They didn't even let me eat. I'm trying to help people get those apps done, but their biggest issue, they don't have their accounting correct, or they don't have it at all. And so I got to go through all these bank statements and try to pull it out of the air to try to get all this stuff in by the first.
Right.
So yeah, that's going to be crucial. But it's some avenues that they're making you work for it. I'm going to tell you that.
Yep.
They're not playing. They're making you work for that little bit of money. I'm talking and telling you where you can spend it at. You can't even take it and spend it to do business, to try to do something strange for a little change. You got to do it the way they say do it.
Right. It comes with a whole lot of, again, the stipulation and the rules, right? So I'm like, why are we trying to convince ourselves? Of course, there's always ways you can, grow your situation, right? And in this case, of course, you leveraging, grant money, which is the greatest good game in the market, so to speak. It's literally the government saying, we're going to give you a bag. If you can kind of, perform and do these, these said things, right? in a way that that's part of our regulatory environment or whatever, which ain't hard to do, kind of following the rules. And in terms of how business works, you think about, again, like we said, we look at all these companies that follow the military around and feed off that big budget, right? They live for it. Like, no, bro, I'm going tomorrow, man. They closed the post tomorrow. I'm following where the next one at. That money good over there,
right?
That check gonna be there. So, for what it's worth, again, of course, we're just in the same mindset to a degree. We follow around what assets, equity assets. We follow them around.
Absolutely.
Where Apple goes, where Amazon goes, where RX goes, or any of these financial vehicles. That's basically why I call them financial vehicles. Right here today, going tomorrow. Back around again. It came back through again on the bus. Okay, you back. Okay, yeah, you gonna run again? Okay, great. I'm with you. Let's go.
I see you rolling. And that BLTX, BLRX, I had that's where the level 2 has helped me out a lot with those, because I'm able to go and look. I go and look at the level 2 real quick. I'll be like, oh yeah, that's pretty good right there. Let me go and get that. Okay, let me move that around. So that's why, Chris, I asked this morning. I had asked that question because I was looking around. I mean, not this morning. I think it was a few days ago. I had posted, but after Emporium was in that chat when I asked somebody that price, cost and distribution chart. On Webull, I was looking, because now it's basically giving you the information. Like it's saying, here's how when you was in school and you had the clip notes. It's like, here's the clip notes right here. Now all you have to do, once you learn it, you could be able to make moves. But if you don't learn it, now you gotta go and try to. You're gonna think you gotta read the whole book.
Yeah, remember that level? The level 2 used to be It used to be on and popping. Everybody was on that. Remember that African Emporium?
Yeah. I mean, but again, we were always, as we say, these are just what? Cheat codes. Cheat code.
Yeah.
They're giving you all the I would say all the little tools that go in the tool belt.
Right.
You just got to figure out how to learn how to use them. To place them in their proper perspective. Once you get a chance to really, again, go through that toolbox and see all the things that's afforded to you, then of course you can make better decisions, right? So of course, when we're talking about, especially when it comes to this, because we're really, especially if you're day trading, if you're day trading, you're really dealing with one thing and one thing only. What is that one thing? Volume.
Volume.
Which is relegated back to what? Price action.
Yeah.
You need buyers.
Yeah.
You need buyers. Right, and you're gonna need some sellers too, because sellers move the market.
Right.
That is even on the stock that's uptrending.
Yeah.
Yes, because I thought Ericsson, I thought it should have made a move by now, and that's the one thing I missed was the volume. That it was still low in volume, and even though they have all of this great publicity out in reference to it, it making a move with the 5G and other competitors. I'm like, man, that thing ain't moved. What's the problem? And them being the efficacy with they doing equipment for that Chinese company Huawei or
Huawei. Oh, okay.
Huawei.
Huawei.
Huawei. So these two signed the 5G deal with Ericsson, right? And so they trying to phase out Huawei, right? And so I was thinking, I'm like, okay, they have some really good news. They got some good things going on, or whatnot. And I'm like, wait a minute, so I got caught in between my call and my put, and I was like, it's just stagnated in between that middle price. And then I was like, okay, I must be missing something. So when I went back and looked at the level 2 information, and I was seeing where the volume was held, that I was like, I should have saw that, But I got time because I did it out. I did it till November the 20th, so I got time to bust a move.
Okay.
Listen, you learn as you go, and so we're all in that path where, because I'm always saying that, give yourself enough time to be the best you can be at this. Why would you short yourself, right? You don't want to short yourself. We used to have a saying like that on a couple old Discord rooms I used to be in. Like, when a person just, get in the habit of making a lot of bad decisions over and over and again, it's like, man, you just love shorting yourself, don't you? Right? You short selling yourself. Literally. You don't short yourself, right?
Yes.
The goal is short the market, not yourself.
Yeah, I think one of my next learning tools is to, how you all say, you got 3% rule, or you set your orders to the price, so you already have a preconceived notion of where that price will go. And you set your orders, and I think I'm actually ready to do that. I just haven't set any stop order, and so I'm like, okay, I could be able to make these moves. So I understand when to do it and how to do it. But let me ask you, if I set an order, let's say the price like at $2, and I'm thinking it's gonna go, and I'm thinking it's gonna go up to like $4, and I set a stop order at $4. Well, let's say I set a stop order at $4, right? But it's running, and I see that it may continue on an uptrend. Can I go in, take that out,
you control
remove it?
that entire process.
Okay.
If it does not trigger, you can change it in and every time you want. Just think about it. It's the same way you move around a limit order to try to get filled at a certain area. It's no different than you moving the.
Wait, but that's Emporium. That's not what I wanted to say. I wanted to say
take profit
based on not that part, but based on the fact that I know it's on an uptrend or in a bullish manner. One of the strategies I could possibly use is set an alarm right before the $4, so that I can be prompt to go in to remove or cancel the stop order. That's what I wanted to ask. That's a good strategy, to set an alarm like right before that price, that target price, my target stop order price, so that I can know to go and look to say, okay, this might continue. You may not want to come out, because I was like before with the options, I was coming out too early. Well, not necessarily too early, but I had opportunity to make more. But I sold off because in my mind, I reached my dollar threshold, but I wasn't thinking that, you still got some potential in this trade.
And you gotta have price targets. So you set your price targets, you can then you can change them, like you said, if it keeps going up or whatever the case is, you can change your price targets, or you can add an extra price target. So if you want to get out, if one of your last price targets is $4, okay, you can close that or minimize the shares on that, and then overdo it all the time. He'll buy like 100 shares or whatever, and he'll cut them down 25.
But what about on the options? Not so much the not can you do not what about on the options? Not the shares. I can possibly get that one down. So on the options trade, I would have to set an alarm so that I wouldn't miss it. Otherwise, it's going to sell off if it gets to the 4, right?
Meaning, if you're trying to, well, it's considered kind of like a trailing stop. But even though you can set a stop, even when you start making money, you can say that, and basically not even really a stop. It's just more so you just have a limit to sell, right? At a certain price target or range or profit, profit take. And so if obviously the stock is moving in your direction, and you're saying, okay, well, if it hits this area or gets here, I'm fine with it just triggering and selling here. It's just no different than you setting a certain, limit sell order at that price.
Right.
And if it obviously hits it, triggers it, it's going to sell it. You're done. You're out of the trade. Of course, in contract, it's just one contract. Unless you got multiple ones, you can sell one, or one if you got multiple, and let the other ones run. And then from that point on, after that first one trigger, you can then turn around and set a stop loss or a backstop on those other additional contracts, as this becomes a base somewhat to that degree, to make sure it locks in profit from that point on if the stock is still running. So again, we'll go over that one of our sessions.
I got you.
In terms of being able to how to utilize stop losses, trailing stop from a notional value to a percentage value. If you might want to kind of trail at a certain percentage or a certain monetary value, right? What's the purpose? The use case of having hard stops. Hard stop is just more you watching yourself, or what they call a technical stop. That's when you just set a stop loss, to backstop in case you get busy, get distracted. You don't want to get caught in a trade that's very volatile, and it whips on all over the place, and it come go against you.
Yeah.
That's
why it's like I should set an alarm so I can be paying attention if I'm not paying attention.
I always say this: you're running the what?
Risk.
No, I'm saying that too, but you're running what? A business.
Yeah, you're right.
Always going to backstop your
Risk
business to the best of
assessment.
your ability when you know your money's on the line. That's why I said again, if it was performance based, how many people be fired from a regular job?
You are lying.
Right? Unemployment line be lower than the freelance line at the public school. Right? So you have to take it serious. Of course, you're still learning. Of course, that stuff goes. But I always say what? Leave no stone unturned, no leaf uncover, whatever, no rock uncover, no leaf unturned. Exhaust every variable that you possibly can in your mind before you go in that trade. And when you in that trade, if you're trying to protect your capital. So when I showed y'all, even with the trades I did the other day, and then the ones today about why I stayed patient, I think that was over Jeremy in the group. He's like, man, you stayed patient. I got to work on being patient. I said, no, I want to maximize my return on that one trade, that one put I did, and I did it. Turn around, did it again today.
Yeah.
SPY had a hard reverse today. That's SPY. That's how it moves. If you don't understand that, again, from a psychological position, that don't necessarily mean I was 100% right. I'm still going on the basis of how it typically reacts, in any given moment, so to speak. Right. So if I say, okay, if it pulled back, it bottomed out around 323, I know there was more downside, obviously inherently, that it had potentially offer. Everything from that point on with just algos and banks trying to fight, protect the market. They're trying to protect their pennies. Keep in mind, greedy people always trying to go in the defense to protect their pennies. Right? They're greedy. Right. But of course, we're opportunistic traders. We're playing the downtrend. Obviously, it was a downtrend day coming out of the yesterday's near close. We knew all the implications going into a weekend. You got an election coming up. I weighed all my variables, basically what I'm saying. Paraphrase. I knew we could break and go lower. Right. If we can definitely, hard bottom down in this bearish engulfing candle and test the 323, then that tells me that the market was really demonstrative about trying to sell off. They just happened to save it there. This was no small candle. It was no small candle like this. This was a big bearish engulfing candle. They were trying to dump it. They were literally trying to dump it there. And then, of course, they saved it. So I was like, okay, I can get some more out of this trade. I'm going to get some more out of this trade. I know this. I've seen this before. I know how this movie plays out. Of course, I would have loved to pack up my bags there and go get on the boat and go fishing from that point on.
Yeah.
But I said, I'm going to stay and fight.
I said, I was waiting for that moment.
Yeah, I was like, I'm going to stay and fight there. I'm going to get a little extra buck because I know I told myself, I know I can get an additional $200-$300 out of this. I know it. I just weighed all the variables. I was looking at the volume. I was checking the time frames. I was watching the algos fluctuation. I was watching the dark pool. I was watching level 2. I was watching time and say I just kept watching because y'all know I was doing this while updating pretty much the group, right? Hey, this is where I'm at. This is what's going on, right? So when I hit that quiet period in there, of course, I was going through this right here. I was like, oh, they finna grind me a little bit. I was calculated out. I was in there, formulating the idea of where what I want to do with this trade. Right. And so, of course, when it rolled in, I said, here we go. We've seen this before. Ain't nothing new, right? I know these patterns. I know what's going on here. I see this little, so-called dead cat bounce. Clear as day here. This is a dead cat bounce, right? I was exorbitant amounts of support and trying to defend this bottom here, this 323, or this area here. It bounces, as you see here. It comes down and hit that level of support again. You have a small micro bounce, and then what? It takes another leg lower. That's the definition of a dead cat bounce.
Yep.
Right? On low volume. So I said, okay, I got this. And clear as day, of course, it yielded my bag. Give me my bag. That kind of stuff. Give me my money. Wall Street. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so again, that's what we study for. This is where we come up, or we come together in a lot of ways to kind of discuss these things. So it becomes, like I've always been saying, repetition becomes repertoire. The more you see it, touch it, smell it, whatever, flip it, rub it down, oh no, whatever, right? The more you go through that, the more it becomes somewhat like a religion or a law.
Right.
If that makes sense, right? That's what all the greats have understood in this endeavor in the markets, right? They understand now. They understand how money moves, inflows, outflows, liquidity crunches, and stop loss raids, and banks, spoofing the bids, and the dark pool, the black markets trying to keep. Once you get through all that, right, all that, the noise, you'll figure out how to find a way to get the bag. because it's there. It affords you the opportunity like none other on the planet. An unlimited checkbook, right? You get to write that amount, right? Of course, you say, I could have easily bought 10 contracts. I could have easily bought 5 or 6 contracts, right? Of course, that money then would have been what, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10,000. It could have been easily $10,000 a day. And you say, okay, yeah, that's fine. But bird in hand beat one in the bush. I'm fine with what I got. Yep. I just need to be able to demonstrate and be consistent at it. My goal is to just get on base. I want to be base hitting every chance I get.
Absolutely.
And from there, then you can scale. Then from there, you can what? You can scale. I can add an additional contract. I can up the ante a little bit, right? I'm looking for those expansive moves. I need expansion. That's how you make money, especially in the options. You need what? Expansion.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You need that stock to open up and move a little bit, right? You need a big, good, decent ATR. If not, then of course you trade a what? Butterfly or iron condor. You just need to stay in a certain range. As long as it stay in that range, you make money that way too. It limits you, but you still make money. Right? But on a day like when you got expansive liquidity, volatility, right? Some lower levels of capitulation, because that's basically what's happening. You got people nervous about elections and all this stuff. Again, you cancel all the noise and say, okay, what is everybody else thinking? How can I best, leverage everybody else's fear, their anxiety? Because there's people in the market that's going through that. They're thinking about short-term doomsday and not looking at the major the long term. They focusing on the battle and not the war. So I say I'm gonna leverage that. Right? I'm gonna play into them, focusing on again, dimes and not necessarily the dollar. And that's what the market does. They know when you come in, when you kind of timid. They see you moving your stop loss around. They see you keep moving your limit orders around. They see that. Market makers see that.
Mm-hmm.
They see they're like, yep, we finna get them. You trying to get filled, and then they raise the price up on the stock. Now you got to chase it on your limit order. And every time you try to put up another penny, they raise the stock price up another penny, and they'll never let it come down and hit they get you in sometime. They baiting you. And next thing you know, now you don't want an additional 10 cents. As soon as you get in, what happens to the stock? It fall. It fall back like 5 or 6 like, jokers. Right. But see, if you worried about those 5 pennies, again, looking at the war exposed to the battle, you'll get sucked into that. Now your whole energy is messed up. Notwithstanding the fact that the stock always just getting ready to kind of U-shape, fry pan shaped bottom or J-hook pattern, and ramp back up.
Mm-hmm.
But you got to be confident in that. Understand that's why entry is everything. In a lot of ways, we say that. We say what, why, where, and when. Now, of course, no one can actually time the bottom or the top in any stock. We get lucky sometimes, but no one can. This is not an exact science, right? But again, when you come into this, you've already kind of put your risk values on the table, right? You've already mitigated the risk. You understand your risk versus reward ratio. What seems to be a favorable reward for you to risk the capital that you're putting up? And this strictly, again, speaking to the traders here, the day traders, or even a swing trader. But once you define that, you feel confident enough about the position that you're getting ready to take based upon all the things that you was able to learn, extract from the data, then you act on it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So that, again, that's your boss saying, hey, I need you to, take care of this contract. We feel like you the most, the best person in the house to be able to do that. Right. And, of course, we know that you're going to, have the same mindset that we have in terms of make sure it's less cost and, at least path of resistance. So we don't need to spend any additional money. Right. Well, you're kind of in that same reality. It's just that you're running your own show. You're running your own, operation now.
Right.
So of course you ain't gonna short yourself because it's your money on the line. And if you haven't got serious about it yet enough to see that, then get in a few losing trades. Have a few losing trades. It's gonna wise you up real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You're gonna get serious like really quick.
Right.
Take a few L's, right? And unnecessary L's too. Some of them just really unnecessary for a lot of ways. But of course, that don't mean you have to be right 100%. That's what the market is, is probable. But you have to really work at that. So we just endeavoring to be anything above 50%. That means you're off to a good start, right? If you can take 5 trades out of a week and you can profit on 3, as opposed to out of the entire 5, that means you win it. And it really, when we say it, I know I don't want to sound, kind of, but it ain't really that hard. if you just pay attention to some of the simple basic rules, the volume and some of the basic stuff that we learn and teach about chart. Again, I just going back to that stock where we had a 4,000% run in a day.
Yeah.
That means you could have got in anywhere in that stock at the time when everybody was hopping and hooping and screaming about it and made money.
Mm-hmm.
Those kind of scenarios. Like that's even if you didn't catch the bottom, right?
We were posting it. You and I, we were going back and forth.
Left and right.
My little bag was lower than yours, but I was excited for mine.
I mean, killer. 4,000% in a day. That's somebody's salary an entire 2-3 years in some cases, depending on what capital you put up in it.
Right.
It's those kind of moments. You see what I'm saying? 10 grand that brought you, man, are you kidding me? 4,000% on 10,000? Somebody do that math. Let that marinate for a moment. And convince me again, you want to go punch a clock, watch the paint dry, eat donuts, thump staples, laugh and look crazy in the office all day and wait on, all right. All right.
Ooh, that's somebody's salary for real.
Yeah.
You can see a couple. Hey, I posted today, Brother African Poor. I don't know if you saw on Facebook when I shared when you put the post on that timeline. I put Brother African Poor then got his stimulus check and some change. He got 2 stimulus checks. Yeah. We still waiting for one.
Look, it's and I see it no more, no less.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna wait on them. Right? Our parents they gave us the best tools ever. You don't need to be depending on nobody. I always tell you that. Don't be dependent on nobody else. Don't be dependent on nobody else. And soon we got grown, we started depending on everybody. I'm like, man,
absolutely.
Everybody, corporations.
How did we get sucked into this?
Other people. Yeah, how did we get sucked into it? Say it again.
Right? They meant well, of course. They say that, but they didn't tell you the blueprint to how to escape waiting on being in a position where you don't have to be on anybody else. Because going to school to get an education just to get a job ain't it. That ain't even cracking anymore. And that the data's showing that now. There's less people going to college right now. There are more people starting their own business. That's what the data say, not me. The data says that. People are becoming more entrepreneur minded.
Yep. Entertainment and social groups.
We've been able to monetize all the other different outlets now. You can literally monetize your time spent on social media for a change.
Yeah.
Just imagine that.
With that being said, go subscribe to my channel.
Right. Go subscribe to your channel right now. Go post in the back chat too.
Hit that subscribe
button in the back chat. You should, because everybody else does it. Why is it so hard for us to do it? Why we gotta feel like we gotta pull teeth to get people to do something as simple as a click of a mouse when it don't really? Again, it don't cost you nothing. What it really is, y'all know what I always say. That it's a mentality block. Some people got that mentality block. They ain't really grew up yet. Honestly,
right?
They don't know how to leverage opportunity. They haven't. That light bulb ain't really gone off in their head quite yet.
Sure.
So they punishing you by not doing something as simple as that don't really cost them nothing. Yet they still come and hang out with you though, or do this, that, and the third.
Yeah, this info in the back cut, like we can't see you.
It's a mentality block. I've done this. I come from corporate marketing. I come from international marketing. We train on this methodically, drilled in us how to overturn negatives, how to see opportunity, how to again upcharge all these things. I went over this stuff religiously. Matter of fact, over David, your trainer says Mo asking. He'll tell him ask him the simple question out the blue, how to overturn a negative. He gonna let you probably start smirking and smiling. He'll be like, uh-oh.
Oh, I'm gonna ask him tomorrow. I want to see him tomorrow.
Get him out the blue with
give me an edge up.
How do you overturn a negative? And he gonna start smiling. I guarantee you. He gonna start
he told me
didn't even know what she been asking me.
he told me last week. We gotta, of course, I gotta pick up some extra training days or whatever. So we moving into whatever the next level. So I was like, I don't know. I guess I started complaining. I started saying something. He said, "Oh, so you want to go back to the termination stage, huh? You just don't want to benefit. You want to go backwards. That's what you want to do? Okay, then I'll go back there with you. If that's what you want. You want to start all over?" I looked at him like, "What?" Okay, coach. Put me back in the game. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm asking that. Yes, he be using all those marketing terms. I don't be know what he be talking about. I was like, yeah, okay.
Because it really boils down to what I'm a stickler. What is my main thing? Psychology.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the answers that we're seeking are already inside us. When I go through training, what I'm always saying, my goal is to help you extract it. You're going to answer your own questions, guaranteed, because your mind is so expansive. You already kind of took yourself through it. You just hadn't took ownership of the answer quite yet. Literally, that's what it is.
You know what? And I enjoy that because going through that PhD program, it was very challenging because you're learning a different way to look at things, methodologies of solving problems. And when I got out of that training in 2013, it's almost like I didn't have any more challenges. And then the market, and then how you go about approach of sharing information and teaching us that's what you're doing. And so I'm like, okay, yes, I found a challenge again. Now my brain, I can make that brain work.
Man, I tell you every day, if you really want to put your brain on a whole new different level, get in there, investing and trading the market.
Yes.
Sit around and have to interpret all the data that we have to deal with every day. Now, it becomes regimen. For us, it becomes like riding a bicycle once you get there. But I'm going to say, it sharpens you, though. It makes you better. That's the point I'm trying to say. Don't look at it as work. Look at it as, this is finna what?
Yeah.
Moving to my personal life. This is going to make me a better person.
Monetizing.
Persistence. It's going to teach me analytical skills, how to be a better multitasker. It's going to teach me, better interpersonal skills and everything else, because you're sitting there politicking a lot with yourself when you gauge the market, because it's you against the market in that moment.
I'm going to need to check out the
way. I can write a book on that. I always say at some point I'm going to write a book.
Yeah, right? I got the blueprint.
Because we understand once you've gone through this stuff, because you are more, again, no better person than you, because you've gone through the fire.
Mm-hmm.
You look at Sister Camille. When Sister Camille took that training in 2017, that Sister followed everything lifted to the T, exactly how I was outlining. She didn't even touch a trade with her real money until like 7-8 months after the training. It was that intense. Like, nope. She's like, I'm ready. I say, no, you ain't ready yet, grasshopper. You ain't ready. She's like, I want to trade her. And we were tearing up. Me and Stark God and Tyson Bats and everybody in the group. Brandon, you was in some of them Discord rooms. You came along too. Obviously, I had a point too, Chris, and many of you guys that followed me all this time. Y'all know what it was like. We used to be heavy intense, especially in some of them Discord rooms. And so a lot of people that was coming in and watching the shows and watching, okay, yeah, I could do this, right? And so, in essence, in being that disciplined, she understood that. And so when she got into the market course, it began to kind of evolve a little bit. Of course, she still had to go through the process like anybody else. But when she had her biggest day that day, literally when she had just started trading, literally about a month, maybe 4 or 3 weeks after she had got to real live trading, she had her biggest day in the market. It was like that day she had that $8,000. She had $8,000 in the day. And man, it changed her whole outlook, her life forever, literally. Because soon when you make that kind of money in a matter of an hour or so, a couple hours, you get nervous. First thing you get nervous, and then you say, "Oh, I did this. I earned this." You get confident. Then you start when they say you're old for, you start smelling yourself. Then, but it changes your perspective, because you say the first thing you say to yourself afterwards is that what? If I did it once, I can do what?
Yeah, do it again. Yep. Definitely.
You ain't gonna walk away from such an opportunity to convince yourself that I'd rather go again alone and only punch somebody's clock and deal with their mess every day, their junk, so to speak. Right. So again, that's all I'm saying. Again, if you really want to set yourself again apart from the system, analysis of the status quo. Because not so much even against somebody else. It's not about that. We got to get away from that. That's why I said we got to learn how to hustle collectively, right? There's a reason why, again, when you cut on, like I spoke about the YouTube theory, there's kids that are just sitting around and color all day on YouTube for an hour, 30 minutes, and they get like 30 million views just for coloring at the table and making kid noise, and they get 30 million views. That video gets monetized. YouTube's going to pay them a portion of that. Them kids making, $700,000, $800,000 to $1 million, easily. Some of them getting that close to a month. I'm not making this up, right? I went through the day. We showed that with dude Kevin. So I'm saying there's always a way that you can monetize your time. monetize your talent. It just takes a person getting, fed up enough in a good way to go out there and find a way to make that happen. So I always say, if we got something going on collectively, then, and if it's beneficial to a person where they can, get something from it, and it ain't really costing me a whole, of course I'm gonna support it. Why wouldn't you? And that's how it should be, of course, when I'm saying that. The market, everything that we go over and we learn and we're educating ourselves on, collectively, it should be the same kind of energy. Because I'm not going to just say, well, hey, I'm not going to go out my way to put myself in a bad trade. Just to, potentially try to share it with somebody else. Of course, again, you're not in the business of shorting yourself. You could be going through the stages of learning too, of course, but ultimately, you're always going into the market with the mindset that, I have the ability to win today. Some people say, I am going to win today. That's when, you really get solid about your reality. Like, I'm going to win today, right? I'm going to win today. That's how I feel when I wake up. I say, I'm going to win today.
Oh, yeah.
I'm definitely getting mine. Today. I'm market maker, edge, arca, bats, I'm finna beat y'all breaks today. I'm finna get y'all today.
I feel like it's one or two things going to happen. I'm going to find me a good use case for long term. I'm going to make an options trade. I'm going to get a good day trade. One of them going to happen. I can't miss all 3 marks now.
Right. But that's it. You literally have to strategize in your head in that same breath. So the same when we're thinking about that way and somebody else is thinking on that same accord, of course, we see alike minds. You're thinking about it. Mm-hmm. So, of course, if I'd have made $2,400 in a day, somebody else had made $100,000 plus. I'm talking about an average Joe. I told you about my homie over there in Black Box Stock, brother Pistol Pete. His nickname is Pistol Pete. When you hear a name like that, instantly you start saying, "Oh man, Pistol Pete probably sound like a mechanic or something." Pistol Pete killing it in the market. Average dude. Average dude. I mean, I tell people this stuff is crazy. And I used to always, of course, I'm on my little soapbox, my timeline history soapbox. I used to tell people that way back then. I was like, man, these people making all this kind of money, and we sitting around here arguing about silly stuff. I used to say that on a lot of urban economic empowerment shows, on the Wednesday show back in 2010. Man, a lot of these circular men, man, they sitting around making all this money.
I remember that day you said, you could say what you want, but I got receipts. You want me to show you? I just pulled up that chart and you started showing them those profit marks. I was like, wait a minute.
That's how we're performance based.
I was around. I said, oh, snap. You can't touch me in this. I do this for real. You was like, I do this for real. I was like, I think I need to be following the money.
I always say follow the money. I got serious about that. And because, again, I sat and listened to people who got money, right? Again, my last job was, again, corporate America. My old boss, if you want to call it, he like to say, we business partners because I was actually pulling a third of my generation. Generated revenue, so it was looked at as a business partner. But his name was Larry Tenenbaum, right? It's Larry Tenenbaum. Again, grew up didn't have nothing what everybody said. He came up poor like everybody, but he turned himself into like a $12 billion war chest. He built $12 billion off the back of grinding, right? He ended up buying the products I seen on TV. He bought that whole company out, bought that fat wrap, right? And he bought other stuff too. But nonetheless, of course, when we used to go literally, we used to have meetings where you had to perform. If you do, you go hang out with him like for 2-3 days and pick it at his actual houses, in Newport Beach, California, and pick his brain. So I'm asking him all these persons because I already seen your performance report for you guys. He already seen our records. He already know, like, yeah, you killing it. Yeah, you the man down in South Carolina, ain't you? I was like, yep, that's my area. Right, I got that. But how did you do it? No, how did you really do it? Right? What was the mindset? I know all the methodical stuff. Once the model is set, of course, you just follow it. But what was your mindset like? So I was interested in that. That's how you have to approach the market. Of course, you're not having that conversation, unless you got peers or people who've been in it, you can ask, but more so, you can just go check the data. The data going to tell you that. Well, what happened on this day in the market? What happened on this day? What news that came out? What was the deal with this? Why they did an offering here? What was this acquisition here all about? What was you leveling up? Okay, I see. That's what we do. You're getting paid to interpret data. So again, I always say, don't overcomplicate this stuff. Don't do it. Take your time, learn. You'll get it. Right? You'll get it. Because one thing about it, the market ain't closing down no time soon, is it?
We see it close yet.
We sat through a pandemic. We done been through hurricanes. We done been through tsunamis. We done been through recessions. We done been through government shutdowns. What else they got?
That was the ultimate dagger. Government shutdown.
The market's still open. Like, okay, yeah, we don't care over here, man. Look at them. Y'all better open that market up.
Hey, some companies, we looked at a company Wednesday. We was like, wait a minute, they didn't even miss a beat. Was it Amazon? I think it was Amazon, like dipped and back up again. Equivalent dipped and right back up again. It didn't even dip far enough to even notice the dip. It was like one of these little pullbacks right here.
Big money always wait on the sideline with a bag, a handful of cash. They always waiting.
Yeah, like a 15-minute. Like if you blink your eyes, you miss it.
Yeah, they're thinking just like the average person, but with a gang of cash.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, if you'd have listened to CNBC pretty much all day, everybody they brought on was like, what? Yeah, but I can't wait to buy. But you to be around that? Yep, he mad right now.
He said it, man.
They understand.
Yeah.
They understand the long game. Most people like what? They just caught up in emotion. No, money in the market is this, that, and the third. People that got money ain't concerned. Again, if you own a Ferrari, are you crying about the price of the gas to go in it? If you own a Wraith Rolls Royce, are you crying about the gas to go in it?
Nope.
Apparently, you was able to afford it. Right? That's how the people look at the market. That's literally how they look at it. And so they say, okay, yeah, I'm about to really take this to its maximum potential. If you even what is that? Ross Cameron, Warrior Trader. Mm-hmm. You watch this little evolution. Same reality. He went from making $1,000 to $2,000, $3,000 a day. Now he's making $10,000 to $24,000 like that. What did he do different?
Study more, change the strategy.
Not even ready to change the strategy. He just up. He up this what?
Up this dollar amount they put in. Yeah, that's that noise in mine. I was like, man, I could do this trade in the same stock and just up my dollar amount. I would be all right.
See how that works? Once you get the technicals, the fundamentals, the mental, aptitude in play, the only separation from you and a bigger payout is what?
Yes.
Scalability.
Yep, scalability.
You got all the hard stuff somewhat in check. You go from saying, okay, I'm a little timid. I'm only going to put up 1,000. Right? Now you say, okay, I'm feeling a bit more confident. I'm going to put up 5 today. I know what I need to do to protect it. Right?
Right.
Now that 5 on a 800% looks a lot more juicier than what? It on 1,000. And I've done it, like I say, I've been able to kind of do certain things on certain levels, so I know. That's why I pride myself on doing a little something strange for a little piece of chain. If I could turn 20 into 250, right? Or that one time I turned that stamp trade. Y'all remember that stamp when Stamp lost that contract to United States Post Service?
Yo,
they got flawed. They dumped from. They say he fell from grace. They say, right? Now I took them stamp puts. Them things cost me $20 a piece, 20 cents a piece. I bought 5 for $100. That thing dropped like what, $50-$60 on that earnings report. That was that day I made $8,000. I made $8,000 off 100. 8,000 and change off $100. Got the receipts for it. Y'all know it. Keep them receipts. But we show that the same way I did it this week. Of course, I'm just sharing it with y'all, we peers. That 80 turned that $80 into $2,300 in 3 days. The same kind of energy. I'm following the money. I'm following the money. I'm not trying to fight against the market or fight against myself. Or get caught in argue with my peers. None of that. No, we're trying to work in tandem together to do what we feel like we are deserving of.
And I noticed that when you you get your profits, especially with the options, and it gets put in a little cash account for the brokerage account. And you can take that and you flip it. And I noticed I hadn't had to deposit any money lately. And I was like, okay, I think I'm doing a little something right now. Doing a little something.
Clear example. Clear example. You're working off house money now.
Yes. No anxiety no more.
None. So if you got other source of incomes coming in, now that other money goes into what? Into other strategic investment values.
Yep. Move it into a long-term investment.
See, that's why I'm like, man, look.
I got of course, I got my dollar threshold right now of what I would do. And then, of course, when I find me a good use case and I put it away, if I have to deposit some in, I'm still doing good because I haven't lost that money. I just put it away in a long-term investment. So it's still there. My portfolio still is in a good standing. That's what I like about, creating a strategy. Like you say, pulling from, see what you can get from everyone and then create your own little strategy. That's why I'm more.
Find your own niche, your own niche,
mm-hmm.
but steal from everybody. Why would
you? Yeah, that's what you said. Yeah.
I've been saying that quote for a lot of years, and people now are really getting it because that's what this takes. You have to steal from everybody. Why wouldn't you? YouTube loaded information. Google loaded with information. Discord rooms loaded with people who experience this stuff day to day. Right? You just have to become that sponge. You have to be humble enough to what? To learn first and foremost, right? And then be disciplined enough to retain it and then go what? Execute on it once you feel confident about it. Like anybody do with information that's given to them. And they feel like they've kind of, mastered it or learned enough to what? To act on it. Right? So like us, like y'all know we the masters of what? Trying to find, all means possible to kind of get some money, get some revenue. We look at any and everything we possibly can.
We get into everything.
That's why this channel is about. Or especially Electoral channel on Wednesday, what? Drop shipping, grants. I mean, whatever it is, whatever we can do.
Everything.
We cover every gauntlet possible, potentially that's out there.
We own it.
Because it matters. So again, we're gonna keep pumping. So I say the next one is I just know it, man. We got to, get the YouTube channel popping. Yeah, all this knowledge and people making money off of it. That's doing, like Christy says, people out there, of course, they pay for a lot of this stuff. What we're saying, right? Truthfully, y'all see when y'all go on YouTube and now you got them ads popping up on your video if you ain't got the premium service, and it's marketing you about what? Investment, because now you're looking at investment video. Now all the ads are pop up dealing with what? Investing. Right? They cater to your what? They geo what? Tracking you and your interests. So it's constantly trying to market to you and sell that to you. So I'm like, okay, yeah, we know how to hustle though. We know how to hunt, right? We're going now. I just need to know how to get the free. So, you got a free webinar? Okay, I sit on the free webinar. You gonna give out a free ebook? I sit on that free to get the free ebook. Then I'll grind from there, right? So that's how I look at it. So again, but if you got that kind of intellect and that time, of course, YouTube, all this stuff, put it in. You building a body of work. Guess what I'm saying? And let them pay for you. And so, I'm just now starting to experience that even on YouTube now. So again, y'all know I got my first little check. I was like, oh boy.
Yeah, hey, look, you got my interest.
That's right on the market. I put all of that $490. I put it straight in the market. I said, yep, they're going straight to the market.
Don't fight to flip you.
Yeah. So again, we stay hustling for a reason. We use that term, but do we really know what it means to hustle? To be, the organized generator, distributor of your own reality. As we say, producer, distributors, and sellers. So the market gives us, again, that freedom, for what it's worth. Even if you work for somebody else, but you still have the ability to trade, of course, that's a good thing in a lot of ways because you can finance your opportunity. And you kind of go through your little learning curve and, your ups and downs while you least on somebody clock. Of course, you want to do it with the utmost care and concern, though. You don't want to just have to be willy-nilly, just throwing money away. Take your time. Learn it, right? Learn it so you can earn it, eventually. And if it can be a scenario, as I've always said, where your supplemental income can become your primary, then that means you're doing something right. That means the light bulb is going off. So I love it, man. So you guys are, man, look, I go to war with nobody else. I tell you what, I know my battles, right? As they say, I know where to go.
Boom.
And so that's what it should be about, my opinion. Right. Hey, what's going on, brother Trade Doc? I see these people that came in. I know we talking. What's going on, Trade Doc? You there? I don't know if you can unmute your mic, Trade Doc. I see you came in on the live. I was over there messing with them charts for a moment. He must be busy. But yeah, so Brother Mathis, you there as well?
Yep, I'm here. Hey, I was checking out this it's called Diamondback Energy.
Yeah.
Right. So I was thinking about buying a put on it. Like, can you pull that up for me?
That was one of my first trades.
I'm about to say, I'm gonna get Sister Monica to go right in on that.
It's got earnings November set on Monday after hours.
Oh, dang, let me get this thing off. All right, okay.
Where'd it go?
So Diamondback Court. Let me get off this short time frame.
Let's see. I pulled it up on Tip Ranks, FinViz, and then I looked at it on Trading View to look at its trend. Like, its performance throughout the whole year was down. And then it's got earnings. Its estimated earnings is 36 cents actually.
EPS. All right. So use case, obviously you probably have to establish your use case, right? So of course you you trading to the downside on the put. So you see that there's some issues there, of course, for the stock to come down. Energy sector, of course, that's what it's in. Energy sector right now has been lagging in a lot of ways because of what? Fossil fuels been getting hammered, right?
Right.
Oil obviously, caught that bid and came out the lows at $6 and went back up to 40. 40 became the new resistance, right? I've stated several times, in order for an oil company to be profitable, the barrels of oil have to be at least what? $50 a barrel minimum.
Yeah.
Right? Anything under that, they losing money. That's why when they had a surplus and they was, oil had got down to $6 a barrel, right? Couldn't make this stuff up, right? It was actually became what? An inverse reality where they had to pay people to take the oil off their hand. They had more supply than demand. So it became a credit. So anytime you bought those oil contracts on COMEX, they will actually give you a credit. They will pay you to take the oil off their hand, literally. Right? It got that bad. And since then, the oil market still hasn't been able to rebound. And on top of that, it's getting hammered by all this new the green, energy deals and all this stuff, renewable starting to pick up. Of course, commodities always going to have a place. They're not going to completely outlaw it. They can't. Right? There's going to be some kind of form of factor, something that need that raw, oil. So I'm just giving a backdrop to all the, the ideal of the, oil sector.
So when I check out the energy sector, I need to look at how much the cost of a barrel of oil is.
Well, just the entire sector. I was definitely on that way to go right there for you, too, Oba. Because look here, this is the way you want to go check all things dealing with what? Energy, oil, right there. It's called the XLE. It's the what? ETF for what? Energy plays.
Okay.
Right. So the XLE becomes, if you like oil stocks or energy stocks to that nature, you always want to keep the XLE close by. Now, interesting enough, if you look at this chart here, the XLE, and you look at what? Diamondback, which is FANG, right?
Yep.
What does that look? What it look like?
It's a downtrend.
100% parallel to that same stock that we just looked at. It's in 100% correlation to the XLE. Right? Here's the XLE. It looks like an exact identical chart, does it not?
Yep, it's trading just like that's.
So, because they bought the oil off the low, they didn't want the oil market to crash. That's why institutions stepped in and tried to save it. They ran all the way back up close to the 200 moving average. They didn't cross it, but they kind of close. It hit resistance, and ever since then, the oil or the energy sector been in the what? Downtrend. The only thing that could probably save them now is what? Natty gas. Natty gas obviously may catch a break because it depends on where we are geologically. Cold months, natural gas usage, right? That could be somewhat of a bang, but it's an independent, somewhat entrepreneur in itself within that sector. It may bang, but the ultimate sector still may be what? In a downtrend. It may not, be big enough to carry the XLE. It could do a little something, but not enough. So, and me saying all that again, of course, if you still, see the energy sector as a major form of weakness going forward, right? Well, these are some of the things that you'll be having to kind of take into consideration. Now it gets a little even more intricate. So this is where I got to press you a little bit over, brother Mathis. Now it also has political, ramifications as well, right? Everybody got their eye on the what? oil and energy all the time, right? Especially people who have power players in that industry.
Right.
Because, we talking about industrial nations and this, that, and the third. Even certain presidents can cause markets in that perspective to kind of have a lot of volatility. Now,
this would favor Trump, wouldn't it?
oil in itself would, because he's big on what? Fracking and oil. Joe
Drilling.
Biden is what?
Cleaning.
Renewable energy.
Tax credits for what? Energy. State of California already mandated by 2035. We're going to be what? Completely what?
Electronic vehicles.
That's definitely in the mandate in the White House. A lot of the Democrats, because they are the biggest climate control cadre out there on the political side. So what did that do for actual fossil fuels though?
Bump it up.
It makes them that much more more harder.
Well, yeah.
Money.
Gotta try to meet that demand.
They are anti, a democratic position.
Oh, well, that's funny.
Yeah, because they are more about clean energy and renewables. They trying to do away with fossil fuels, smog and pollution, and et cetera, et cetera. So it doesn't favor them. And XLE already been downtrending anyway under Trump because all the other stuff's going on. So imagine again, of course, it ain't gonna be necessarily good for energy stock. Not that they can't rebound. Of course, you're gonna have your individual runners and pumpers and bangers. Again, Schlumberger, Halliburton, and Exxon and Chevron. Some of them major ones that got bigger war chests, they may do all right, but some of the ones that still caught up in the grind and trying to solidify themselves, like Occidental Petroleum. How much money has Warren Buffett lost on that investment? A ton. Remember, he went heavy in the Occidental. Matter of fact, him and Carl Icahn was actually fighting. Carl Icahn like, really? You bought that? Because they was everybody trying to fight to get on the board and all that stuff. And they, people that got big money like that billionaires, that's how they fight. They fight with their money though. Right? They throw slick jabs with their money. Right? Hence, that's why Bill Ackman and Carl Icahn had that fight dealing with Herbalife. Right? Carl Icahn ended up winning, but Bill Ackman, made up on the back end because he was the only one that went long off the March lows. He made all that money. Y'all, whatever. Let me get out these nerd stats. All right? But y'all get it. So look at Occidental Petroleum. Warren Buffett was buying this way up in this area here. And he's still sitting in it. So guess what? Even people like that take L's. So what does that tell you?
Yeah, you need a fish deal.
See what I'm saying? What does that tell you?
Nobody's expendable.
Right. Anybody can get it.
Anybody can get it.
So that's why I say, if you, again, fair well enough to learn how to read these tea leaves when they're presented to us, right? You don't have to be, again, of course, they got people that work for them that look up this data all day, every day, quants and all this stuff they factored into computers and think tanks. Here it is. It's just you and your little band of brothers or sisters, right? Your own independent auditing aspects and learning how to interpret this data, make monetary decisions based on that. You're writing your own monetary policies in each individual stocks. It doesn't take a rocket science to see that the energy or the oil sector is in a downtrend. Everything that surrounding that is got charts that look synonymous. It's the reason why Occidental look like Diamondback and Gulfport Energy, and we can go down the list. All of them got that kind of
Yeah.
Like they like one little one bad moment from it can get ugly. Now, the one thing I will say about it as well, it is coming back to some historical points of support where it fell on the March lows due to the pandemic. Now, if you're going back into a lockdown per se, what does that do for the fossil fuel industry when they were fighting so hard to kind of hurry and get people out of it? It takes money out their books.
Yeah, there's not nobody's using.
No cars, no planes, no plane, trains, and automobiles. No boats, none of that. That stifles their ability to come back. So again, there's a lot of factors. So we say leave no stone or uncover no leaf unturned, whatever. That's exactly what we're saying. Paint that picture. Paint it. It's only your money, up for debate here. So of course, like you said, you think about getting to put in it. Of course, you want to weigh all the factors in, that particular company, see what they have to offer, in relation to its competitors. If they are outlier, they got something that may be worthy or not, who knows? But we'll know if we go do all the research. So he's right. So estimated about 36 cents of profit value, or EPS going into earnings. Again, like you said, you went over the tip ranks. One of the sites I use a lot, officer.
Check they got it at a target price of where'd it go? Hold on.
I'm with you. I'm going right over there to it for you. Right. So yeah,
$48.
$48, right? So they saying $48. It has the ability, to be a banger, right? Hold on. Let me see, try to add this here. Oh, it won't let me do it. Okay. Why be right? Let me see. Yeah, so let me see.
You and Weeble ratings?
No, this is a tip rank.
Oh, y'all in tip ranks. Okay.
So again, of course, you see 10 strong buys, 2 holds, right? No sales, $48 strike chart. Of course, this is on a 12-month, time span, of course, how they looking at it. Because they thinking about what? The rebound.
Yeah, rebounding.
Look where it's at. It's already on the March lows. It's right at the March lows, literally. Right? So the analysts, rating at that time, almost identical. 14 buys, 5 holds, April the 1st. Here it is, October the 1st. They got 11 buys, 1 hold. All right. Or went through its kind of it's what they call this hell week, so to speak, if you want to call it that, the expansion. So they see number potentially bouncing, at some point. But all that stuff was also at that time was more relegated to the vaccine, having more handle on this COVID stuff. Of course, we know the world didn't botch that, right? they messed up that party. And Joker's going right back into lockdown. And of course, America the only one saying they ain't gonna go, but hey, we'll see how that work out. Let that virus keep the rampant. Y'all better get that vaccine. And that's a whole nother story. I'm not even open that can of worms. But anyway, you see here, it's still got it's an underperform rating. Well, we know why, because that sector ain't been able to really make a lot of money. Now, that doesn't really mean that people still want to invest in it, because just when it becomes more of a I'll just kind of dollar cost average or principal invest into the play. At some point, it will rebound. We're back at some historical lows. We ain't been here before. If it dip, I just add a little bit more. That's what the strategic investor is thinking. The day trader's like, about that, right? So we understand it. So no matter how you look at it, you're just trying to, again, weigh all the different the metrics, right? So, of course, these different sites, publications like Tip Ranks and IBD, I heard Brother Contreras speak about that, and many others, FinViz. You're just trying to weigh all the different variables. Well, what is the market saying? What is the market saying? So you see here, this article says they're expected to beat, right? This is 4 days ago. Well, they said Apple was expected to beat, right? And Facebook and all that. Of course, they end up beating, but what happened to the stock?
Yep.
Dumped today.
It beat it, but it didn't go up. I'll tell you that.
Right. Everybody dumped today except Google. Right. Everybody else got flogged today, so to speak. Right. Even with them beating earnings. And so, like anytime, analysts, especially on CNBC, they be crying over there. Well, they did great. Oh my God, man. Why would you sell it? Duh. People taking profit. The stock already had ran. Exorbitant amount into its earnings. Sometimes it runs too much into the print and it gets priced in. The earnings gets priced in. If you have somewhat mediocre numbers or in line, not necessarily nothing that's over the top like what we saw with First Solar, of course, it was guaranteed to a degree that they was going to have them kind of numbers based on how many people are moving to renewable energy platforms and models with solar panels. So I took that trade under that same thesis. I'm following the money. Their sales has been proving that. Coming out of their second quarter report, I was like, this is going to be a really given here. The only way they botched this is they got to say something really silly, because their numbers at that point was preceding anything they could have said about the company as a whole. Their sales dictated that earnings beat. And so I didn't waste no time. I was like, I'm buying, let me get them $90 calls. Right? Let me buy that contract right now. And so again, in the rest of history. So again, looking at Diamond back here, Fang, as you see here, they're expected to lose by what, negative 76% on their EPS on a year-over-year basis. So of course they still feeling the what, they feeling the wrath of this COVID scenario, this COVID climate. Down 28% on revenue, right, on year-over-year, right? That could be problematic. But here's where it becomes a question where you, the investor or the put buyer, you ask yourself, is it already priced in? Is this earnings miss already priced into the stock to the point where they're not going to drop it any lower?
How do I find that out?
There you go, right? There lies the $1 million question. Oh, we say if was a fifth, we all be what? We all be drunk.
I think one of the things I look at, of course, it's not a catch-all be-all, Brother Mathis, but I go to FinViz and I look at the ATR to see how much, it would move possibly. And I would try to stay within that dollar range, either up or down or close, or somewhere within.
I mean, if she's going to trade the option, she's thinking, okay, well, and of course you can find that out through this, through Analyze tab on Thinkorswim. When you pick a certain stock or you hit a certain stock, it'll show you the particular implied move that it will make particularly on its earn, because all of it is just wrapped up, it's just bottled up, puts and call buyers, kind of like a pressure cooker effect, right? And however the stock obviously, perform based on that data is whether or not who's going to feel like more pressure in their positioning, especially if they kind of short-term call position or short-term put position. So you're going to be exiting fast if it goes against you, right? And you're going to be holding if it's going in your direction, right? But again, but there's so many different data points you can look at. Again, like she said, you go to the FinViz, check out the ATR. That means that's how much it moved typically in a day worth of time, right? It's about $1.62 average true range, basically what it's called, average trading range. The beta ain't too bad, so 2.26 beta. It's probably more than what it used to be. And that's because all the volatility what the energy sector it's been beat up. Look how it's been selling off. Look at this here. This thing has been down here riding. Man. Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, no. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, man, look at this. Man, this ain't been.
I got in, I think, that low point in March. Remember, you was like, how did you find that? I was like, I was looking for 4 stocks.
Yeah, but you played it like a lot of people who were smart and strategic. Yeah. After this massive dump here, everything at that point became attractive.
Yep.
Even the Feds brought out the bazooka, start buying. I mean, y'all know what it was like at that time. We talked through a lot of this stuff. So a lot of stocks, obviously, whatever. So their test was not only, could they catch this taxpayer's bid, because that's what it was, a taxpayer bid. I'm gonna call it what it was. It's free money. It's helicopter money. Came in, saved a lot of them. After they got to a certain point, the rest was on the company to perform, right? Some of these companies couldn't manage. They couldn't maintain. Hence, here you go. You got your downturn here, especially energy stocks. People still quarantined, basically. So they were getting crushed. It will be the same thing in terms of when you're looking at it now and saying, okay, they still ain't get this coronavirus on the, especially in America, that is, under wraps. So Wall Street right now is banking on only one backstop to all this selling off in the oil market. What is it?
Stimulus check.
That can help, but it's not enough. A lot of the energy stocks ain't getting They ain't getting bailed out like the airline. All them trying to. Right? It's just gonna benefit from people spending money. What are they looking to get to bail them out?
Probably like during the winter time when it start to get cold.
No. Well, natural gas. We spoke about that, but I'm saying, what is the ultimate thing that
we can
need to get back to business as usual? What are they really?
The consumer.
Right. Okay. Now you paraphrase it. Right. Getting back to normal. People being able to get out, drive, burn fossil fuel, right? Buy these
fossil fuel. Yep.
How that's gonna happen though?
The pandemic got
to contain the coronavirus.
How do you do that?
They can't.
No, think about it. How are they going to try to backstop this coronavirus? What's their remedy, so to speak? They
vaccine.
Come on, man. Talk your way through this stuff. Figure it out. There y'all go. I told you everything you do going to be about you answering your own question. I told y'all that. That's why I answer stuff pose it the way I do for a reason. Right? Don't come for me. I just do it that way because I know this is how we walk our way through information and data. Put all the variables on the table. They're dependent upon what? a mechanized what? Economy coming back. This economy is not mechanized because people what? Shut in.
Moving, yep.
Dealing with this virus. Commerce is really stagnant in this industry for that same reason. No boats, planes definitely ain't going nowhere. They're some of the biggest food consumptions out there. Think about them planes that's in the sky that depend on fuel.
There ain't no more.
Right. You can look up in the sky now, man. You can see every star in the sky these days. That's well, man. I'll be out looking at the stars now, like, man, this is nice. Like, can't wait. This is nice. This is nice.
Nature's loving it.
Nature's loving this right now. And that's why I be out there on the water every day. I be like, thank y'all.
Water's pretty.
Thank you about nature. I'm going right out there with it too. Ain't got to deal with no craziness. But I'm just saying, see, a lot of this stuff is this is how commerce, this is how this stuff works. This is how commerce works. This is how this stuff works. You don't have to be a rocket science to figure this out. You know, it has a use case, and it has certain variables that obviously disrupt this what? It's technology. It's what? Business as usual. Now it's also fighting what? Renewable energies and electric, the electric movement, right? EVs and all that stuff. Now these SPACs that dealing with EVs and all this stuff. And of course, that's, that compounds their what? Their problems, right? And the more they stay what? Out of the race, out of the game, or being sidelined because nobody is mechanized, the more the electric vehicles what? Keep ramping up and what? Crushing them.
Mm-hmm.
So the saying goes, and it stands to be true. Time is what?
Money.
Is money. They up against a serious clock because the EVs are gaining ground. But of course, you think about to put in it, but I'm just laying the framework or the mindset of the what? The use case, the thesis. This is how you formulate certain ideas to take certain trades. Then you just go backstop it by what? Some of the more intricate stuff, you're looking at the financials. Of course, they got a very low PE, right? We understand why it's very low. Well, we always find out what the industry standard is on PE for what energy plays, especially one with a market cap about $4 billion. They ain't like they're a cheap company. It just is that they're trying to get through this this pandemic. Of course, before that, if you go to the monthly chart, you see what it looked like before this pandemic scenario hit. And in this case, it actually happened a little earlier for Diamondback because what ended up hurting the energy oil sector actually during 2018. When you see it drop right here, what caused this here? Anybody know what caused this here? This pullback in the energy sector at this point?
Was that when they what?
This was 2018, mind you, around the end of 2018.
The tariff stuff?
I'll come on with it. See, not rocket science. Not rocket science. That hurts what? Imports and exports.
Yep, can't come
Cost
in.
of goods and tariff. That extra tax.
Everything got stopped in mid-ocean.
Soybean was rotting in what? Middle America. Farmers were crying. Milk was rotten. They had to throw. Remember they showed them news. They poured all that milk. They had to throw all that milk away.
They had to dispose of it.
Couldn't make this stuff up. Again, we live in a world where you just got to learn how to what?
Yeah, fish.
Fish. Read the tea leaves. They showing you what's going around when it comes to people that got money or they're dealing with money. Consumer like, man, you better buy no milk. I'm worried about the price of milk going. I'm like, man, how can I make some money off this?
Yeah.
Right?
They use some water.
Right. Drink some water, put some water in them cereal.
Y'all know I'm country.
Cereal with water in it and with some sugar in that. Like, man, look.
Half and half, honey.
Look at here. They're putting coffee cream in their cereal. Like, man, it's the struggle is real, bro. Put that coffee cream in them cereal and eat it.
If you really want it, you gotta.
So again, all this stuff becomes more relevant to the ideal of what you're trying to what do. You formulate a thesis. This stock ain't been this low since what? 2013. Everything from that point on was just what? Biscuit wheels, gravy valley. Look at that chart. Beautiful. Of course, Diamond Energy is one of the leading energy plays out there. Their market cap shows you that. Their market cap don't lie. Right? They didn't get that 4.12 billion by accident. Of course, it's lower than what it was before the pandemic. At this point, they still sitting there, above, $1 billion. Income then shifted. Of course, that's why they're in the negative because of what? Their business been stifled because of the, pandemic. Right? So, of course, that's why I say people that got money like analysts and hedge funds, they're looking at this like, okay, yeah, it's getting attractive. Now look at the dividend though. Look at that dividend. Where we at, Chris? Where you at over, Chris? Look at that dividend.
Yeah, 5.78%. Let me go check my check.
That's a 5.78% dividend. So Wall Street say, okay, I could sit through the pain to get that that quarterly gain on that divvy.
Let me get that.
$1.50. Man, look.
Let me get it.
Let them mess around and catch a bid at some point when they get a vaccine. But you know, people gonna be rushing to buy this stock, one of them. At least this one. Because that divvy gonna be good. If they start to make money, they can obviously, you know, eventually increase the divvy or whatever. But as long as they're holding it, still keeping it, if they still, you know, allowing it. Because the worst thing you can do is be a stock that's declining and you are somewhat of an obsolete environment or industry, and you start cutting your divvy. That means all your long-term players are going to start heading for the door at that point. Right? Don't cut that dividend and nothing else. All right. That's what happened with Boeing. Right? They were forced to cut their dividend. Right. Forced to.
The ultimate knuckleheads.
Yeah. So does that make sense though, Brother Mathis? Is that helping you out a little bit though?
Yes, it did.
Yeah. So that's how you go through formulating a thesis, right? You putting together, you know, a blueprint of opportunity based upon what? Different, you know, points of reference, different data sets. You know, again, we can go on and on and on. We can just hop from different, publication to the next, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. They're all going to somewhat paint a certain similar picture over time, right? You may have a difference of opinions than some analysts, but ultimately you're trying to kind of figure out where's the consensus at, right? That's how we say, if more people are, thinking one way, every now and then you have an anomaly situation and the stock opposite does what? It'll break trend, break everybody's analysis and go the opposite way. That happens sometime, right? Of course, case in point, we saw that with Apple, right? Everybody, because they just like Apple. Oh, Apple gonna beat, they gonna this. Yeah, they were right in terms of beating on paper, but what did the stock do? Right? What did the stock do today? It came down, and it also showed that they had some holes too, though. Yeah, that's another conversation too. Right?
Right. Apple in the States, Trump and Biden are visiting today. Obviously, at least 5.
Oh, that's it. I thought that way. Let somebody going in. No, but so that's it. So again, so look at it, and from there again, just real quick, since we're on the topic, we'll do this real quick, for the conversation and the edification, education aspect of how we say, right? We run right on over here to who? Let's go look at bar chart. Let's go look at what? Let's go look at them what? Puts the call.
The call options on bar chart. Look at the input on it, see who's buying it.
All right.
And then I go to
you've been following along, bro. I love it. See, I get it. I love it, man.
It's I think it's FinViz. I'll be on that too. So I gotta look at. I don't know. It's just I look at everything.
That's it.
They don't always work out right.
But here's the deal, because you still have to go through what? The process of again, extracting enough to make it make sense. Not necessarily to the point where you just got to go trade, put your real money in. Go through the process of being able to formulate some theses and some trades and paper trade it. You're trying to establish pattern. You're trying to read the market, right? You don't have to necessarily do it. I say this to anybody with live capital. Of course, you're still at a process where you're trying to get some training now, right? Of course, getting you going, getting you to understand all these different variables. Same thing we just sat there and spoke about, how we kind of outline some basics, right? And extract the information, the data, right? That's what it entails. Now, when you trade any stock into a what? Into its earnings, then you're trading it.
Thank you for choosing
so much in essence as a what? Somewhat like a lottery trade. Because one thing gonna be for certain, it's gonna have some kind of value of volatility, but the uncertainty of all that, picked up, interest. Oh, somebody might. I think I don't know. I see.
If you do not know your PIN, please enter.
Oh, that's just a more thing. Yep. Sorry. Yeah. Then, excuse me. At that point, you'll be left trying to figure out, exactly what is going to come from this. Now, these are just secrets, or what I said, like hints. I ain't call it secret. They just hints. Look at the put to call ratio on Diamondback going into that earnings print, right? Obviously, you got what? 0 to 5.8 value on the put to call ratio, so you got more calls than puts. Look at the open interest. People just been stacking up these contracts in oil, especially in the energy sector, for quite a while. A lot of these open interest, it's just rollovers, right? People that been rolling their call into the next week, to the next week, to the next cycle. Well, a lot of these people, I guarantee you this, Brother Mathis, was banking on at this point, what, a vaccine or a stimulus package. Neither of those two things came into fruition by the month of what? September, October, like it was somewhat prophesized by y'all know who. Yeah, don't get any feelings if you're a Trump fan. Call it, we investors. We don't we'll get caught up in personality worship. We trying to find a way to get the money. So if those two things didn't come to fruition, what does that do to the what? Energy sector. People can't get back to work. Planes can't fly, right? Ships can't sail, right? All these things become problematic, right? So there lies why a lot of these open interests, or what they call rollovers, right? They rolled into another, a contract into another expiring week or a month or whatever, are more stacked on the call sides than the put. Now, it also can be people just buying to try to front load, the earnings based upon the fact that this already seemed to be a lot oversold. Right, stock has been on a downhill for quite a while. Of course, it ain't hard to see that on the chart. Even when we put RSI underneath and the MACD, that stuff underneath it. Of course, it looks like it's due for a bounce. Like anything, at some point, should be able to catch a bounce. All right. So again, you got the heavier call buying on this at the $30 strike price. You have the some of your bigger open interest offers at the 35, but for 87 cents contract, excuse me, right? Well, they feel like that's worth the risk to hold it, almost for an entire month to see what can come from this. Now, of course, in this understanding, into its earnings, of course, next, I forgot what actual date it's on, but it still has to pass the sniff test. What's the sniff test? The election, candidates in that, if that's going to hurt in the sector or not. The ideal, again, any new news that may come out, that may, have to deal with stimulus deal or this vaccine. Of course, we kind of already know at this point, vaccine going to be next year. The only thing they could turn the markets around and get them excited about the vaccine is just that they announced that they actually got one that's done completed all its trials. But we still got to wait for manufacturing and ramping in production to get it out to the masses. But y'all know that's not coming to second or first, in the first quarter, in the second quarter, somewhere around that time frame before the actual public get it. So again, but Wall Street don't care. They just need to hear that we got one. That happens, the market's gonna rocket. So everybody got to be ready. Everybody need to be ready, because when that call goes forward and it goes down range that they got a candidate. Of course, in my case, I think it's still gonna be Moderna. I was saying that way back in April or May. I was like, that's my top one, right? Moderna had always been that one, and let me not, because I was about to go all into it, but but that's it. So good. So it looks pretty, there on that side. Now you're playing the contrarian side. You think about buying puts. Well, of course, I see why. Now, here's what's interesting. You see right there, the $30 calls, in this case, around about 87 cents a contract. The stock right now is at $25. So the only contracts you'll be looking at, of course, that's close to that, if it has an ATR of $1.63, is the closest ones are the 22.50s. See right here, right? That's why you have a lot of pretty decent open interest there, and also have a decent volume that came in and actually on it today. If people was already thinking about buying it for, its earnings, right? The $30 ones, again, you see those are pretty expensive. That's almost that's about a 5-point difference between the 22.50s and the 30s. That's a 5-point differential. Basically, that's $400 differential price in terms of that contract, those two contracts. So that means, again, somebody, feeling a little, in there, someone in their mind a little good about particularly getting these puts, ahead of earnings to the point where they're charging higher premiums. Right? They're charging higher premiums. And how do we know that? Because if it's at $28, and so if you look at it from the call perspective on the inverse, right? You know, from that point, you know, to there, of course, you're saying, you know, roughly about what, $7, right? So it's about close to the same, I would say. It's about close to the same. Well, actually, it's cheaper. It's cheaper because look here, the 22.50s and the $30, your $30 calls here are what, 87 cents to what, 3.80. So they're cheaper on the call side from that point, you know, up into $30. And on the inverse to the downside from 30 to 22.50 is what? That's a $400 differential. So that means the puts are more at a premium than that of the calls. That's another way to look at this stuff. That's a cheat sheet moment, right? That's a cheat sheet moment that I just threw out there. That's why they charge them more for puts, because they figure puts may end up printing, right? That's the old secret of the options market. That don't necessarily mean it's going to turn out that way. I'm just saying there's other stuff too, but typically they charge them more premium for a certain side than the other side of the trade. That means they, you know, market makers might be trying to, you know, yeah, pull the okie doke, as they say. Does that help out a little bit, Brother Mathis? No, it seems like a lot, but that's what we do, right? That's what we do. We go through a lot of data, you know, to kind of come up with an idea, formulate an idea, I should say. Somebody, Brother Crypto Kid, go out and come back in. I've been trying to add it for the longer, man. For some reason, it won't let me click you on. I had to wait a little bit. Open Chris back on. So sorry about the Open Chris. I couldn't. I forgot. You know, I got this this doggone demo of what it's called, this Streamlab, whatever it's stuff called, whatever. And you can only add 6 people at a time. So forgive me. I need to go in and pay for the server. But I bought Zoom. I use Zoom for training. That's why I only use Zoom. So I need to start using Zoom to have these sessions as well.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yep. You know.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I don't know why StreamYard like that.
Say again, over.
Yeah, I said I don't know why StreamYard is like that.
Yeah, they only give you 6 people, you know, on the demos thing side, I guess. You know, it makes sense. They try to get you to go in, you know, get that subscription. So you can add many people as you want. You can go hard then, they say. You can go hard to paint then, brother. Getting paid. So they want you to go in and, you know, fork over them to $25 or whatever. Yeah. Brother Crypto Kid, you there? Brother Marquise, you there? No, I don't know if that's Brother Marquise. Oh,
what's happening, family? Peace, power, profit.
You got it. Peace, power, profit too as well. Open. Happen to have you in the house as always too. Yeah, I saw you down. I was like, man, I could add. I looked up. I said, okay, still 6 people. So I said, oh man, I forgot about it too. I was just clicking on that. I said, why this thing ain't working? Is my computer locked up on me or something?
It's all good, man. I was just listening in the background while I was doing a few things, making a couple moves.
Nice. So yeah, I'm pretty sure you saw that they'll use there a little bit. Just crazy market day, of course, as usual. Right? Crazy market.
Yeah, it was. I actually didn't trade today, but I saw, you know, the events unfold, and it was crazy. I was doing a little selling, a little flipping, buying and selling stuff in the city.
Okay, make a move there. Nice. Yeah, so we got, you know, again, of course, next week, you know, we got fireworks next week, man. The selection. I know a lot of you guys probably ready for it. You know, some of you guys probably may not be ready. I don't know, but either way, it's gonna be, you know, it's gonna be a banger next week. All I'm saying, it's gonna be a banger. You know, and I say that for us the market because, you know, for us, you know, we're, you know, again, you may have your own political party that you like. Of course, that's, you know, that's personal. Of course, that's fine. But we'll see which ones are more friendly, you know, to the markets or not so friendly, because ultimately that's what we're going to be. What we're going to be trading once it all unfolds. All right. So again, have your little money funded in some of your accounts, especially if you trade options, or if you even like long or short, you know, through margin or leverage, whatever the case, be ready. If you feel like you want to deal with that, but it's going to be some money, you know, that's going to be made, you know, unequivocally. There's going to be a good amount of money that's going to be made, of course, on that day, right? So we talking about where we're at here. Pretty much. Yeah, I should draw like a little. I'll do that later. Put like a little, like I do, a little text charts up there. Of course, election date on that day, so that way we know. But we 3 days out at this point. Well, 4 days, but technically, somewhat like 3 days. So it's gonna be on and popping. That's all I'm gonna say. It's gonna be on and popping in this market. So we already know where the S&P is at this point. It's still outside the linear regression band here, as we can. Oh, it ain't. I'm not even sharing that. I'm sorry, my mistake. But yeah, we're already kind of seeing where, again, the aspect of hold up, what is this thing? Oh man, it's still acting. Okay, no problem. We're already seeing how the S&P 500 has responded today. So anything at this point here, again, going forward, it's going to be them trying to get the market back on so-called quote unquote trend inside the linear regression band, right? To get back inside the penalty box. Right now it's outside the penalty box. That means this is out here in purgatory, right? It's in trouble out here, right? If it come down and test that 200-day moving average, it very well still can, because the trend is still what? To the downside. Regardless, any way you look at it, the market has to prove itself, meaning the bulls have to show up and prove that they deserve to be back inside this penalty box. So just because it's down here doesn't necessarily mean it just has to bounce. I always say this: moving averages act like what? Magnets. Especially when you up against a bigger time, moving average that's a bigger timeline, in terms of its aspect, 180, 250, or whatever. It really pulls on you if you come close to it. It's trying to suck you to it, right? That's why you have to fight to kind of stay above it if you're going long. And then in some cases, if you're trying to get to it, if you're down here, it seems like a lot to get back to it and above it, right? So again, we're just putting all that stuff into context. So 319 is not far-fetched. We may can easily come tap it. Either post-election or whatever the case. Again, it's hypothetical. But we understand what it is because we see it here clear as day. And this, of course, is on the daily chart. So it's a very good, probable outcome based upon the fact that this daily, value worth of trading here and there gives you more clarity on the overall trend of a stock from day to day. A more founded position, not necessarily a shorter time span. Right. So yeah, it looks good. It's in purgatory. So again, we had a nice little bump after hours. It's up 327.55. It bounced off that 322 like a champ. Right. They were not gonna let this thing give up without a fight. So again, I'm happy I cashed out my little puts down in that area. But of course, you just plan a retrace here a little bit, just retracing a little bit. So yeah, we'll watch it. We'll watch and see what happens come Monday. Right. And then we'll see what happens, obviously, post, the scenario, because I can say one thing for sure. If you watch the market at any point in the past where it was election hell, right? You watch if the future markets are going on during that time, it gets real crazy. Go back and look at November the 3rd, 2016. You're like, whoa, what is this, right? Matter of fact, let's run over there real quick, right? Yeah. Nerd moments, right? Stats for nerds, right? No, it's just a part of us learning our craft, right? All right, let's go back. I got all this stuff up here. Let me go to the monthly chart, so that way it's not so. All right, so if we go to the monthly chart, we go back to 2014. All right, let me pull it up in a way where at least I can. Although I know I'm gonna have to go to the daily to see that actual date. Excuse me, but 2016, we're talking about right around this point right here. Right now, if we just looked at it on the monthly chart alone, that'll give you some indication on what the month of November looked like for what? The stock market. Meaning when Trump got elected, what happened? The market moved from 207 all the way up to 217. Right? Hold on. I'm on the wrong. Well, I'm looking for November. Right, November. Yeah, right here. So it went from 207 all the way up here to 220, 222. It picked up, roughly around about 15 points. That's a lot of money. Right? That's a lot of money on a monthly perspective in terms of points being picked up in the S&P, S&P 500. And after that, the carryover trade, or they say the continuation trade, was what? Astronomical. From that point on, MAGA came forth, right? They come forth, MAGA. Right? You've been called off the bench. The market did what? Banged. It banged in December. It banged in January. Again, y'all see the chart here. Charts don't lie. Numbers don't lie. It went on a rally like none other. I mean, I was in it. A lot of you was in it too that was trading at the time. We made some really good money for the entire the entire year of 2017. Biotech stocks were popping. Marijuana stocks were popping in some cases. Right? It was just a whole lot of Dries ship, old faithful Dries, old Dusty Dries company, shipping company. They were popping around the end of the year. Shipping companies like Tops and all those, Global Shipping. I mean, man, you couldn't make this stuff up. So the market is just showing you that. So it went on a massive bull run, an entire 52-week period of a massive bull run. Look at that picture. Look here. Let me do this right here. Let me just stop talking and start. Let me put some perspective on it. Put some respect on his name, right? So you go from there to all the way to right here, right? And let me move it right there. Look at the market. That was an entire year of banging. Of course, the market was favorable to Trump because what? He was an outsider, right? He was a gunslinger. He was not your average politician. Markets were looking for something new, right? They love that, that make America great again, to bring jobs back to America, kind of what? Propaganda. Now, whether it have or not, of course, that's up to the debate. Don't get any feelings if you're a Trump fan again, if you're not one, whatever. I'm just saying, from a market perspective, I look for the money. I don't care about all that personality worship. We don't do congeniality contests over here. Right. We do how can we get to the bag? Right? Because no matter who in the office, we're gonna make money. Are we not? Yep. Right? Election day or the day after, guess what? We still gonna be what? We still gonna be trading. Right? Right? We still gonna be getting, y'all got any tickers? Yeah, we got some. Yeah, we got some.
Yes, sir.
I got that supply over there. Yep, we locked and loaded. Right. So, again, I'm just saying that because I want you guys, whether you thought about it or not, of course, you don't need me to tell you it. But I'm just trying to, hey, this is what we have, to look forward to. Right? This is exactly what we have to look forward to come November the 3rd. Right? Literally right at this point here, right? At November the 3rd, it's gonna be rocking. It's gonna be rocking. So that all the way up to the 9th. So anything up in that point gonna be, man, look, it can get a little crazy. It can get a little crazy. All right, either we gonna rock out and run up into this mean line here, back up near 350, right? Possibly even higher, or we gonna what? Or we might break this 200-day moving average. We just might. Plan for the worst and hope for the best, as they say.
Yes, sir.
All right. Because we don't know. Wall Street trying to price in a Biden president win, but it's still indicative of more of what? A pullback, even if they trying to say they're trying to price them in. They might say, well, we got to flood, drain the swamp first, and then we'll see what we can deal with Biden. Of course, if Trump win again, what's going to happen to the stock market? It's already given what's going to happen. If Trump get reelected, what's going to happen to the stock market? Anybody? Anybody want to tackle that question?
It's going to boom like 2016.
If I was to ask everybody on the panel right now, Sister Monica, she might be busy. I know she was taking phone calls. My phone banging up over a little bit too. All right. Let's say, Christy, you there still? I don't know if she's still there. Chris, are you there? Okay, let's go. Trade Doc, are you available? I can't hear you. Trade Doc, you might be. Check your mic. I don't know if you're on your phone, computer. You're unmuted, but we can't hear you. Still can't hear you, buddy. Try. Check your hit that settings tab on StreamYard. Make sure you have the right mic up, because we can't hear. Brother Marquise, you that crypto kid in the building?
Yeah, I'm here. What's good? What's good?
I was just saying just asking the little friendly poll in the panel. If Trump win, what's gonna happen to the stock market? You think it's going up or down?
If Trump wins, I think it's gonna go up.
Why? What makes you say that?
Oh no, I mean just because they probably feel like there's just this common idea of Trump is like this businessman, and he's gonna know what to do to make money in the stock market. Like he's gonna do whatever it takes for the stock market to make money.
All right. So again, okay. You got some potent points there. Anybody else want to tackle that question? If Trump win, what you think stock market gonna do?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, looking at the 2016 data, and him being elected, if we're going off Trump getting reelected, I think the market's going back up, because he in the business of making money, making sure the stock market is making money, making sure the market is up, making sure everything is producing. So that's my idea. Even
right?
The pandemic.
All right. Now, some good points, right? Everybody got some good points. Now I'm gonna give y'all one that's gonna really like you're like, man, see, I knew that. If he wins, what's the number one thing Trump been doing since he's been in office? Especially when it comes to the stock market. He been doing what?
Pumping it.
Every day. All y'all say y'all know he been propagandizing the market the entire day since he's been in the market, in the presidency. He on in the campaigns right now. What? The market.
Yeah, he said if Biden win, the stock market's gonna crash. I'm just saying it. Like in the debate, he said that.
This is no brainer. You ain't got to struggle with this one, because y'all know. Because y'all know the market, again, the market rolled on what? Biscuit wheels for a long time under Trump in the stock market. Of course, it did good under Obama too. Of course, they don't never say that. They'll give him credit for it, because they got to always make it, that kind of scenario, right? He inherited, a market that was recovering, coming out of the war scenario. Again, quantitative easing, QE3 was happening. So of course, the market was very, giving at that time, because we can go back and look at the charts, because the charts don't lie. No matter what they say on a politician perspective, them charts ain't gonna lie. All right, market was on the uptrend when Trump came into it. Look at that, going all the way back, right? Obama was in office 8 years. So that means he came in around about what? 2008 scenario. He came in right at the subprime lending crash, hit the back, backstop of what? The George Bush scenario with the war. And what they did, look at the market. That's entire 8 years. It went straight up. Couldn't make this stuff up. Right? Trump came in, make America great again, and he got really excited. It just kept trending. See how it stayed the entire trend. So what does that really say? Because charts don't lie, right? What is it really saying, guys? It's saying that no matter who is in office, Wall Street gonna what? Do what it do. It just needs them to stay out of their way, and it needs them to be that when they do come step in and get in their business to what? Provide what? Liquidity and opportunity for it. It don't care. The markets do not care. So some of them obviously catch more bigger what? Bangs off certain president over others, of course. In this case, of course, if the market been, heavily fed off Trump, pumping it constantly, Twitter and all this, y'all sat through that stuff like I did. Of course, if he be fortunate to win, right, again, because right now the market trying to what? Write him off. I'm not my words, theirs. Barron's, JP Morgan, everybody writing Trump off at this point. What would the market look like under President Biden? What? President. Their words, not mine. Market Trump like, man, look, we hit all-time high. We've been rocking. The market's going to rally like none other. If I win again, man, the market's going to rally. I mean, literally, he's saying it just like that. And guess what? I believe him for once. Yeah, he ain't lying. This thing going to rally crazy if he win. Prison stocks going to run again. You couldn't make this stuff up. Because that's what rallied 2016. Them private prison stock, man, were bumping. Gun stocks are going to rally. Ruger, all them, AOBC, Smith & Wesson, them stocks going to rally too. Oil going to rally for short term. It might be short term, but it's going to rally. Because, he definitely pro-fracking and, energy on fossil fuels, that is, coals. He's a big coal miner type of, president, West Virginia, them types. So, of course, market going to rally. Biden win, that's what, because it still could rally probably. Or it may be like, we're going to dump it first, then we'll what? We'll build with you after you get in office. So we got some different, we got some different variables to look at, to think about. But again, ultimately in the end, we're going to, this is going to be fun. Like I said, I'm not, I don't care who get in office. Y'all already know my stance. So, of course, this ain't political for me. I don't get into those little spats. I'm more of the mindset that, I'm going to get paid one way or the other. Right? I'm going to get I'm going to get paid one way or the other. Simple as that. Politicians do not rule my purse, as they say. Right? So, again, I just want to make sure I reiterate that we're going to be ready. Again, Moderna, of course, that's, in my opinion, again, I still think they're the lead candidate at this point with the vaccine. They're the only ones that have any kind of major problem with their vaccine. And I could tell you why. Again, I was going to speak on it earlier, but I was like, I ain't going to go into all that. Right? But it's obvious why. Because they're not using the actual virus. I just threw that out there on the slick, right? On the hush, right? They have a manufactured mRNA sequence. That way you don't have to get sick with it in order to try to cure it. All right, so that's what everybody else went the other route and then tried to, include the strain in it. And that's why you're having all these issues, because that virus is such, let me get off that stuff, man. Let me get off all that. But that's it. So, yeah, so we're going to be watching, and we're going to be ready. Again, come November 3rd, of course, I will hopefully, more than likely, I will be live that day, if nothing else. Because that's going to be kind of like, live and direct. It's going down. Right? We're going to be watching the election, watching the futures market, and seeing how it responds. Per every state that they call off and say that somebody won this or didn't do this, we're going to be watching the market. And as that electoral college pile up in terms of favorability of one candidate over the other, when it becomes heir and apparent who controls most of the electoral college votes, that's when the market really gonna become what? Crazy. And so, nonetheless, no matter what, as I've said many times, nonetheless, no matter what or whoever wins, this is what we're gonna look like.
Yep.
This is what we're gonna be doing the next day, one way or the other.
Yep. True story.
True story. One way or the other. And so I say prepare now. If you ain't at that level yet, of course, just do, observation, right? Paper trade it, right? Formulate your thesis. Get used to being able to do these kind of things. Get used to being able to make these kind of executive decisions based upon learning how to read the tea leaves of the data, understand the geopolitics of, how this stuff spills over into our lane. It does have an effect on it, but nonetheless, of course, we're going to find a way to monetize it regardless. So you best believe I'm going to have my puts and calls on standby. It's going to be just like trading an earnings event. All this wrapped up volatility, implied volatility. I'm going to be right there ready to rock.
Right.
Hopefully it's one of them good expansion days too, where it gets some real good, movement up or down, one way or the other. We're gonna benefit.
Right. That's right.
So I'm excited. So guys, so that's it. So I know we've been on for a little minute. Great way to kind of wrap up the week going into the election. Market was crazy this entire week. Of course, they were saying we were down around about near 11%, especially off the highs, so to speak, the all-time highs. Everything kind of, fleeting or retreating to a degree. Could be just a strategic move for them to kind of bring it down a little bit before they ramp it, right? Wall Street slick now. Don't let them fool you, boy. When greed on the table, these jokers here, boy, they're. So again, 200-day moving average is not far fetched. We're talking about 319.20. Keep your eye on that level. Set your alert down there if necessary, and then watch it. For especially the S&P, that is. Of course, to get back inside the linear regression band. The QQQs obviously got dusted today because of the tech sell-off, but at some point you definitely got to watch those too, because certain aspects of the policies within these candidates may be somewhat of an effect on them as well, right? Especially with all this regulation been coming out crazy lately on these tech stocks, so they've been catching it as well. But they're the ones that's been propping the market up. They've been the only sector that really has carried this market. And a handful of those stocks in it. So that says a lot about our markets, of course, crazy it is. So that's it. So we'll see. So that's it, guys. So I'm getting ready to shut it down. Get ready to get me some late dinner here, right? Get me some chickpeas here, chickpeas and kale, right? Go celebrate my little gains today. Get back and just chill out. So again, I thank everybody for tuning in today. I hope we got something from it. I hope it was informative. I hope it was edifying. I hope we are, a lot better, than the way we came in. We were already great, better. But we talking about making traders great again, right? Right. That means you already been great. You just building on your greatness. So that might need to be a T-shirt for traders. How about that? Make traders great again, right?
Yeah.
That's a T-shirt there. I haven't seen that one yet, too. Of all shirts, think about that.
Yeah.
I've
That's
yet
true.
to see that one. You would think that would have been one that's been really all over the doggone the wire.
Nobody came up with it yet. Now we just came up with it.
See, make traders great again. Because I tell you what, if they get a candidate and the market don't respond to it, that's how a lot of people gonna be feeling. They're like, man, we missed out today with the market with this. Man, I don't know, but that's fun to think about. I might have to run that one through the mill.
Yeah. Really though.
Oh yeah. So that's it, guys. So again, we're going to shut it down here momentarily. I hope I get a chance to go live again this Sunday before the future markets open up. Again, to prep for the week, because again, we do got a lot of good earnings coming out again next week. We are still in the second week, or I would say the powerhouse session of it. With tech obviously coming through this week, banks obviously preceding that, and a few others. And we still got some big names coming up, obviously next week and the following week. So we want to make sure we're prepared for those as well. Of course, you spoke about Diamond Energy as well, Brother Mathis. So some of those as well, those energy stocks, and just here and there. So we'll be ready. One way or the other, we're going to be prepared to make the best of it. To turn out 15 cents into $1, right? Trying to make $1 out of 15 cents, literally.
Yes, sir.
Because again, we deserve it and we work hard for it. So I'm rooting for everybody to get serious and get hungry. If you haven't already, 2021 should be your year. That's how you should look at it, right? It's all about getting the money, right? Getting the bag. We're not focusing on a whole lot of things that are trivial, because those things are useless. Come to a point in your life where you have to get serious about your life and your opportunities, right? Not that you can't have fun, but still, right? Still, right? It's about purse first, right? It's about purse first.
Right.
Right. Pause, man. None of that crazy stuff. Y'all, you very perfect, man. Y'all get what I'm saying. Y'all be acting up. So that's it, man. So any closing words, anybody on the way out? I guess you got your mic open over, Chris. Any last closing words? Over.
Seize the opportunity. Seize the opportunity. That's it.
I agree, 1,000%. All right, 100%, 1,000%, million% on that. Right, because that's what we live for every day when we wake up. We're looking for opportunity. Serial entrepreneurs, as I say.
Yeah.
Right. Oba Marquise, crypto kid in the building. Any last words on the way out the door, Oba? Might be busy. It's about that hour. I know it is that family hour too. 7:50, 8 o'clock. Oh, this is that busy hour. You either eating, chilling, or being, happily distracted. All right. Trade out. I don't know if you might fix your mic yet. Any last words? If you fixed it, if not, again, I see you wrote in the back chat. You said thank you. Okay, thank you. Have a great night. Yeah, anytime. You already know. You're welcome here anytime. If you guys new here, you already know. You got a place here, right? You got a place here anytime, right? So definitely stop through again. We welcome, happy to have you. Let's build together, right? Let's build together, right? Everybody that came through today, you always welcome here. Your family here. Again, we just in the business of building, building each other up. So, Christy, are you there? Again, I know it's probably a family hour for a lot of people. So you got family, food on the table, food on the stove, whatever the case, food on your plate. If not, thank you for coming through today. We appreciate you. Again, very, very, potent words that you spoke today, course and understanding, opportunity. Okay, yeah, your mic open. You there?
I'm here.
Yes. Any last closing words?
No, I really don't know what to say. Your information is just always mind-blowing, and I appreciate it so much. I will continue to watch some of the videos you've done over the last couple of years so I can catch up.
Oh, no worries. Again, we're just trying to build that bridge. Like I say, it's a university. There is some good coming out of YouTube at some point, right? As we like to say. There's a lot of stuff out there that's probably a little crazy, and I know a little off the beaten path, but I can say, again, unequivocally, for what we bring to the table, again, you got people who are professional on here. You got people who, again, in their personal life, in their profession, that dictates a lot of their, their energy and their mentality. But for the most part, I try to take this thing very serious, much as possible, right? Because I understand this is people's, some of us, it's our livelihood. But for the most part, it's a way for a lot of us to escape, that kind of economic plantation, right? Where we're stagnant in growth and opportunity, or just being burnt out from working for people all this time and giving the best to yourself every day and your talents and less to your family and your loved ones. Well, that has to change at some point. And the light bulb has to go off where we start to realize that we're our own, we should aspire to be our own operator, or organizer or generator of opportunity within our sphere. And so that happens through these different, income, producing assets, stocks, equities, Forex, crypto, whatever. Of course, own your own business if that's your endeavor. Real estate if you're in that business model as well. But for stocks, of course, I always say this, and I'll keep saying it, it's the best online business ever, right? I've been in a lot of different scenarios. I've never seen something that gives you such an opportunity like this. It comes with this level of risk like anything, but again, the payouts are mind-blowing, right? So it's worth every bit of the risk to learn to get better so we can write our own paychecks and take care of ourselves and our family. So again, definitely shout out to you. Again, thank you for being, part of this channel. And we hope that we continue to bring more content that may be useful for you. You're welcome to come through anytime when the panel's open. Jump on. Let's build. All right, let's build this. Again, this community university. So thank you again, Christy, for coming too. All right. So I don't know, Sister Mo on the way out. She probably is busy. All right, she was getting them phone calls. They were tearing it up, so she probably got to answer a lot of phone calls. Of course, y'all know Sister Monch just got a contract for a Chicago operation, so she's been very busy lately handling that. So shout out to Sister Mo as well. Definitely go subscribe to her YouTube channel too. Share the love. Share, subscribe to over Chris' channel as well, Chris Logic, and bringing out some good information, building out his channel as well. And you guys also got YouTube channels. Don't hesitate. Post it. Right, let us come support you. Right, let us come support you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Oba Rams in the back. in the back chat. Peace, power, profit to you as always, right? You hold it down in the back chat as always, getting it in, right? Can never say enough. Thank you as well, right? Thank you again, brother Trade Out, Family L Car, the entrepreneur. Again, I love that name. I love that name, right? That's when you say you got to take ownership of your brand, right? L Car, the entrepreneur, right? We are serial entrepreneurs over here. That's how we got to look at, we love to look at ourselves that way, obviously. We need to always, right? Because we are defining our own moment, right? So I love that, right? So thank you, Ober Brandon, for coming through as well. Peace, power, profit to you, our resident hospice. Him along with brother Raul. He actually came through again today. I know he's been busy a lot. Raul's in med school, so we understand that, he's been kind of in the dungeon, making moves behind the scenes. So happy to have him come through again today. Over David Worley in the building. All right. Again, love to see the family coming through as always when they show up. Happy to have him here. Everything that we're doing and growing and building out our little environment too. So again, let's just keep sharpening our swords going into 2021. Right. The money's going to be there. It's going to be up to us, pretty much to us to go out there and capture it. Right. So that's what we, strategize for. We equip our money like a soldier on the battlefield, right? To go out there and bring back other, soldiers, so to speak, captured soldiers in that case. So let's keep working on that. So thank you, brother Salwa, as well, for coming through. Peace, power, profit to you as well. Again, I'm happy to see that you're growing in this too. I know he's been working behind the scenes. He's building. So I think, the future is bright for you as well. But Divine Fuller came through today as well. Peace, power, profit to you as well, Over. Not know if you still listen or not, but, you always welcome here too. Love the fact that you guys are hanging in there, sticking in with this information, right? Seems like a lot sometimes, but you're not giving up, right? Because, of course, somebody came to you and say, hey, man, you can make $100,000 in a year. All you got to do is learn how to be patient, be disciplined, and, be serious about understanding how to, interpret, basic information that you see every day around you in your person. Then, of course, it seemed like a laughing stock, in the beginning for a lot of people, but now it's like, oh man, this stuff is serious, right? And they're starting to see their peers now act on that and make those kind of moves. So it's inspiring. Like everybody on here, I'm inspired by everybody on here because we all got something to bring to the table. So peace, power, and profit to you as well, Sister Angie as well. Again, Sister Angie kicking butt, taking names. Again, her future already been bright before she even hung out with the family. But of course, we always gonna build and get bigger and stronger. So we love, sponging off her. She loves sponging off us. That's what it's supposed to be about. Community. Share, right? Quid pro quo, as they say, right? We get that every day. Sister Camille Gannon, go subscribe to her channel. Always happy to have the sister in the building. She always brings, a whole new different, energy. Sister phenomenal, killing it in the market, right? She only gonna get better, right? She'll be in up there in the $10,000 club at some point in the future. She'll be making 10 grand days. Right, it's stuff like that become consistent at some point. You're like, man, killing it. Right, so the Play Hard Adventures in the house again for her too. Go subscribe to her channel. Phenomenal content creator, our resident model in the house. Super, super awesome, wonderful individual herself. Her energy is infectious. So again, we love to have good people that hang out around us. It shows because y'all see it. Ober Mathis in the house building today for the first time on the mic. Happy to see him in the house. We're going to keep building and training and, bringing information so you guys can see the value in what you have here. So, stay diligent, stay hungry, and the rest will be what they call the future, as they say, right? All right, so let's stay hungry. So that's it, guys. So peace, power, profit. Enjoy your weekends, guys. Hopefully to see you guys again Sunday. Of course, I'll see you guys back in the Discord rooms or, your Facebook groups, wherever, we hang out virtually. So don't be a stranger there. Let's build. All right, guys. I'll see y'all guys on the next one. Be safe out there, guys. Peace, power, and profit.
Peace, power, and profit, Ober.
Thank you, Ober. Peace, power, and profit, everybody.
Peace.